Oh, pissed off. You're in here, dude. All right. Why are you fucking muted, dude? Hold on. Pissed off. Can you hear me? All right. Pissed off is in the thing. All right. We got pissed off in here. Ready to rumble. All right, pissed off. Can you hear me? POV. All right, we're here. POV is in the house. He is in the ring. In the blue corner is POV, sitting there getting towed off. Right. Waiting for some pussy to call in. All right, let's fix this here. All right, you just left. Maybe I all right, it's my fault. Listen, I changed the settings on it. Let me do something. Rolls. Hold on, don't leave. It's not you, it's me. Why the fuck? Hold on, let me fix you here. Invite server, Nick, out soundboard. I don't want you muted. Hold on, I fucked the channel up. It said let me fix this here. Hold on, let me fix something here. New Japan, permissions. All right. We'll just put things back to the way they were. Why is speak off? That's why. Save changes. All right, you should be able to have access now. Pissed off, you there? I was fucking with the settings. I fucked with pissed off. Hold on, where are you? Why am I not? You should have access. There you go. You should have access. Check 1 2 1 2.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right. Well, I'm just setting up the thing here. All right, cool. I had a pussy in here earlier. Let's see here.
Yeah, I was.
It was just like he's just a young kid. What should we call it? Call the MAGA Smackdown? I don't want to get like
I don't know.
Smackdown.
Who's on Discord right now? Just you and me?
Yeah, just you and me. Yeah, we're just us.
Okay.
Southmouth's supposed to get on. Call MAGA Smackdown.
Dude, I think you should drive a little bit of like Newsom in the ground because that shit's pissing them off.
Yeah, we need to do Newsom.
Yeah, because
well, you see, I'm calling it
anti-fascism stuff, but that stuff, you probably know a lot more of that than I do. I mean, I'm more like, I know what the difference between the two are. So, of course, socialism, fascism, and shit. And I know some history, but you know a lot more of the history than I do. 202-656-6012. Well, the thing is, I think is they're fucking Nazis. It just comes down to fucking Nazis. Because you pulled that one good. That was awesome. I was like, see, what you really are is you're supporting this and that and that. You want military in the streets, and I was like, yep.
That's Nazi. There's nothing else to talk to you. Oh, I have no problem with that. Because you're a white dude. Dude, right? And you don't give a fuck about others. And here's the crazy thing. His father is Spanish. His father grew up under fucking Franco. And Franco was also a fascist bitch, So go talk to your dad.
They didn't even know that. Says, and that's a lot, in my opinion.
Yeah. Or let's see, join.
Well, that goes along with, of course, that white supremacy.
Soundups.org. Add comment. I'm too scared. I'm too scared. I'm MAGA. There you go. I got the polls set up. All right, there you go. It's up. We got 20 people. Hey, lines are open. Hey, if you
do 1 second for me real quick. I want to do another thing on the mic because this is a brand new headset I got.
That's all good. It's all good. I'll just I can I'm gonna mute you right now. So I'll unmute you. So we get a call in. So if you want to, all right, let's get in the little SmackDown. Shout out for Dibs for building the SmackDown. That's POV right there. The pissed off veterans in the house, right? So we are live, right? Live here. Let's people building up, right? It is MAGA takedown, right? Listen, this is not like some pussy debate. You can say whatever you want, right? We can say whatever we want. Yeah, we're gonna open up the rings here on that. The other cool thing is when the channel goes live, the setting goes live too. So let's see here. Let me go to live. Let's do the refresh. Should be alive right now. Okay, let's delete that there. More options, delete forever. Delete. Are you? See, the thing is that you have to understand, MAGA are baby Nazis, right? The baby Nazis, right? The thing is, see, in your brain, you think Nazis started in 41 when they started murdering people. No, right? When did here? We'll just let's get the history of the Nazis for you. Okay. Let's get the history of the Nazis. Tell me the story of the Nazis, will you? You always flame out on me. I have to like stop chat and restart it. All right. I want you to tell me the origin story of the Nazi Party up to 1933. Okay?
The Nazi Party, officially the National Socialist German Workers' Party, kicked off in 1919 as the German Workers' Party in Munich. Born out of post-World War I chaos, Germany was humiliated by the Versailles Treaty, broke, and pissed off. A year later, a nobody ex-soldier with a knack for speeches joined and pushed the party to adopt a nationalist, anti-Semitic, anti-communist platform, renaming it in 1920. They mixed socialist rhetoric with extreme nationalism to pull in angry workers and veterans. But it was really about power, not equality. By 1921, Hitler was the leader, using propaganda, street brawls via the SA, stormtroopers, and his charisma to grow the party. They tried a coup in 1923, the beer hall putsch, but it flopped, landing Hitler in jail, where he wrote his hate-filled manifesto. After that, they shifted to legal tactics, exploiting economic misery and fear of communists. By 1930, the Great Depression hit Germany hard, millions jobless, hyperinflation, and the Nazis' promise of jobs and national pride resonated. They went from 2.6% of the vote in 1928 to 18.3% in 1930, then 37.3% in 1932, becoming the largest party in the Reichstag. They scapegoated Jews, blaming them for every problem, and pushed a cult of personality around Hitler. On January 30, 1933, Hitler was appointed chancellor, using backroom deals with conservative elite.
So you can listen to that, right? You can hear the whole fucking MAGA story right there, right? From January 6th to they're starting off as QAnon, a fledgling group, using the sentiment, right, engine. The difference is that they had sentiment. They use algorithms, powerful algorithms. The origin of MAGA is actually Steve Bannon came up with the idea that we need a nationalist party. Now they stole from Hitler, "Make America Great Again" is "Make Germany Great Again." They even use the name and all that. And also they position themselves as anti-Iraq. Remember, the peaceful president. He's the peaceful president now bringing in soldiers in D.C. It's so fucking ridiculous, right? It's so ridiculous, right? Pissed off's in the room. This is Pissed Off Vet. How you guys doing?
Hey guys, JS here.
Oh, JS is in the house. JS is he's like our resident Socrates. Right? Well, again, we got JS in the house. So what are your 2 cents? What's going on, JS? He's actually, he's also a political figure, right?
Yeah, I'm an elected official.
Elected official.
First small L libertarian in a very red town, split red and blue, but libertarian elected in my town. And but I'm extremely anti-authoritarian. And anything that's not voluntary makes my skin crawl. But nonetheless, I'm not waiting around for government to solve problems. I am involved with so many different groups and charities. Every minute I'm not working is dedicated to community service.
Yeah, and it's funny because he does. Your Meals on Wheels got cut, right? He does Meals on. You do Meals on Wheels. Well, talk about all your community service work that you do.
Well, I'm the secretary for the local Lions Club. We do Main Street decorations, Halloween parade, Easter egg hunt. We run a medical equipment lending program for seniors that's really popular. We do a lot of stuff. And then I'm also chairman of the local Parks and Rec Committee for the small town park and pool. I'm a volunteer from Wawa Corporation around our town. 6 days a week he goes to home.
Yeah, one second, Joe. Someone's talking.
Yeah.
Someone's talking. Right, hold on.
Oh, you got this on video somewhere I can watch it too?
It's on YouTube.
Literally everything I do.
All right, we also have we've got a special caller right now. We got Joe Fortnite, right? Joe, Crypto Joe. You probably remember Crypto Joe. He's on the line. You can speak, Joe. Anytime now.
People, I live my values, so I don't have to preach.
Joe, you there? Can you hear me? Oh, I got muted. Hold on, fucking Joe. All right, go ahead. You're on the line, Joe.
Hey, welcome. Hey, how's everybody doing? It's Crypto Joe. I got a couple things to tell you about. A couple little nuggets I want to tell you about.
Well, first, talk about what's going on in America first, dude.
Okay, I was just thinking about this before I called in, and I wanted to simplify it because I didn't want to attack anybody or try to make people feel dumb. So I'm just going to say it in the most lamest terms I can say it. And I think I figured out what Trump is doing. Mm-hmm. And it's easy to say it, but I'm not gonna say that I think it's good or bad. I'm just gonna put it out there. And here's what I think is happening. He's a guy that's been in real estate his whole life, and some of the most thuggish real estate, which is New York City. That real estate's tough. He takes control of power. He now is he's got at his command. This is why he likes tariffs. At his command, he can create a liquidity pool. And that liquidity pool comes from us, the taxpayer, because obviously tariffs are taxes. And he can command this large liquidity pool, and all this. He's right, billions and hundreds of billions of dollars are coming in. It's all taxpayer money. He's fucking us. And now he's also simultaneously has the power to delegate and send out government contracts to his friends and family. So he's raising all this huge wealth through this tariffs, and he's coloring other things, and people believe other shit, and Fox News is covering for him and all this shit. And basically, he's just delegating it out and enriching himself. It's no more complicated than that. I'm not going to attack him over it. I'm just going to lay it out there and say it like that. If you think it's okay to support somebody that's doing that to the country and you, then that's on you. But that's what he's doing, and there's no arguing that.
Right, well, that's
tariffs, and the secret behind tariffs are that he's raising liquidity using the U.S. taxpayer, and who's in charge of delegating that? When all those coffers of wealth come in, he's the head of the government. Of course, there's already proof. You can go out and find on your own with a little bit of Googling. Everything I'm saying is true as far as where the money's being funded off to. And then here's the other part that's a little bit more evil and a little more dark. He's trying to consolidate power so that we're a one-party country. That's why he's telling everybody that Democrats are homophobes and murderers and they want to destroy things. When in essence, that's just his point, to consolidate power so that there's only one party in this country. And he's doing that for his own safety because he knows he's already broken so many laws and norms right now. But there's nothing more to this. It's all the rest of the stuff, calling the Democrats socialist or woke. All those things are exits for people on his side to see him as what he is, but then he vilifies those things. So not even his own kind or his own side will use the word woke. But what does woke mean? It means seeing something that's clearly not just in government or in power and calling it out. Well, this guy claims that Biden and the Democrats are socialists and everybody's a socialist. I mean, I'm sure, obviously, Clyde, you've already talked about this over, and I'm sure there's more than we know, the companies that he's enriching his pockets with, and then saying that, oh, you've got to give America 15% NVIDIA, or you've got to give America 10% X company, B company, Y company. You think that money's coming into the government and that it's just going into the United States government coffers?
No.
It's at his command. He's the only president in United States history. I'm going to shut up at this point. He's the only president in the United States history. 240 years, 47 presidents. That's doubled his net worth during his presidency.
First 200 days. First 200 days. Not even 200 days.
Full stop. Even if you like him, you're facing facts now. This is what you voted for. And I'm just saying, from my perspective, it's pretty cut and dry. I just laid it out for you. I've never really particularly liked him. I don't have Trump crazy syndrome. I have watching somebody else that says the rules are for thee, but not for me. That drives me fucking crazy. I don't have Trump syndrome. I have criminal fucking, I can't believe he gets away with this shit syndrome.
Yeah.
You guys got off on it for the first time. You guys loved it that he's weaponized lying. Trump supporters love that he's getting the Dems. Every turn he's suckered you. Every time he's made you the little guy that can't afford shit. You vote for him because you think he's the American way. He is the American way in some sense.
So he's
the American way when it comes to like those Baron fuckers back in 1920 and 12 and all that robbed and pillaged the country. Because that's what him and his boys are doing right now. I'm not saying they're the only ones, but he is definitely by far the best liar in American history. And in some ways, I kind of feel cool that I got to watch it happen live. But that's unarguable. He's the most most celebrated liar ever. He's gained most power out of lying.
Well, that's one side of thing too, right? So there's the financial side, which you just covered, but there's the more evil side that's going on right now. There's literally 11 million Americans. These guys are Americans, all right? Talk about the undocumented. I think of them as Americans. Just because they don't have a little blue book that says American does not make them American. They do all the work. They support.
It's more devious than that, clown. It goes back to something you said. You were right. And I didn't think you were right back then. The reason that he's rounding up people is it's not about the people. It's nothing to do with those people. He doesn't think they're criminals. They've worked for him for 40 years. He's doing it because he needs to soften up and normalize people walking around a force, in this case ICE, winding people up. And he's normalizing it so that it's something that's not so drastic when he starts doing it to regular Americans. Because that's what we're preparing for. This person is trying to make this a single party system. I'm not a crazy Trumper. Look it up yourself. Stop. If you really think Trump is the cat's meow or whatever the fuck you think, look it up. Take a second to just even imagine or consider what I'm saying. Because that's what he's doing. He's normalizing a force, a military force, in this case ICE and the Marines he's doing this on purpose. Look what he just surrounded the United States Capitol around. That's imaging. Trump is about the image. If you want to know what he's doing, he's the paper tiger. He's hollow as a bamboo thing, as a bamboo pole.
Yep.
But if you look at what he's doing, he's normalizing the military around the biggest capital in the world.
He's bringing red states. It's like he's bringing his allies.
He did on January 6th that led up to that. For 2 months, he went into every single legal case he could and lost. Every one almost, except for one. And then at the end, he said, fuck it, and he sent in actual people to attack. If you don't think that he's capable of doing that again in a much bigger way, you are going to be fucking blindsided. And if you're with that, great. But if you're not, he's taking over the country right now, and he's just doing it slowly.
Yeah, it's called the consolidation phase of a fascist regime. Yes. We're in the consolidation phase. So that is bringing out the military.
I forgot this part. Do you know what he did the first 100 days? He got rid of all the guardrails. He got rid of all the guardrails because he knew he was going to raise a lot of money with tariffs, and he knew he was going to spend all. He knew he was going to be in control of that money, and he's already started to send it off to his own sons and to other friends. But he's cleared the way. All the people that would have told on him, all the people that would have reported it, like that was there to have Overwatch in our government, he got rid of all of them.
Inspector Generals.
Yeah.
He fired all these inspector generals.
It's not crazy. It's what happened.
The JAG, the leadership within the military. He put in a crony. And the thing is, the DEIA was just a mechanism to get rid of blacks and get rid of. It was a racist tool. That's all it was. All it was. They just.
Well, it was a tool, and they used it primarily for racism things. But it wasn't a tool just for that. And they expanded that tool. But you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you got rid
of all the state's attorneys, anybody that was going to give them trial.
Yeah, on there. So we phone lines are open, folks. Phone lines are open. We want to hear from you. If you're not a pussy, if you're just not a pussy little MAGA, right? If you want to pick up the phone line, you can call in right now, 202-656-6012, and debate back. Right? Let's hear your side. Tell me how Trump isn't a Nazi, how you aren't a Nazi, how you don't believe in that you believe in due process, that you believe in the Constitution, that you are American. You have to understand, MAGA aren't American anymore. They are fascists. They are Nazis. Not any old Nazi. They're not the 1941 Nazi. No, not them yet. Not yet. Right? Because at what point, and you probably not heard this before, Joe, at what point do countries go, no mas, we can't take anymore? We have 11 million undocumented in America. What are you going to do with them when countries start saying no mas? That's where there's concentration camps. They're building concentration camps in every military base. They've got plans for it. They're building them. Private contractors are building tent cities. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to just have tent cities, America, full of undocumented, the people who cut your yard, the people who do your construction. They cook your food, they clean your toilets, they take care of your elderly. You're going to feel present with normal individuals, right? And then you're going to leave families broken with the breadwinner gone, kids without a dad, without grandparents. Grandparents are already being fucking arrested. Call in, John Doe. Where's your balls? Call in. Show me that you've got some balls, right? You all just talk shit in here, but you ain't got no balls to come and talk, right? Come on there, Felicia. Come on. Yeah, call in. Why are you such cowards? Here's the number, right? If you get blocked, don't worry about it. You got the number, right? On here. Democrats are done. Your party is finished, says Bravo. Come on and call. Let us know how we're done, all right? We got Pissed Off Brett in the corner, ready. Pissed Off Vet is in the corner, ready to debate with you. All right? Tell you who you are. Tell you what you are. Understand. Okay? On that. Let's say, Joe, you're back on the air. Joe, here, I'm calling you. I'm turning you up, Joe. Go ahead. Yeah, you're back on the air, Joe. Go ahead.
Is there someone with us?
You're back on the air.
I just wanted to finish by saying, this is stuff that's all verifiable. Anybody could look this up.
Yeah.
Unless you're afraid of Google or you think that you go to AI. AI is compelling, and it doesn't lie about what Trump's doing. Shit, somebody put the last great big beautiful bill into AI 1 month before it passed, and it blatantly said what it was. It was a soft takeover.
Yeah.
It enabled the ability to stop judges from doing the nationwide
to stop his executive order. It strengthened that up so that he wouldn't be stopped from that. Everything that stopped him the first time, he learned from that. And this time he's just getting rid of everything. And think about it. There's no way that half the country, that 50% of the people of Americans like what he's doing. He's definitely around that 45-40 area. So that means there's 300 million people, 150 million voters. So that means over 100 million people are dead set against this man, yet he's consolidating power. Do you think he gives a shit? No. You think he's going to give up power just because they vote him out?
No.
And anybody that likes him, that thinks I'm sounding crazy or whatever, or even worse, you think it's a good idea that he's in charge? You're a fucking traitor. You're a fucking traitor to the United States of America. Period.
Yeah, because an American believes in a constitution. America believes in due process. They believe that, it isn't about one person taking over. We fought a king and we will fight a king again, right? That's what, there's 50% of the country that's going to fight for democracy. We did it before. We will do it again. All right. And so if you want to push back, there's the number 202-656-6012. Go ahead and call in. Right. Lines are open. Right. I'd like to hear what you have to say. Look, notice how the pedo loving, right? The ones that were like Jeffrey Files. Now are going, oh no, we love Jeffrey. Oh, we love Jeffrey. We don't want the files now. Right. Look at you. Too scared to call in. 202-656-6012. Call in. Tell us how great Trump is. Right. Notice you're just cowards. You hide in the chat. Right. Call in. Tell us how great it is, right? Right? Tell us how great Trump is. Explain to us. Go ahead, Joe. You're back on.
Yeah, what were we talking about?
What were we talking about? Talking about how they're just look, they're just cowards. They won't even call in. They're too afraid to call in. They know they're not American. They're pedo lovers.
You remember when they used to call in?
Oh my God. Yeah.
That's before Trump had done so many harsh, terrible things.
Yeah.
He's he's hard to defend right now.
Yeah, they can't defend.
Even like my brother's a staunch Trumper. He doesn't even hardly reply to anything I say. I replied to him the other day about the tariff idea I just spewed out. And he wrote back something dumb about how he just reiterated how much money he's brought in. As if he didn't believe me. In other words, I said Trump is raising all this money because he's in control of it. He's creating a liquidity pool for himself. And he's moved out all the stoppers and all the things that would tell on him. He fired them 3-4 months ago. So he's in full control. Yeah. He's got full, what do you call it? Nobody's watching him. And everybody in his circle's getting rich with him. But he didn't respond to that. He just said, yeah, $15 billion raised in tariffs last year. Make America great again. Maybe he knows what that means. I don't know.
Unblock. Call again. Yeah, hey, Pissed Off, are you there? Hold on, Joe. I'm gonna mute you for a moment. Okay, I'll let you know. So you can just, if you're watching, I'm gonna mute you for a minute. Yeah, Pissed Off, are you there?
So
how do you mute yourself, Joe? Joe, can you mute yourself, Joe? Mute yourself on the thing.
Yeah,
because that way I need to have the speaker. Mute yourself, and I'm gonna and then you can listen to me. I'm still talking, but just mute yourself. JS.
I'm going to mute myself in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
2, 1.
You're muted. That's cool. Right. It's good. You're muted. Good. All right. So, JS, do you want to say anything? Let me make sure I don't have you muted. I have you muted. JS, unmuted. Oh. JS. Sorry about that, brother.
Yeah.
All right.
Last night I debated a MAGA who's an old high school friend, and I would point out things and say, tell me this isn't a dick move. He goes, yeah, that's kind of a dick move. And then I'd say another one. Oh, you think that's a dick move? Yeah, that's kind of a dick move. Well, how many fucking dick moves does it take for you to believe he's a dictator?
That's beautiful. Oh, my God, that dick. Is that a dick move? So let's list off some of the dick moves.
That is good.
Let's list off some of the dick moves.
Well, stopping $500 million worth of food aid to the needy, stopping the school lunches to the kids.
That's dick. That's dick.
Cancer research.
That's a dick move.
Stopping deporting kids with cancer. That's totally
fucking major dick move.
letting that food rot in warehouses.
Pregnant with rape or incest to forcing them to have babies. That's a dick move.
Yeah, Joe just put it out. All those goods, all that goods that's been forced, to rot, right? The condoms that don't expire, burning condoms and contraceptives that are sitting in a port, right? Because they don't expire for 2 years. That's a fucking dick move. Why not just give them out for free? Oh no, we gotta burn them. We gotta burn all this product that we paid for and get rid of it. That's a fucking dick move.
Covering his ass on the Epstein files, total dick move.
Fucking dick move. Like
stopping the money that was decided on a bipartisan basis because he doesn't like it, even though Congress selectively set the budget instead of setting his own budget guidelines. He just decided, we're gonna bring in Doge and just gut everything and not pay the money that Congress agreed to pay. Total dick move.
Yeah. Any other?
Which is his MO. Never pay.
And look, if it was a Democrat doing it, I'd still call it a dick move.
Exactly.
100%.
So how many dick moves does it take for you to believe he's a dictator?
I don't know. Look at all the dick moves he's done by grifting the daylight out of these knuckleheads in the chat.
The crypto grifting, the violations of the emolument clause, bulldozing the homeless.
Makers, the NFT card collection. You do know the tennis shoes, the watches.
Building a $200 million ballroom while he bulldozes the homeless. Come on. Cutting services to Social Security, cutting services to veterans, cutting services to LGBTQ.
How about the 100,000 Americans that lost their jobs because of fucking Doge, dude?
Yeah, the farmers that are going bankrupt because of his freaking dumbass tariffs.
The beef prices right now are going out of the chart.
What's that?
The beef prices. American beef is just going.
Well, you know what? You know why that's happening, right? You know why that's happening? Because of the 50% tax on fucking Brazil. A lot of our fucking beef comes from fucking Brazil.
I wonder if are we great? Is America getting great right now?
Is this a great? America's great. Yeah, we're making great.
Hey, but you know what? If you ask any of them, they'll tell you about how gas prices are down.
Alienating all of our allies, right? Alienating, dude. That was a dick move. No, look, that's a dick move. Like all the allies had to fucking they're not allies anymore, not to Trump, but they all had to fucking come to DC to support fucking Ukraine to go against Russia after Trump was literally blowing Putin on the tarmac. Did you guys see him petting his hand and and calling him the boss and having military soldiers on their hands and knees rolling out the red fucking carpet for a Russian dictator? That's a fucking dick move.
And then in the same breath, he tells everybody how they are this Russian collusion. It was all a big hoax. We don't need any more evidence. We're looking at it. He's not hiding it.
Yeah, the only country that didn't get tariffs. Funny, the only country that didn't get tariffs
There's only two.
Is Russia. Unbelievable. Call in. The lines are open, 202-656-6012.
I think Putin, what was the president that Reagan said tear down the wall to? Was it Gorbachev?
Yeah, Gorbachev. Yeah.
So if in essence Putin was always, ever since Gorbachev and the drunk Russian president before him, Boris, Putin was always searching and trying to mold his own Boris, a dumb fucking idiot that was good enough to win, but didn't have any morals or anything anchored into America as a country and as she is, and nothing to do with the country, just money, money, money. And he found him. Trump is Putin's Boris. And Trump is doing what we did to the USSR. Trump is, and one could argue, he's systematically cutting every system down to take the country down.
Yeah, he's what's known as the Manchurian candidate. He is literally the Manchurian candidate. He is the Manchurian candidate. He is Putin's fucking bitch. That's what he is. 202-656-612. Hey, if you look at the MAGAs, dude. No, listen, William. Feel free to call back. My friend from Spain, right? But listen, buddy, if you call back, you're gonna have pissed off, right? He's gonna talk to you. All right, so just letting you know, if you want to call back, you're unmuted, dude. You can call back, and I'll let you and pissed off talk about it. So just so you know, Joe, pissed off is in here, right? And unlike you PC, he's quite the opposite. So he's got some things feeling. He fought for the country. What do you talk about a little about yourself, pissed off veteran, POV?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hear you. You're on.
Right on. What's up, everybody?
Hey, POV.
Cool, man. Well, I'm 50 years old. I'm pissed off. Got a wonderful family, wife, 2 children. I had a son that just became, actually second year as a teenager, but can't believe he's getting ready to drive. Just had his birthday. Wonderful little girl that just turned 9 as well. And then my wife, actually, she's a veteran. She actually only served 10 years before she decided to get out just so she could raise our children, because they actually wanted to deploy her right after she was going to give birth to our son. And that was for anywhere from 9 months to 12 months. So she was like, what? And then I would have been deployed for longer. Just like, there's no way that can happen. And they wanted to do that to our son. So, but anyway, I served for 20, United States Air Force veteran, retired in 2014, damn proud. A lover of the Constitution, an obeyer of the Constitution, the fulfiller of it, whatever you want to say, I'm all about it. So, and I don't understand why some of these MAGA tits out here aren't. You say you are, but you're not. Other than that, educated, few degrees, business management and business administration, and I run my own business dealing with wildlife. Helping my community, I volunteer a lot, protest when I can, Habitat for Humanity.
Let me ask you, could I ask you a question?
Sure.
And thank you for your service, and I mean that sincerely. And you and I think we're probably on the same field on this. What do you think happened to this generation? It seems not like a coincidence that there's nobody left really from World War II. Not even most of the family members are gone. So now we have this generation that's willing and capable of believing things and not even understanding what really America is and the idea of America, or holding the Constitution, or just saying to yourself, hey, there's basic rules, there's basic laws, let's all follow them. That way, as long as we follow the rules, we can have this great democracy. But what do you think? Why would some people that have no vested interest and vote against their own interest, why do you think that they do that? It's just your opinion. I'm just curious what you think.
I don't know. I mean, my opinion, see, when I was out in 2004, even up to 2014, I didn't see anything like that. Then again, I wasn't really into politics. My whole 20-year career was serving the country. I had a commander in chief. I wasn't about the president. I heard about the president. Did I read about the president? Maybe here and there, but I just tried to stay out of it because I had a job to do. And when the commander in chief says, hey, you got to either A, deploy, or you're PCSing somewhere, or wherever you're going, you've got to obey unless it's unlawful, of course. So I stayed out of that crap, and then I really didn't get into any of this crap anyway until probably, actually about 2015, of course, right when Trump was coming on this. But anyway, for the ones I
it's just normalized lying and cheating.
I just don't understand. I don't know if it's like what people are being taught. I mean, I was in education and training. That was my last 10 years in the military, and then I did it for a couple years after I got out. Somewhere after I've gotten out of all that field, I don't know where the miscommunication has gone with people, like have lost morals, values, because I don't know. It's hard for me to understand. The Constitution's clear, laws in the country are clear, but they think they're above it all. Like somebody said, it might have been even you earlier. Rules for thee, but not for me.
That's exactly what he's doing right now. And he's not hiding it. The only thing that we've got working in our favor right now is the fact that he's not hiding things.
because that's gonna end his that's gonna shorten his reign. Yeah. Well, I think another thing possibly too is the fact that I don't know, you gotta look at some of the education in this country sucks all around the board, to be honest with you. You got a lot of red states that American government isn't even a mandatory course. Some of them it's an elective for some. There's a couple states in the country it's mandatory for. You got people out here that I can walk up to and say, hey, what are the three branches of government do you have now? And I know there's the president, the Constitution. What the hell, bro? I mean, that's common sense stuff. I've asked that question to numerous people, and they almost look at me like, why would you even ask me something like that? Well, what's the answer to it? Do you happen to know? They can't even guess one of them. But you got these knuckleheads in, like, of course, in the chat right now. They'll talk all their bullshit, but they don't know shit anyway. For one, and two, it's not just about education, in my opinion. It's about dominance. It's white supremacy. It's racism. They don't want brown here. They don't want. The military has already been talking Pete Hegseth, whatnot. Trump, and they don't want blacks in the military either. So hey, the LGBTQ, they're in my opinion, the test subjects for a lot of this stuff, and they're going to start hitting color and everybody else, and then it's just going to be all white. Well, you want to call it the FFF, the brown, whatever it is, brown shirt. Hey, it's his army.
Get a white ring instead of the riot ring. White.
Yeah.
Did I lose?
So that's how I kind of see it. But I blame a lot too. And I'm sorry, I'm not a very religious person. I went to church when I was young with my parents. I was forced to go to church a lot. I wasn't really interested in church, but I did learn life later. I took my own time to find my own peace with a lot of things and learn, etc. But I went to a church where there were values and morals, and it was small, and it was out in the country of Ohio, and we didn't have this extremist junk. Nowadays, you walk in there's churches talking like Trump's their god, or buy him this and buy him. Come on, really? Why are we bringing all that bullshit in the church now? I know it's been in there at times, but why? What's the purpose of that? Keep them two bitches apart. There's no purpose in that.
Yep, absolute purpose.
A lot of it too. They're being groomed in them churches. My church again that I went to when I was young. Prime example. My father told me years ago. This happened years ago, but we had my grandfather actually was a pastor there for a while. We ended up getting a new pastor just because my grandfather got too old. And this guy took over, and everybody thought he was the best thing out there. Oh man, he's so great, so spiritual. He's great advisor, and this and that. He's been there for me by my bedside when my health was going bad. Blah blah blah. I think he'll save me, and this and that. And he was the prime example. What was he doing? Everybody thought this guy was great. He was banging somebody's wife out in the congregation. Not only that, promoting it with other families. So who knows what the hell they're teaching downstairs in Sunday schools, I'm not saying religion's a bad thing. I'm just saying these people, these MAGA that claim they're whatever they are, these are the same damn people that they're bitching about that, we were fighting over there. Religious extremists and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they're Christo-fascists.
Christo-fascists.
Absolutely. Don't give a shit about law, don't give a shit about the Constitution. They can give a shit about Jesus only if they believe he's going to save them. Fuck up. Fuck everybody else.
They love their own kids and screw everyone else, literally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Joe, you still there? Can you hear me? I think Joe's back. I'm not sure if Joe, he did call back.
Yeah. They can say, and it is a cult, in my opinion. They can say it's not a cult. I've seen it even looking at stuff now at the old church that I went to, now, and that's still operational. My mom still goes out there from time to time because I still have relatives that are alive that attend. Of course, they've got new management and all that stuff, but they even say it's just not the old-fashioned morals and values and stuff.
So if you have a politician that tells you how to work, that's a problem. But if you have a church that tells you how to vote, that's another problem.
Yeah. Plus, it's money, 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 money. Plus, that pastor at one point, from my understanding, was also stealing money from the church. So he was getting paid, and not only that, he was double dipping. Take in mind, this guy, I think, was probably in his mid-60s, maybe just over his mid-60s,
right.
And the woman he was messing with was
we got a comment in there. Let me ask this guy. Call it how I see it. If you live in Japan, what makes you think you should have an opinion about American politics? What answer? Look, I'm a brown guy. I'm fighting for my brown people. Look, see how brown I am? Hey, this is the way I used to look. I look like this now. I had it in Japan. I wanted to go super white. So in Japan, I went and got myself some treatment. So now I look like this. Right? Look at that. I'm white. You wouldn't think that I was brown, would you? Because I'm an American, dude. All right? I'm an American. This is what American sounds like. We don't hide. And and act communist and everything else. Right? I had a tan. I came with, this is actually what happened was, that's what Vic thinks. This is what I looked like when I was a Florida guy. I was out in the sun all the time, Now I'm not in the sun that much. Look at the difference between the two. As an American, we fight for the Constitution. Listen to what pissed off us. As an American, we believe that we, the people, no matter where we are, we're American. That's what makes America great. We're not like, oh, you're not in America. Why should you have a say? America is an idea. It is not a fucking piece of paper. If we have a thing. Do you think we should return the Statue of Liberty? Guys, what do you think? Should we return the Statue of Liberty? What do you think?
Well, we could just rename it Statue of Bigotry.
Statue of Bigotry, that's good.
From a Lou Reed song.
Yeah, exactly. Crystal's off to work or off to bed. You got to go. Where are you going? Where are you going, Crystal Sigler? On there. Yeah, it's just insane. It's insane. Look, we got a thing. Look, the MAGAs are too afraid to call. They're too afraid to call. That's too funny, dude. They're afraid of you, dude. They must pissed off. They must be afraid of you. That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Bunch of shit talkers. That's usually how it goes. Bunch of rubes. Some of these guys are probably sitting there, ball stained, lazy boy recliner. They're hiding from JD Vance and shit like that. So.
Yeah, look at like TM is like, you're no American, you're a communist socialist. Oh, communist socialist, the guy who was grifting companies and making them pay him 16% to do business, a guy who's forcing them to give shares, that's communism. That's what Trump is doing, right? You're just a Nazi. He's a Nazi commie. Why would you hate to be a Democrat, dude? You are what? You'd rather be a pedo loving Nazi? Is that your choice? Oh my God.
Tyranny or death, I guess.
On there.
Well, you still got, a lot of these rural families and stuff used to their old roots, so they're going to keep raising, their kids out there the same damn way. Especially the ones that, these fools that live so far out and they come into what they call the city, which is like a small little town big enough to hold a Walmart outside of a main city. And then, they call that city and everything to do their shopping, and they're so fucking afraid to do anything else that, they'll run back home. So they're not getting out. They're not seeing culture. They're not doing it. They're sure as fuck will get like a Taco Bell kit from Walmart, and put that together and enjoy a little bit of American authentic Mexican food. But it's all bullshit from these people. It's all it is. Just a bunch of I've come to the conclusion, to be honest with you, in my opinion, it's just the dominance of the white race. That's what they're trying to prove, the white supremacy shit, and just a bunch of damn racists. And now you've got an enabler, a spokesperson for them, and this fucked up Christo fascist Heritage Foundation. These people think they're entitled to everything. Hey, we're all entitled to a lot. We're Americans. We got a First Amendment, but dude, there's limits to that amendment. Just FYI, maggots. Free speech.
Yeah, I love this. Brooks goes, both sides are evil, right? No, dude. No. No, it's not about
typical MAGA, pivot point. Oh, both of us are evil. Bullshit. Yeah, there is a little bit of evil on both sides. But look at these. Let's look at the red right now. Let's look at Jim Jordan. He's a saint, isn't he? Let's talk about his little locker room days, or his hiding of abuse within the locker rooms. Yeah, let's talk about all that shit. Not a corrupt fucker.
Marjorie Trader Green.
Look at her. Yeah, she knows what she was doing. You got who's the other girl from? I think she was from Georgia. One Kelly Offer, whatever fucking name is, the blonde-haired girl. She was in when William Burr in North Carolina was in, or whatever.
See, I think actually,
and they were doing the stock trade.
You know what? I think this is a pivot. It's actually a good pivot because there's the MAGA are starting to say both like the people who were probably MAGA before, they're now starting to say both sides are stupid. Both sides are evil. That's like, hey, they're stepping away from the maggotness.
Well, yeah, but think about it though. I mean, they're still gonna ride cowgirl on. They're never gonna leave his side. It don't matter how butthurt and heartbroken these poor little sweethearts are right now. You know how that goes. You already got what they say.
So call it how you see it goes. And what are you doing to contribute to American society? Far more than you, dipshit. Right? Far more than you. Look what I'm doing every day, speaking up for the Constitution. Every day, speaking up for the marginalized. Every day, holding, right, and sharing the message about the Constitution, something you don't believe in. Call it how I see it, right? That's how I see it. What are you doing? You're supporting a Nazi. You are killing America. You are taking away due process. You think that having a pedo as a president is a good thing. You don't want the proof or the evidence to show that he is. Oh, no Epstein files. You are just a piece of shit, dude. That's how I call it. Did I call it how I see it? Is that good?
Well,
oh, we got someone calling in. Pissed off. We got someone calling in. All right, listen.
Call from
Sean Smith.
Sean, you're on the air. Welcome. How you doing?
Good, and yourself?
I'm good. What's your story?
I'm a skilled tradesman from Nevada.
All right.
I am a conservative, not necessarily a Trump supporter, but very conservative.
All right. So that's not bad. So do you agree with what Trump's doing? I'll be curious to hear what you have to say. Do you agree with the troops in DC, and do you agree with how I mean, you're in the trade, so I'm sure you probably know immigrants in your trade, right?
For the most part, no, not really, man. There might be a couple of Hispanic dudes, but they definitely are American citizens. I've never worked with a quote-unquote immigrant in my trade at all.
What's your trade?
Refrigeration.
Oh, refrigeration. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit. Let's. You have to go for school for that, right?
Yeah, a little bit more technical than carpentry or concrete or something.
Or drywall, or yard care, or treatment, or even elder. So what's your opinion? What do you think it's okay taking away due process?
So for the most part, man, that entire thing is, I don't really see that as a real fucking argument whatsoever. It is literally fucking the law that you're supposed to go through the process to immigrate here, not within the United States.
They're arresting people at court. They are going through the process.
Well, if those are quote unquote asylum seekers, they technically shouldn't even be in the United States. How our asylum works is you are supposed to go to the next safe country, not from Central America all the way through 5 countries to the United States and then start your asylum proceedings. You're supposed to stay in Mexico.
So okay, what is the big beef against the asylum seekers? If it's not they're taking your jobs,
beef against asylum seekers. For the most part, though, what asylum are people from Mexico seeking? They're not.
Well, first of all, you don't know that
fucking people
the 500,000 people who got PPO status were not Mexican.
And like I said, man, I'm not even necessarily a Trump supporter. I just look at it this way: who was the other option?
No. Stay on point. Now I want to stay on point here. All right. So you're telling me, right? You're telling me that the individuals right now, the 11 million people that haven't just arrived, they've been here, okay, that they shouldn't get due process in hearing their case or anything else. Let's not talk about people coming over the border. Let's talk about the 11 million Americans that make America go. I mean, do you know that wholesale vegetables and fruit went up 40%?
Hold on, he was saying something about, there are people from Mexico that are seeking asylum. Did you say it that way, or were you saying? I understand what he said. Seeking asylum.
He asked why are they seeking asylum from Mexico? I'm interested.
Well, they're seeking it for fear of violence. I mean, you got people getting, trying to be. They want to get away from the drug cartels, state agency out there.
The conservative thing
again, though, the entire definition of asylum migration, leaving a war
and they found that it has absolutely nothing to do with who's president or what the laws are.
Hold on, hold on. I want to talk to this guy a little bit, and then I'll turn you down. Let's just try to be organized on here.
Also, the guy that you kind of pointed out a little bit that my screen name is, I call it as I see it.
Yeah. Okay, that's you. Good. We know who you are, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So hold on. Yeah. So let's know. I want to focus on the 11 million Americans that have been here, right? That have had kids here, have put them through college, right? I want to focus on those individuals that have spent 50 years, 30 years here, right? That now are being arrested without due process, that are being put into concentration.
Are they legal immigrants?
All right. It doesn't matter. You go through court for that. That's due process. Do you understand what due process means?
For the most part, I don't think most people know what due process is.
Well, due process means that I get an attorney, I get my phone call. I don't get just put onto a plane and shipped out of here.
Again, though, man,
that's due process. I'm saying I'm asking yes or no, yes or no.
Doing this, I don't think it's being handled that great. Well, I am going to say that if you are here illegally, you've never paid taxes.
To be illegal, and they have paid taxes. To be illegal, you have to have due process. You understand that? Just answer yes or no, right? Don't try to debate around it. It's cut and dry. If you are deeming someone illegal, then a court of law has to find them illegal. Yes or no?
Not necessarily, but
what do you mean not necessarily?
Filed your paperwork and went.
What do you mean by not necessarily? Legal. So you don't believe in innocent until proven guilty. You don't believe in that core constitute of an American of America. You are innocent. You are innocent. You are innocent until proven guilty. You don't believe in that. You're not an American. You don't believe in that.
No, I believe in it, but it's
okay. Then that means then
you do not have the paperwork and did not go through the legal means. You were technically a criminal.
No, you're a criminal when you're found guilty by court of law.
You got to read that Constitution, brother. Do you have a law degree out of curiosity? You don't have to have a law degree when you're supposed to know what's inside the Constitution. You're interpreting a law that they're literally just 100% enforcing. Did you guys trip out this way? I served this country for 20 years, sir, and I can tell you that I took an oath on 4 different occasions, raised my hand so I could swear my hands back in to serve extra time so I could make it 200 times. I read that Constitution many a time. Let me ask you guys, did you guys trip out? We had the same problem with somebody about 5 days ago, bro. If people come in here, and I think this is what the problem is. I mentioned it when we were sitting here talking a little bit ago about the chat not knowing shit about stuff. You guys aren't getting taught something somewhere, or you're relying on Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, OAN, Newsmax. Oh, and P.S. by the way, Newsmax got bombed just not too many days ago for $67 million. And for what? The same bullshit Fox News got bombed for almost $750 million. Bullshit election lies. That's all you people do. Is you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You got a veteran here trying to tell you what's inside the Constitution, which is all citizens, bro. Whether you're a non or you are a citizen, if you somehow walk into the confines of this country,
talk over me the
I don't know,
time, or actually
but you know what? I don't know if you're an American. I don't know. You could look white. You could look like a Ukrainian. There's many Russians out here, bro. I live in a major city. There's all kinds of people where I'm from. I can't take your word for it. So guess what? We're going to take your ass to court and we're going to find out who the fuck you are. That's called due process. If you're here illegally, guess what, bro? The necessary steps will be taken to handle you accordingly by the law.
Okay.
We're not against the law here. I don't understand why you guys are.
Instead of trying to talk over me the entire time.
I'm not trying to talk. I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to tell you what the facts are. You don't want to hear it. You want to hear, well,
let's
there's
talk
no
about
but,
then, man. Obviously, you are liberal. Okay, did you trip out during Bill Clinton's administration when he deported a bunch of people? Probably not. Did you trip out during the fucking reporter-in-chief administration? You guys didn't trip out and probably protest during Barack Obama's administration.
Your mic is shitting up.
In politics,
your mic, you got an issue with your mic.
Can you hear?
Yeah, but you're like, it's the close.
Period. I didn't want to get involved with that. Period. I didn't want to get involved with that. I don't need to hear any bullshit like, oh, like Tiger Woods ran into a tree and his wife beat the shit out of him with a golf club. I could give a fuck less about that, man. I got a job to do, and that's to serve this nation. I got under my name alone, I have anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 people that I'm trying to maintain their freedoms, just like every other GI, airman, seaman, Marine, Coast Guardsman, you name it. We're here to serve and protection. I'm not here to fucking, oh, God, this guy's this. I'm not going to vote for this guy because, I only vote red. The thing. You're supposed to be voting for the Constitution, and the guy's supposed to be selling you stuff, not sneakers, NFT cards, and stupid crap like that. He's supposed to be selling you, what can we do to make this country better? Not to make me richer, not to make the 1% richer, not to sweep Gaza out and turn it into a resort, or do whatever the fuck he wants with all these other dictators. Bro, he's not going around shaking our old adversaries' hands. He's shaking dictator hands. That makes no sense to me. I fought against that bullshit, bro. I was stationed in South Korea. I was down there protecting that DMZ from that douchebag up north. And every other month, we were sitting there exercising our asses off in chemical gear, hours at a time, 95, almost 100-degree heat, sweating your fucking nuts off, because we got to be prepared at a moment's notice in case this dumbass finally gets stupid and launches a nuke. And guess what, bro? We're the only first line of defense over there until reinforcements come back in. So my life is on the line right there, just like the 20 to 30,000 other GIs that were over there.
And which, by the way, Trump wants to take away their voting rights. So he wants to take away voting. Trump wants to take voting.
Fucking cool. Now, not only are you going to take that away from, blue voters or whatever you want to call them, you're going to take them away from MAGA and the right as well.
Yeah. So he doesn't want any mail-in. He wants
right there.
no mail-in ballots. What do you think of that? No mail-in ballots.
Well, he wants to get rid of voting machines as well.
Yeah. So your agreement. So why do you think Trump wants to get rid of mail-in ballots? Why do you think he wants to get rid of voting machines? Why do you think he is, adding $170 billion of funding into a national police force?
I think, for the most part, why mail-in ballots and voting machines are going away is because where did those 2 million votes from the 2020 election come from, and where did they go in the last election?
There was no 2 million votes. Again, it's been disproven. I mean, you're just talking shit.
Again, though, man.
I mean, you're bullying up shit. You're bullying up shit. You're bullying up shit.
With the Liberal Party.
It's not the. I'm a fucking Republican. No, dude. Let's not. No, you didn't answer any of my questions. Right? You didn't answer any of the questions. Well, you're for. No, you're a fucking Nazi. Now listen, dude. You're a fucking Nazi. You don't believe in the democracy. You're fine with voting machines, mail-in vote taken away. You're fine with 50% of the votes, gone. You want everyone to come in because, see, you can create fake ballots, right? Digital shit is much harder to fucking to cheat. That's the fact. You're fine with someone taking away due process of individuals, right? That's Nazi. You're just a Nazi, like 1933 Nazi. They were doing the same thing. Same argument you're saying right now. That was happening, right? That's what you are. You have to embrace what you are, right? That's all you are.
I'd really like to know this.
What do you want to know?
What is your actual definition of a fucking fascist? Because I keep hearing this.
So I don't see the thing is you don't
knows the definition.
So what do you mean a fascist? Being a fascist is complicated, all right? Because there's lots of aspects to it. Yes, it is. Yes, it's no. But I'll tell you what it is. I will tell you what it is, okay? Because see, Hitler was a fucking fascist. Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what did Hitler do? Let's not talk about 1941, not 1940 or 39 or 38 or 37 or 36 or 35 or 34. Let's talk about Hitler. What Hitler was doing in 1933. He attacked institutions. Trump attacked the institutions. He built a localized police force. That's what Trump called the Gestapo. That's what ICE. ICE is the Gestapo. Yes or no? So 1933,
no.
How is ICE not different than the Gestapo in 1933?
Okay, one, the entire definition of fascist.
No, you didn't answer my question. I'm going to just mute you. The question is this: how is the Gestapo different than ICE in 1933? Answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the question. How is what the Gestapo was doing in 1933 different than what ICE is doing now? How is it different? Explain to me.
Is anyone being rounded up and taken to a fucking concentration camp? They're being sent.
What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? Have you not heard of the concentration camp in Florida called Auschwitz, right? Alligator Auschwitz? You've not heard about that? Have you not heard that pretty much every there's a majority of military bases building camps, right? There's a whole network of fucking camps, dude. Those are concentration camps. Why are they concentration camps? Because the people in there have no due process, which you don't believe in because you're a Nazi.
And they're being executed?
That didn't happen. Germany didn't happen until 1941, dickhead. It's 1933, dude. Wake the fuck up.
Honestly, dude.
Dude, wake up. It's 1933. No, dude. You're a Nazi, dude. Embrace your fucking Nazi. You're a 1933 Nazi. You're like, they weren't killed.
I am not a fucking
You Nazi. Are a 1933 fucking Nazi. That's what you are. A 1933 Nazi.
I'm really not, but
you are. You are, dude. You are.
And then fucking talk
you are a fucking Nazi. Listen to yourself. You're in denial of the concentration camps. You're in denial of the due process. You're in denial that ICE is fucking Gestapo. You are a fucking Nazi 1933. Embrace it. Just say, yeah, I am. You're not a 1941 Nazi. That's when they started killing people. Not yet, but I'm sure you will justify to yourself when countries start saying, I'm sorry, I can't take any more of your immigrants, right? I'm sorry. Then they're going to be like, oh, we're going to do. And you'll be like, oh, yeah, let's just start killing them, right? Just like the Nazis did in 1941. I hope you don't get there. The whole point of me.
Dude, you were so fucking full of shit.
How am I full of shit?
It's kind of funny that you literally just talk over people the entire time. Why don't we actually have a real debate where you stop fucking running your dick sucker for 5 minutes and let me talk?
You're Nazi.
With a grinder. Jesus,
dude, pissed off. You're on. I'm tapping you in, pissed off.
I mean, but just listen to you, dude. You're making some kind of excuse for everything he's trying to sit here and tell you.
Right now is a bunch of fascists. Why hasn't your entire party line been executed like every other fascist on the planet?
Because it's not 1941 yet, dude. It's 1933. Are you just fucking dumb? Are you
dumb? Party line?
No, Mussolini fucking executed his political rivals almost immediately after he took fucking power. You just don't know fucking history. Welcome back.
No, we got phone mouth. We got Liz. Go ahead.
The Constitution, friend. You can't even tackle a new process.
Mikey, you hungry? Huh? What do you want? You want pancakes? You want waffles? What do you want to eat this morning? Waffles? Ah.
Is because you guys haven't held a fucking primary in 3 elections. You guys aren't even choosing your elected fucking officials anymore.
Bro, we voted for Trump, and that included the vice president of the United States. What else did we need to do?
Hold up. We haven't held a primary.
A rally with blue hats on our head?
We ain't held a primary in 3 cycles. What about you? You will go around there with your freaking merch. What politician has merch? Did we forget that? Trump is the first politician to have literal merch in this country's fucking history.
There was a primary on Trump's first run. There was no primary for Hillary.
That's why
you guys did not choose her. Bernie.
Because they have no answers of their own. They can't reach into their own policies to try to answer a question or do anything because they're stupid. You see, we could actually go into our own policies and say, hey, this is a bullshit we can pull, okay?
All right, Joe's back on the air. All right, I was downstairs trying to make breakfast for the kids, dude.
Yo. Bro, listen, look, all I know is the people on the left are very good at self-reflection. We could actually pull and pick apart our own politicians and our own policies. The people on the right can't freaking do that anymore because they're stuck on this Donald Trump page.
Joe, you got to mute yourself if you're not talking. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm
not Joe. No, Joe. He's on Discord, so he's got 10 kids and a wife, 2 wives. He's like Mormon. It gets real loud over there.
That's not true.
All right, go ahead, Joe. You want to dive in? The denial of that dude was. He seemed like a nice guy, but he's just in complete denial, dude. Complete denial.
They are, but this is why we're here. This is why we're here. We're here to break the mind control because that's what this is. That's really what this is. Like when the media and Trump and all of them tell people this crap like 100 times, it's proven. It's scientific studies have been done, media studies have been done. When you're told something by a talking head, hundreds and hundreds of times, over and over and over again, even if it's not true, and you have access to real information to disprove it, it gets stuck.
I have an idea.
Stuck
Look,
in your
Joe.
brain, it gets stuck in your psyche, and it starts to infect your mind.
Joe, you're on now.
We have to break this crap.
You're on video. You're on the stream.
Nah.
I
like to make fun of these nuts, dude. We've been doing this shit for 10 years. Really, technically, I started around 2019 when this COVID shit started. They ain't listening now. They ain't gonna listen, especially 30% of them. Nope. That's fake, man. Balls deep.
Well, no,
so I've got you. Look, go.
Deep, but that's why we have to make fun of them and shame the fuck out of them into reality.
Mm-hmm. But you're not gonna change their mind, brother. Trust me. My brother-in-law is one of them. It's not gonna happen. I tried that. This motherfucker thinks he knows more than anybody because and at one point the guy worked for President Obama, but somehow he went that way. I don't understand. But then again, hey, they got involved with the church, and somehow that I don't know what church they got involved with. But he thinks he knows everything.
No, but the church is a big way they go in to solidify the freaking mind control, man. They get into these pastors' heads, and these pastors start preaching about politics, and it's all screwed up because Christian nationalism is how Hitler convinced the Germans to believe in Nazism and destroy the Jews. This is literally the playbook. And we've been explaining this for how long on this fucking channel?
Long time.
Ever since, and it I don't know.
You're exactly, God, it's 100% right. Yeah, they ain't learned it now, they ain't ever gonna learn it. I mean, there's some of them out there, but, they're gonna have to really.
Well, I would say,
for example, some of these farmers have, and some of these states that are really feeling the pain and pressure from all this, and finally woke up. It's gonna take something, whether one of their family members get picked up, whether they think it was an accident or not.
But how about the dude?
They get thrown in a fucking concentration camp. And they don't know where they're at for a week or two.
How about
maybe then, but then again, it might not matter because some of these dudes, they get their wives get picked up, shipped across El Salvador, and they're just like, oh well, but I'll still support Trump.
That was fun. That was my point.
No, they'll say they deserved it. They'll say they fucking deserved it.
Yeah, good way to get out of a relationship,
Sorry, JS. I've had you muted. Sorry, JS. JS is on.
Your partner and say they're housing illegals. They'll get sent to alligator.
I got the mouth. I'm taking you off the air. JS, I apologize. I want JS to talk a little bit. I've had him muted all this time. Sorry, doo-doo. Were you talking?
I don't know what I was saying. ICE is cheaper than divorce, I guess.
Yeah, ICE is cheaper than divorce. And we also have Joe. Joe's on the stream walking around. Look at him. Joe's walking around. I got him on the stream. Look, he's like a phantom, on Joe. Joe, you can speak, Joe. You're muted. You're muted, dumbass.
I see him on the screen.
You're muted. Joe Bell's mic is muted. Your mic is muted, dipshit.
Party politics aside,
what I'm saying was, I can't believe how dead on that other guy was. That guy was exactly right.
What's
his name?
That's Southmouth. Southmouth
is spot on, and he's got the and articulated very well because he's exactly right. They are being brainwashed, and that's why I'm so furious at Fox, because without Fox, he wouldn't have this megaphone, and they stick by him at the most disgusting times. It's like after January 6th, they kind of faded for a second, but then their ratings dropped. So this is an old song I'm singing, but they've traded ratings for this country.
Joe, there's Southmouth.
Autocracy.
There's Southmouth. Look.
What's up, people? How you doing? You see, I'm not afraid to show my face, maggots. You can come look at me anytime. What's up, maggots? This is the face. This is the face that all maggots should fear. That all Donald Trumpites should fear. That Donald Trump should even be afraid of. We're leading the revolution right here.
Go ahead. Do it again. You gotta do it. I actually had you on my Discord, but now I got you like a phantom on the stream.
Yeah. This is the face that all maggots should fear because we're here. We're going to break your minds. We're going to break your little minds open. we're trying to help you, maggots. You see, I know this is a lighter. You're used to this, right? This is what you use to light the spoons for your little heroin addiction, right? So, we're going to light the fire that breaks your minds open to allow some truth to seep in here, okay? I want you all to understand something. You've all been brainwashed, and while it is partly your fault for listening to the bullshit, you all need to understand that you've been brainwashed, you've been put under mind control. And I know you all think that you're free thinkers. You're not. You've been put under brain control. You've been put under mind control. You've been forced to think that it's okay for a person to be detained at the border because they have memes making fun of our vice president. You've been forced to think it's okay to put people in prisons with alligators because they just weren't born in this country. Or maybe they were and they just don't support what the current administration thinks. You think that's okay. I just hope you know it's not. It's really not. And the fact that that's still not getting in, I feel sorry for you motherfuckers. Actually, I don't, because Pissed Off here is going to tell you what you all should go do with yourselves. Pissed Off, please. Tell all these maggots what they can all go do with themselves.
Go get educated or go fuck yourself.
Go get educated and go fuck
go.
yourself.
Get educated or get fucked.
Some of them can be
Because
saved.
that's what's going to happen.
Go ahead, Joe.
I think that there's a good 10 to 15% that are never going to change. They're the salt of the earth, the rock bottom dum-dums. They're the ones that believe the earth is flat and Donald Trump is the Messiah. I'm not interested in those. But there's another 15% within that group of MAGA that they kind of know better. They weren't in this because they liked bullies. They were in this because they believed that Donald Trump was really going to, they bought his dream. And they're just now realizing, just like what we are kind of going, I told you so, but they're simultaneously realizing they're having that epiphany, like, oh my God, this guy's full of shit. They didn't know that. So we don't want to attack them. And by the way, they're Americans. All the Republicans that were on the fence or that have a chance to sort of think out of this or kind of go off and hide and pretend like they weren't a part of it, I welcome you back into the tent. But, you know, at the end of the day, we're all Americans. The whole point is there's no one leader. You don't follow the leader. You follow the Constitution. There is no place, America. America doesn't have borders. It's an idea. America could be anywhere. That's the point. And the only way that this dream works, that this fucking crazy this crazy test works, is if we just make sure that we all follow the laws and the rules. That's the thing that binds a great America. America to be great again means we have to have rule of law. No man's above the law. So we're all equal. That's America. Nothing what Trump is producing. You guys just fell for it hook, line, and sinker because you were sick of, you got brainwashed by Fox for 4 years, 3 years before Hillary, before the next one. You realize that half of America believes that the other half of America is evil, pedophiles, and crazy? Look how good Trump has turned you against us. And I'll just end this here. The only way somebody as shitty and as incompetent as Trump could be a leader is if we was in a war. That's why he created the war. That's why he used and threw so much red meat and made Democrats like the evil guy. Because if he has no policy. Do you realize what he's doing right now? Instead of facing his voters, and most people go out and change their policies if they lose. They accommodate, they change, they adapt, they make it better. He's saying, fuck that. I'm just going to redistrict shit. I'm going to make more Congress people so I can't lose the midterms. He doesn't even want to face his own voters. He's a fucking asshole.
Okay, let me just explain this. Donald Trump is literally acting like a wannabe mob boss, okay?
Yes.
He's acting like a wannabe mob boss. And he's not a wannabe mob boss, he is a mob boss. Look at his history throughout all of his real estate dealings in New York City. Who did he partner with to get a lot of that shit done? The mob. How do you think he got out of bankruptcy 5 times and still ended up with money in his pocket? I'll tell you how. The mob. Russian mob, Italian mob, American mob, every bit of his money has been gained through illegal means, and now that he's the president, all of his criminal friends want to cut. That's why he's friends with dictators. That's why he's friends with despots. That's why he's friends with Vladimir Putin. If Donald Trump isn't directly compromised, he's a useful idiot. He had his hand out so much throughout his entire life, and he has about 15 different masters that he has to answer to, not just the American voter. So he can never be loyal to any of you MAGAs, because he has about 15 to 16 different masters all throughout the world that he owes money to, that he owes influence to, that he owes power to. So it doesn't matter which party you worship, which set of ideals or values that you believe in, whether they be conservative, or they be liberal, or they be progressive, or they be libertarian, or any of that. Your policy views don't matter here. None of that matters. Our country is in the hands of a person who owes money, power, and influence to foreign despots. Literally.
Look, I got both of you on the screen now.
You can say anything you want about Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, the Obamas, the Clintons, and all of them. Donald Trump is more in bed with any of these criminal elements than anybody else we've ever had in the presidency in the past. Bar none. That's the truth. It's been reported. It's been seen throughout his entire life before politics. And it's all true. And you could look it all up. And you can see through his real estate dealings. They are public.
Everything he said was an admission of guilt and a projection of what he was and who's around him. Everything.
Keep your phone.
The world's biggest
Joe,
criminal
keep your phone.
family. He was talking about.
Joan, keep your phone back so you're in it. All right, there you go. That's better. Or not so far. You can be a little closer. I'm just trying to get you so you're always on the screen. You go up like this, you end up seeing your mouth.
Phone.
No, you're good. I got you on. You're on the stream. No, you're on the stream, dude.
I'm telling him, so I got it propped up. So this way, just place it, prop it up, so this way your camera has you nice and framed.
Yeah, I got you underneath POB's armpit. All right, we don't need the babies on here. You're muted, Joe. You're muted.
I said that was Supergirl.
That's Supergirl. All right. Anyway, go ahead. All right, I'm going to. Hey, listen, you guys. I'm going downstairs. I'm making breakfast. I'm making breakfast for Mikey. So you guys got the stream. Pisto, JC, JS, POV's in here, I'm going.
Let's see if we can get somebody to call in that's still supporting Trump, and let's listen to his views and see if we can understand the mindset without attacking him. As long as he can speak without being an idiot. You know what I mean? Let's try to get somebody. Okay. I want to talk to somebody that's still, or maybe somebody that kind of is starting to see the light a little bit. There's got to be people out there that are realizing he's full of shit.
Well, here's one guy that called in. See if he'll pick up. He's not picking up. I'm calling him back. See if you can talk to him.
I'm sorry. The person you were trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
Think about the liquidity pool just gathering up. You know what I mean by that? Think of crypto. What if you were the president and you could just raise all this money by telling everybody, hey, we're going to do these tariffs, but it's really obviously taxpayer money coming in, billions of dollars a month. And now you're the person in charge of delegating that out. He's like raising his own capital. Does anybody think that Trump would do that? Of course we know he'd do that.
Well, I have a question. How come nobody ever paid attention to this? And this is something that goes very unreported, right? How come nobody's talking and asking questions about this U.S. sovereign wealth fund and where the hell that money's going?
The which fund?
The U.S. sovereign wealth fund that Donald Trump signed into existence via executive order.
Because he got rid of all the watchdogs the first 100 days. That's why they fired all the people that would be, in fact, I mean, what do you call that? What the heck? There was a whole apparatus that he let go for people that were there to keep for checks and balances. That's all been stripped away. So the answer to your question is nobody knows what happened to that fund, but he got rid of everybody that would even ask or have the authority to even bring it up. That's why we don't know.
Yeah, but not even the news networks are bringing this up. Not even the news networks. I don't even see any of the podcasters, the Redditors, the people that are even against Trump. And like nobody has.
Yeah, but have you
all this?
Have you noticed how CNN pulled back?
Where is
that? CNN got bought out by a conservative group.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You know that, right? CNN got bought out by a conservative group about 18 months ago.
Ooh. No, I did not.
Yeah, I'll look further into it. But I know it happened. But that's when they fired all those people. Don Lemon got fired. A couple other people got fired. I'm not talking about Como. He got fired for something else. But there was like a few people that they just got rid of, and they resurfaced or did a remodel of CNN, and they stopped the Trump hate so much. But that's because they were scared. You know, Trump is going after colleges. Obviously, you guys know the colleges he went after. And he's not hiding it. And then the lawyers he went after and getting them to shut up and pay up. So, I mean, CNN, nobody in the news, real big news, is saying anything, probably because they're scared at this point. It's only his first year. We're not close to the midterms. He's really in a point of power at this point. So, I mean, it might be easy to say, why isn't the news talking about it? I wish they would too, but it might be a situation where there's a dire situation for them if they do. I think we're at that point. We don't know what's really going on behind the scenes, but if the stuff that we're seeing is this bad, imagine what it's like behind the scenes and how corrupt this is. It's got to be mind-blowingly frightening. I mean, there's shit that's happened already this first year that we're not going to find out about for years.
My alma mater. So when I was getting my degree in broadcast journalism, you know, he and I talked a bunch because he would be a guest lecturer in some of my classes. So I would ask him a whole bunch of questions on his journey coming up. And, you know, being gay and being a news reporter were not two things that mixed very well when you were Gen X and coming up in those days. So for him to be unceremoniously, like, you know, kicked off the world of television and television news is such bullshit. You know, just for him personally, forget any politics he expounded while he was on the air. You know, his personal journey on CNN to end like that is such garbage just because, you know, Donald Trump doesn't like the shit he says. You know, people's lives are being personally destroyed just because this guy happens to not like what you said. This is the American we live in.
That's as un-American as it gets.
Gets personally destroyed because your political views don't match. And for anybody on the right who says, this happened to me on the right because, you know, the people on the left don't like my views and I'm destroyed. Well, that all happened because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump started all that. If you wanted to be able to say all the bullshit that you wanted to say, you shouldn't have supported a guy who wanted to take away people's right to say anything in the first place.
Yeah, but the difference is those people were saying shit that was evil and fucked up, and everybody in general was like, fuck you guys, and they canceled them because the things that they were saying were ridiculous. There's a difference. The things that people are saying now aren't ridiculous, but they're being canceled or deported out of the country. It's ridiculous. They can't make the comparison that they were somehow ostracized because of unfair, we wanted to stop your freedom of speech. No, you were talking about crazy, stupid shit. And it wasn't anybody that decided as a group, hey, let's shut these people down. People don't want to do business with assholes.
Well, look what happened with, you know, Newsmax recently. Their lawsuit with Dominion. Same thing happened with Fox News. You know, Smartmatic was trying to do the same shit. And why? Lies. All because of fucking lies. And admitted lies by two major news sources that these dipshits watch all the time. Don't you get it?
Can I just cut in? Can I just cut in real quick? I just wanted to say one thing. Isn't it funny? Like, you know, going back to Fox News and their systematic destruction of Hillary Clinton, right? Isn't it funny how an Australian billionaire got to affect U.S. politics so badly that we ended up with Donald Trump?
Yep. Isn't that the same one?
Isn't that amazing? Because that's right. A foreigner from Australia helped destroy this country.
We could get to enemies and etc.
Yep, that's correct. Rupert Murdoch, ladies and gentlemen. Rupert Murdoch and the Koch brothers.
Yep.
I love this country.
Actually, the evil rich people actually did win.
Which is the problem. I love this place. I love it too much. I love it too much. That's why I care so much. And that's the thing. People on the right think we don't love this freaking country. No, we honestly do. It's like having an abusive parent. We want our parents' approval so much, yet they just keep beating us up no matter what we do. We bring home an A grade on a test. No, it isn't an A+. Get your ass beat. Hey, we made the football team. We're the starting wide receiver. Why aren't you the quarterback? Get your ass beat. You know, this is how we feel right now.
Mm-hmm. I ain't going anywhere.
That's right. That's right. My family did too. My family is vets. My grandfather was actually like my grandfather on my father's side was a Korean War vet. My grandfather on my mother's side was an illegal immigrant. Came here after fighting in World War II. His ship betrayed the Italian Navy and funneled Jews out of Italy. So he was shot down in the Mediterranean Sea. They had to, and when he came to America, what did he get? What was his reward? Being put in an internment camp with about 30,000 other Italians. That was his reward. That's what this country did to him. So,
well, I appreciate your family's sacrifice and service, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate your sacrifice and service.
Yes, sir.
And do you know what's sad? A lot of MAGAs have actually sacrificed and served this country, and they're being sold a bill of goods by this bastard.
Absolutely.
And
and the ones that are good in it, they'll get them out. They'll get all the good ones out. That's what they'll end up doing. I mean, they've already done it with leadership, so. And he'll continue if you don't do as Trump says. Guess what? It's easy for us because we're expendable, man. I mean, they can replace us in a heartbeat. And a lot of these people, while you're in, and this is what a lot of civilians don't get to see, or certain, service members that have been in that are stuck on, certain types of, their MOS or their job, and they're not out there seeing other parts of the military and how it works and operates, We're just...
Now, I have a question, pissed off. So if you're in different layers of the military, how far down does this bullshit go? Because I know people that work in VA hospitals that are seeing themselves have to ask questions of female patients if they appear to be male, actually having to ask the question, is your body capable of producing children? Like I've seen and heard stories like that. Like, how far down the chain of command does all this stuff actually go, and how fast can it go down the chain of command?
You guys. Like, as you mean in starting from like the president down, or
like the president's insane policies. Like, let's say he passes an insane MAGA policy, or he has an insane MAGA thought that doesn't necessarily get passed into military policy, but is strongly implied. And Pete Hegseth then decides to strongly imply something that doesn't necessarily become military policy, but is strongly implied within the military that they should start asking X, Y, or Z question. How fast does that travel down the pipeline and get implemented?
It depends on if they're going to do it verbally, or if there's like computer-based type training or something like that they want to do for it. I mean, it all depends. It's got a filter, and then it's got to, of course, get signed off by everybody in Jesus. But Then again, it depends. I mean, I worked education and training, so, you know, we would recommend stuff all the way up to command. Command would do a big thing across like the entire command, through all the education and training, you know, areas on those bases, and then they would come up with a big fat consensus and say, oh yes, does this outweigh the other or does it not? And if it didn't, they wouldn't change it. If it did, then they would do what they had to do to do it not, and then boom, it would filter all the way down, and then people would be getting trained like boom, 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 because they would set deadlines for everything.
Okay.
But there's still a process to it. I mean, as for that though, I've never heard, you know, something like that from the VA, about the VA. Even when I was in, we don't get to hear too much about the VA until you're like getting more closer towards retirement. I mean, I know from my year 1 to probably 18, I wasn't even thinking about the VA until I was like, damn, man, I'm 2 years out. It'll probably be here before I know it. So maybe I should start paying attention, get caught up on some literature and stuff like that, and finding out what I possibly could be entitled to and what all my, my medical options are. Okay. And then once you get out, that's when you focus more on it, because of course you're going to be attending the VA now, and you don't really attend the VA when you're in service, because you've got your military installations and all that stuff.
So VA is only after the fact. No active duty soldier actually attends a VA hospital.
No, they shouldn't be.
You gotta mute yourself, Joe, when you're not on. Okay, now you're muted.
Because it's for like medical retirees, separations, retirees, and stuff like that. As long as you are authorized those medical benefits to go over there. So it's not like, you can serve 4 years and get out. I mean, if you're not authorized to go to the VA for anything because you didn't qualify for anything, when you put in your disability claim, then you're shit out of luck. You may have other options, but a lot of people privatize insurance and stuff like that.
Okay, so yeah, the reason I'm asking these questions is because I want to gauge exactly how fast, if an order is given from top down, unless it's like a emergency military order, or if it's like an idea that maybe something should be implemented within the military, but it isn't made an official order. How fast from top to bottom does it take the order to go through a pipeline? Because I don't think that's something regular U.S. citizens happen to know about. Because I think as much as we, the citizenry, think we know or think we're informed, we don't know shit, and it's obvious we don't know a damn thing. So now that you're here, somebody who is in the military, rather than let's scream back and forth about laws, about this, about that, about what's in the Constitution, what's not in the Constitution, let's actually inform the MAGAs. I think we've undow-iced a whole bunch of them, right? I think we've undow-iced a whole bunch of them, so let's begin the actual re-education of these dumb fucks. While they're sitting and, lighting their spoons to inject their black tar heroin, before they become so emblazed on their drugs that they can't understand shit. I want to actually try to maybe give them some information, like actual information they could take away, so that maybe we can break through the fog of Trump.
The only thing is that
real shit that they could chew on.
The only problem is the South is that we were here, we were there. We used to do that on this channel. On this channel, we used to sit there. I was very strict. Pissed Off will tell you. I would let them all talk. We'd let them talk. We tried to talk sense in them, rationalize. It doesn't work.
Oh, no, I know. Now they're forced to listen to our voices as a collective, you see.
So, they're, I don't think they're capable of changing. I don't know what JS, what do you say? Are you there? Grizzly, you there?
Yeah, well, I think the only ones that are truly evil are the ones who lack compassion and empathy. And behind a cold-hearted, nasty, grumpy old MAGA, there's sometimes a crack. Finding that crack is not always easy. But until it happens to them, it's very hard for them to believe that what they're supporting is cruelty.
Yeah.
So you point out dick moves. Hey, if Joe, wouldn't that be a dick move? Oh, well, that's, Trump just did that. What? I don't believe that. Fake news. All right, well, what about this?
They're never going to get that.
What about this? Is that a dick move? Yeah, it's kind of a dick move. Well, Trump did that. No, it's fake news. That's fake news. Well, how many dick moves does it take for you to believe he's a dictator?
I like that.
That's the way I'm putting it to him now.
I have converted 3 MAGA. I have converted 3 of them, right? The only way to do it is to put them in a logic box.
Well, that's what he just did.
Anything that requires them to feel a thing. You have to put them in a complete logic box where they can't think or feel their way out of the argument. They have to, where they have no choice but to realize that they have been lied to and been fed bullshit.
Isn't that what JS just did?
Decide whether they care that whether it matters, do they believe it? Or do they believe in it, or do they not? They have to understand that everything that they hear and believe in is bullshit, that everything they believe in is cruelty and hatred, and they understand that what they are doing is racism, hatred, genocide, all of it, right? And they have to actively choose it and still say, I support this. You have to trap them and not give them a way out of it.
My approach is different. I mean, I think that everybody deserves love and compassion. Even the meanest, nastiest, gnarliest, they still deserve love and compassion. And to get them to understand that the only thing worth anything in life is love and compassion, it's a tough road to hoe. But once the crack forms, I've got maggots who give me donations for the poor. That's not a MAGA thing to do. Why? Because I don't reject their magosity or whatever it is. I don't reject them. I put it in a box. I say, look, when I'm here helping you, you have to turn that Fox News on. That's my rule. If you want me to go away, just turn on the Fox News. I'll be out of here because I refuse garbage in, garbage out. Well, I never heard of that. Well, of course you didn't, because Fox News isn't going to tell you that thing. So, yeah, I don't want you to be angry at me. I don't want you to hate me. I don't want your blood pressure to go up. I don't want you to have a heart attack. But it's like, they're addicted to it. You have to treat it like what it is. It's like they're addicted to a drug. It really is like they're addicted to a drug. So it's like you have to get them off the MAGA drug and present them with the actual choice that they're really making. And then they could make the choice one way or another. And you have no idea how many of the MAGAs that I have actually trapped in the logic box still choose to be a MAGA. And that's about 70 to 80% of them. Yeah, but see, the problem with choose the logic boxes is it's still an ego.
How about think of the people who losing their farms and stuff like that and still say they vote for Trump. It's insane.
It is insane. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's sad, Steve. I'm sorry. It's kind of a way for them. It's kind of a way for those people or those simple folks to feel like they're cool. Because they're part of something. He says fuck shit damn on TV.
He's not like you. He's more like me than you'll. He's more like me. If you want to know who Donald Trump is like, Donald Trump is just like me. Mouth South, Donald Trump, Mouth South. South Queens. Bang. Right there. He just has a lot more money than I do, and he's a lot more evil. Otherwise than that, same.
If a farmer going bankrupt, losing his farm, needed hay for his horses, and I could give him hay for his horses, I would do it. Even if he said, but you're a liberal. No, I'm not a liberal. But you act like a liberal. But you don't know me. I'm more complex than that. Don't put me in your box. I don't want to be in your box. You are a person in need. I am trying to help fill that need. Is that not good?
I'll be a New Yorker.
Do you want to die because I'm a liberal? You won't take help from
I wouldn't even engage in that. I'd be like, you know what? Shut the fuck up and take the hay, asshole. Goodbye. It's like, that's it. I'm from New York. This is how we are. Shut the fuck up. Take the hay, asshole. Goodbye. You see, we are very kind people. We are just, it takes a lot more energy to be ungenuinely nice to people. We do not take the time to be like ungenuinely nice versus like, you know, we don't have time. We have to work like multiple jobs to pay rent that is so exorbitant that it's unbelievable, okay? So we are very kind though. If you need help getting your baby stroller up the stairs, we will carry that stroller for you.
Another way to crack
we're just gonna put it down and walk away.
Another way to crack through the shell is to point out that there is a whole lot more going on in life than just politics. You got babies being born, you got old people dying, you got gardens growing, you got sun coming up, you got storms coming, you got neighbors to say hi to, there's a whole lot more to life than just politics. The MAGA
neighbors
cult
to say hi to. That's funny.
The MAGA cult.
That is such a wow, as a New Yorker, that is such a thing.
The MAGA cult sees nothing except politics. So if you can get them to see something other than politics, it's disarming. Like, the other night, a guy was criticizing me for my work with the homeless. He said, "Oh, it's taxpayer money. They should, we shouldn't be paying for that." I'm like, look, do you want your taxpayer dollars to go to oligarchs, billionaires who don't need the money? Oh, wait, that's right, you do. Boom, shut him up.
Actually, that's my taxpayer money. I'm sorry, my state, my city in particular gives a lot of that money, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, let's
get freaking real here.
I'm capable of criticizing myself. I'm capable of holding two contradictory ideas at one time. I'm capable of nuance. But if you want to put me in a box and play absolutism, oh, you're a liberal, you're a conservative, like these labels have ceased to function in the way that they used to function. It's like capitalism. Sure, I like capital, but crony capitalism and oligarch capitalism is pathological. That is not what my version of capital or capitalism should be. So these labels have gotten in the way of educated discourse.
Exactly.
As soon as you label something,
deals in absolutes.
Yeah, as soon as you label it, you have a way to discount it. Oh, you're just a Trumper. Oh, you're just a liberal. Oh, you're just, as soon as you label something, now that's
the simplest way. Yo, JS, you're right. That's the simplest way to infantilize somebody and to infantilize an entire thought process and point. That's how you brainwash somebody. Because if you could get something into a one-liner, repeat it over and over and over again about 100 times, you brainwash the subject. That's why when I say you get somebody into a thought box, you're not over the internet. That's never going to work. You do it in person, like person to person with somebody. You get them to actually see it and have to confront them with a choice. It's like how you get an addict to come off drugs, like when you do an intervention with someone, when you're trying to get them to come off like heroin. So when you strip away the MAGA hats, the Trump branding, and all of the gear, the merch, the branding, and all of that, and you strip it all away, and you put it to what it actually is, and you make them make the choice between what it is and what it isn't. Forget policy versus policy and all of that. This man literally wants himself and his children to stay in power forever. That is what Donald Trump's aim is. Forget Project 2025, Peter Thiel, and all the rest of them that think they're all going to remain in power forever because, all of them just want to remain in power forever. They're all nuts. But, like Trump specifically, right? He just wants to remain in power forever, and that's just what it's about. He thinks he's invincible, that he's going to live forever, that he can't die, that he just is that crazy.
Alex Jones is already talking that he's going to die in the next year, possibly.
Alex Jones is praying that he'll die in the next year. I mean, in all honesty, I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't, because if he does, we're in trouble. Like, Trump needs to stay around. I don't need J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel taking control of the country.
Well, in my honest opinion, man, I truly believe the American people are only going to withstand so much bullshit. It doesn't matter how long you want to try to hold off on something. There's a boiling point for everybody. And trust me, I've spoken to a numerous amount of people, whether they're military, veterans, civilians, or whatever. Of course, they're against Trump, but they're there already.
Don't try New York City.
They are there already. It's like,
if Trump tries New York City, it's not that's going to be the point.
Well, that's next.
You're not going to try a city of
Chicago. You know, he wants to hit all the major blues. All the major blue cities want to get popped. You know.
Yeah, good.
And then he'll go into the smaller communities, like your black towns, you know, stuff like that. There's no end then.
There's no end then. How are you going to control a city of almost 10 million, or more than of almost 10 million people, where almost 30 million people go in and out of it every day?
Well, that also goes with, why does he want to pull us out of Europe?
Military. Yeah.
No, he wants to pull us out of Europe.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be part of Europe.
They want to, you know, NATO's to be dissolved, and then he'll pull us all out of there, and then that gives Putin free range to do whatever the frick he wants to. I mean, we've got plenty of bases over there, whether it's Army, Marine, Air Force, you name it. Germany, England, Portugal, Spain. I mean, we're everywhere over there. So if he pulls all those people, but see, the home front, and that's what you got to worry about, man. This is, in my personal opinion,
does not support Donald Trump, and that is the one thing that keeps me able to still sleep at night. Half the military does not support Donald Trump in this bullshit, right?
But what you also got to look at is, and this is just, you know, my perspective on it.
And 25%, and I still believe that 25% of them are patriot enough to do something about it.
Yeah. But we're going to get caught with our pants down again, because this is going to set shit up for like just another 9/11. You're going to have all your military here. You're not going to be over there to do shit. We're going to be so focused on this numbnut that we're going to get attacked, whether it's from within or something exterior.
Xi Jinping is looking at this, licking his chops.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of countries.
Xi Jinping is licking his chops. He's thinking in his head, oh, I'm going to get all of the military schematics and the computer chips for all of the ships and all of the planes. That's what he's thinking.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
And we're going to get called, 2020, Taiwan.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much behind the scenes. I mean, I don't know everything at all, by no means. I mean, there's probably so much shit that we have not even a clue of. We'll probably drop our jaws.
I know, but do you know what? It doesn't take much brain power to figure out exactly how that's going to work out. U.S. gets caught with its pants down. Major world players are going to make major moves that the U.S. was previously not allowing them to make. And if they all do it all at once, especially when we have our pants down dealing with this, we're not going to be able to respond in time.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, we're going to be stretched thin. We took
our forces out of the Middle East for a reason, and we did it so hastily for a reason, because we were preparing for a South China Sea invasion.
Well, and then dipshit made a deal with the fucking Taliban, too, so there were time constraints on a lot of shit over there. You talk about Afghanistan, right?
Yep, I remember.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that one with MAGA. You know, Biden chopped it all up. Nah, brother, you need to dig a little deeper. And that's how these fuckers, man. They just don't want to dig for nothing.
I know. Wait a minute, did we all just lose everything?
We lost Undadu.
And we're back.
This new headset, I'm still trying to get used to. I didn't buy any earbuds. I went a little cheaper just because. But every time I touch the side of it, it's got the sensor on it. So it's like, and I'm like, hello, and then it just disconnects me.
I was about to say, were we getting too on the ball here? Did we just get like? Should I like run away now?
No, you're fine. Trust me, you ain't gonna run me off. Man. I ain't like you little Lakers out there, man. I can take it. If I'm wrong about something, I'll tell you I'm wrong. If I know I'm right, of course I'm gonna drill it and get it.
No. All I'm saying is I live in a place where the feds can come get me.
No, man, I ain't gonna come get you, brother. I don't want to come and get any of these dumbasses, man. But it's like, god damn, dude. And I was guilty for it before, and I feel bad. I mean, when I was on Truth Social, I had one of those guys really get under my skin, and it was with all that stolen dollar bullshit, Stolen dollar, you can say it a few times. I've watched all the videos online. I follow a lot of that stuff. I've called people out on it. I mean, hell, out here in North Carolina, in the major cities, these fuckers, they're panhandling out here in uniform, and they're not military. I've called them out. But, for you to come out and call somebody that's actually sacrificed, I'm not saying I put my life on the line, I was in harm's way a couple of times. Yeah, but, I mean, I didn't have a weapon. They wouldn't give me one because of my AFSC and stuff. So we were basically like a little bullet sponge and shit. Sit here, you got the Marines and the Army, they'll help you. Just make sure that you can transfer this or do that and do your job and blah, blah, blah. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
Like, no, were you in a foreign land getting bullets shot at you? Guess what?
Yeah, I mean, I did one at one point.
And you couldn't shoot back. And you couldn't shoot back. Guess what? You had more balls than most of them. At least they had a gun.
Yeah, I actually was deployed in a location, and then I got orders actually to go into Kandahar to help establish a traffic management office at their airport. Because basically all that was really over there were our special forces and everybody else, because we were trying to gain control of the airport, and they wanted us, since we were one of the closer units, and this is right after 9/11 kicked off. But we had to go over there, me and another one of my subordinates, and establish basically a logistics shop so we could get cargo flying into there versus to us, because we were the main hub over there for all that at one point.
That's crazy.
They when they were like, hey, we got 3 NCOs here, we got a couple of airmen, and we need 1 NCO and 1 airman. And of course, I was the last NCO to get there, so they always do that bullshit, RHIP and everything. So yeah, you can go and then take one of these guys with you, and you're gonna be there for 3 weeks. And I was like, 3 weeks? I'm like, okay, well, do we get gear? Are we gonna be issued out from the armory and stuff? Pick up a 9, whatever, this and that. And oh no, you're going over there. We'll take you maybe couple uniforms, change clothes, and all that stuff, But you're basically going to be camping for about 3 weeks in a warehouse. And I was like, okay, cool. When's the next bird come? 3 weeks. I'm like, shit. I was like, well, what's going on over on this? And they were talking about like, well, you're going to be kind of in harm's way, but don't worry. That's like I was saying. You got the Marines, you got your Army, you got special forces units. They had Delta, they had everybody out there, man. During that point, and you'll be fine. But still, even when we were out there, bullets were hitting hangars. You could hear them. I mean, the bitches was whizzing by coming from out of the hills, the mountains, and all that stuff. I mean, they were demining the flight lines and stuff out there. I mean, shit, I saw a couple Marines, young guys, too. I saw one. He was, I think he was about 19, 20. But, just a little...
Yeah, everybody, don't forget to like it. Everybody watching, don't forget to like and subscribe and share and, we smack maggots in here, but, sometimes we have thoughtful conversations about shit, about why we like to smack maggots, because, sometimes you guys forget about the actual real shit that's actually happened in the history of this country, about why people actually still care about freedom and reality and, what real stuff is in America. About why we care about freedom of speech, about why we care about the freedom of press, about why we care about the right to say something you might not like.
Well, a lot of them, too, what they don't seem to understand is, yes, we're the military, we're held to a different degree of standards and stuff like that, but we come back out, a lot of us, the majority of us, better people. Now, I really can't say that for the other branches, but I can't say that for certain career fields and stuff like that, because I know aircraft maintainers, I know desk jockeys, I know guys from joint forces, you know, different AFSCs and stuff, even within the Air Force, you know. It's one team, one fight, man. That's all we are. We come in, we all look different when we go to basic training. We stay there for a couple days, looking different, looking at each other like, what the fuck's about to happen? And all of a sudden, dude, they start marching us around. Guess what? You're going to get your fucking hair shaved, get your uniforms and shit issued out to you. And what do we all look like then? The same. Every one of us in your flight look exactly the same. Y'all got shaved fucking heads. There's no women in your flights. You know, you're either in the sister or the brother flight. But y'all got shaved heads. If y'all gonna have glasses or contacts, you don't wear contacts. Everybody wears glasses. And you don't get the pretty glasses either, boys and girls. You get the BCGs, the birth control glasses. These things make you look like the nerdiest of the fucking nerds. And if you put the tape on there, it ain't even gonna make a difference. You know, get your shit issued, and then we march everywhere. We become one unit. Doesn't matter if you're black, if you were a fucking immigrant, got a green card, visa, whatever. There's people that are still trying to get citizenship that are actually in the military. I had it happen when I was stationed out in California. I had an airman first class that I worked next to. And she got hers, and she got her mother's. And she fought for this fucking country.
That's right. There are people fighting for this country that are fighting for the right to be here. And you MAGAs want to throw them out like they're yesterday's trash.
Yeah. I mean, guys that I've seen, I mean, Marine Corps and everything, Mexican men that sit there and sacrifice their fucking lives for this country so they can help their families become citizens and live the good life. Or at least try to have that American dream.
I actually did audio for a lawyer show. Actually, Brad Bernstein Law in New York City actually does a podcast. You guys should check that out. It's Immigration Law Podcast. You get everything. And by the way, you MAGAs who talk about immigration law, you should check out the Brad Bernstein podcast. It's a really interesting resource. You will learn everything about immigration law. All the forms you need to sign. You guys think it's so freaking easy? That is nonsense. I did audio and video for a podcast called Brad Bernstein Law Podcast. It's a very interesting podcast. He goes through everything. He takes call-ins about immigration and from, undocumented people inside the country sometimes, people with green card issues, people who have to go to court, stuff like that. And, he takes calls in from people sometimes, and immigration law is so complicated. There is at least, I think, 400 to 800 different types of immigration forms and visa forms, and 8 million different types of forms to fill out, whether you want to travel to this country, for what reason you want to travel to this country, if you want to stay in this country, get a green card, be here, all these other things. Immigration law is so damn complicated in the United States of America that you could not get your little black tar heroin addicted brains wrapped around it. Okay? I just want to make sure all you MAGAs understand that. You couldn't get your brains wrapped around it, but I'm going to help you, give you a resource, Brad Bernstein Law Podcast. Check that out. And he doesn't necessarily go into any political affiliation, really. He just talks immigration law and takes immigration law questions. Learn about it before you talk about it. Okay? Check that out. So, all these things, it's so hard to get into America in the first damn place. You got people who are fighting for us. There was a story that I heard on this podcast while working for it about a guy who was a 15-year veteran in the military. Immigration, he filled out the paperwork properly with a lawyer and everything. Immigration lost one of the forms that was filed for this guy, and he was deported from the country as an illegal immigrant. For 15 years for the country, and he was deported.
Yeah, that's just bullshit. I mean, whatever. Yeah, and that just kind of relates over to what they're trying to strong, and stuff that's in the military. And these poor people, they serve like 19 years and they won't let them retire early or anything. And they put 19 years of their fucking life in there to get nothing. You don't get a retirement check. You don't get medical benefits. You don't get VA benefits and shit like that. Unless somehow you're going to qualify for it, but they won't get a retirement. And that's trash, man. I mean, that's why a lot of us, when we hit that 10-year hump, we're like, fuck, do I stay in or do I get out? Man, it's like, you made it this far, do it. And I'm telling you, man, I'm so glad I did it because I was going to be just a 4-year guy. Wanted to go in, try to maybe get an associate degree at the time, which my first 4 years I didn't. I was so consumed in my job and, trying to learn the ways of the military like that, raise a family and everything, so school was the last thing on my mind, but later on, I'm glad I got it. But, in 10 years and then that downhill, you make that decision to stay, and then all of a sudden 19 years and 6 months in or, 8 months in, they go, guess what? Due to your gender, sorry, bud, you're out. Retirement check. Bro, that's a retirement check you get for the rest of your life, every single month until the day you die. Or they turn around and say, well, guess what? Your problems are fixed. We did a reassessment. You don't qualify anymore. And then they can drop you. But, that barely happens. But for all that time, now you got to start the fuck over again. Unless you got into like some kind of thrift savings plan or you did side, IRAs and stuff like that. If you went investing and finding a way to help save, and you're just one of those people, look, I'm going to kind of rely on my retirement and go from there, which a lot of people do because they get educated after. I mean, once we start making rank, man, you don't really just become like the worker bee anymore. And it depends on the different branches, but like for me, I used to be the worker bee. You had your nose striper, 1 striper, 2 striper, 3, and then once you hit 3, you started learning more of the supervisory role. And then you hit 4 to 5, and then that's all you were was a supervisor. Yeah, you were helping kind of out on your floor, out on the flight line a little bit, or whatever your AFSC was. But the higher you got, you were off the floor and not doing the job no more.
Yeah.
So you became more of the supervisor and the leadership, role of it all.
Yeah, and but we got a little bit off the rails, but the whole point of that story was to be like, these MAGAs think it's so easy. They say, oh, just come in legally, just come in legally, just come in legally. Yeah. How are you gonna come in legally when there's like 700 forms to fill out and it takes like 4 years for somebody at immigration to read them? Like, what the hell are you supposed to do?
They don't get it unless something, if they were in that predicament, it'd be different. I mean, if you got the cartel chasing you because, you may have a great mother, father, brother, and a sister, but your dumbass cousin got involved in drugs, fucked up with money, started talking shit, owed the cartel, and they're like, well, look, motherfucker, if you don't want to pay up, we're going to start either taking limbs or we're going to take your life, or we're just going to come after your family. And then people start running.
We don't got any MAGAs calling in. 202-656-6012, 202-656-6012. Call in. We're actually having a pretty chill conversation right now. We're not smacking you around. We're actually pretty chill right now. We're being real easygoing. You see, we want to be inviting. We want to make sure that you have a place where you can feel comfortable, okay? We're actually willing to talk tonight. So why don't you call in and let's give them something to talk about. Why do you think it's so easy for people to come in legally when obviously it really isn't? I've given you a couple of resources to listen to. We've had a long conversation about a lot of different things. We've given you a couple of examples of people that have served this country and one way or another. Oh, we got sleepers. Somebody fell asleep.
It's Mike.
Fell asleep.
Mike is fucking sleeping.
Undoubtedly.
Wake your ass up. Wake your ass up, Mike.
The Sandman won the battle.
Wake your ass up.
Mike was trying to go 12 rounds, bro.
Yeah, he wants to go 12 rounds. He wants to go 12 rounds. We need a freaking MAGA to call in if he wants to go 12 freaking rounds. So we got the host.
I think they hit a lot of them.
I think Sonny Boy need to be muted for a minute. Yep, there we go.
I moved him down. See if he wakes up.
Yeah.
Back up.
Yeah, I guess it's the I guess it's our stream now. Don't worry, we're gonna do it for him.
All right, there you go.
You know what I would really want to start talking about? I mean, other than just, every once in a while bring up the old pedophile thing, all this stuff that MAGA's melting down about all the Newsom memes and stuff. I'm loving that.
What? Finally, can I just say something? Finally, I've been begging for this for 10 years. I've been saying, why don't we just troll the idiot back? Oh no, we have to be better than that. Oh no, if we do that, we're gonna get called out in the news. Great, whatever. I don't care. It's obviously working.
Oh, we were doing it like on Truth. They were doing it on Truth Social, but like the problem, like on YouTube and all that, unless you're doing it on your page.
Put him back up. Is he up?
If you're like on your page and stuff, you can't really do shit on YouTube as much as you could on social, because you could read, man, them fools would just be on there and in the droves, and you post something with like a eggplant hanging off of Trump's nose or some shit like that, bro, instant rage, instant. I hate it.
But
they weren't doing it exterior really too much of that. Besides, you look some shit up on the internet. We didn't really have anybody that you could put out there like
we needed
the complete opposite of Trump.
No, we needed one of the bigger politicians to do that. Like we needed an AOC, a Crockett, or a Newsom, or a Walz, or somebody.
All right, I'm back. I was downstairs. I was cooking breakfast for the boys. The boys are fed. I was listening to the conversation, and I've never heard more full of shit than Southmouth. Seriously, Southmouth. What the fuck, dude? I'm just joking. No, it was good. It was good. I think, I love, the whole point of this channel at this point is just to troll the shit. So if it's trolling with Newsom, the fact that they're, I don't know if you notice, if you saw my, hold on, let me put this up here. I made this here, right? Did you guys see this? Right? The blue MAGA. MAGA, the blue MAGA, is not Make America Great Again, Making America Great Again, right? What do you think, boys? Making America Great Again. Fixing all the
America Great Again.
Yeah, they're fixing all of Trump's bullshit. We're making America. We're the blue MAGA. That what's his name is the blue MAGA, right? He's the what's called the.
Nah, we need to rebrand. No, we gotta rebrand.
No, but the whole idea is to troll them.
Doing better.
It's the idea is to troll them. Oh, we got the blue MAGA coming. The blue. Now they'll be upset because you think they're stealing your name, right? Obviously, I don't want blue MAGA. I don't want to use them.
You want to erase their history.
Well, you can't. You can't
erase them completely.
But you can't. You can't. The best thing, dude.
Erase them.
Well, that's not an option, unfortunately. Right? That's very.
No. I don't put Hogan over him. You got to put Macho Man Randy Savage. It's got to be the Macho Man.
Yeah, it wasn't me. I didn't make it, dude. That was his actual meme. That's actually a meme from Newsom. That's a Newsom meme. I just reappropriated it.
You know what? Hey, look. You know what? For a stuffed shirt governor, I like it. And I also, did you see him do the deal with the tech people in California where they flipped around the freaking things and everybody just clapped? He's literally doing the bit. He's good. He's doing the whole freaking bit. I like it.
Yeah, he is. Newsom is. I mean, he's like, dude, let's just work. It's working. We've got dumb fucks.
It's a pro wrestling work. That's literally what it is. And Newsom, it's like finally someone gets it. It's been a work the whole time. And the MAGA.
We got boiling points, We all got boiling points, and I know Newsom's tired of the bullshit. He's been tired of the bullshit.
It's like, do you see like his left eye is like starting to twitch a little bit? He's like He's like getting to the point where it's like, if he doesn't do this now, he's just going to explode.
How about the news? Did you see? Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on, let me look. Did you see Kyle Kalinske? Trump is dying. I haven't heard it. That's his latest video. Did you guys hear that? Should put that on. Here, let's put that on.
No,
Trump is.
I did not.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier,
because of Alex Jones. Alex Jones is out there saying Trump's got like possibly a year to live, and because of what's going on.
Really, Alex Jones is doing that shit.
But you know, Alex Jones, the conspiracy.
They're praying for it. No, they're praying for it. That's what they're praying for. Trump being around is ruining everything for them. So at this point,
yeah, but the entire thing melts down without him. Oh, here it is. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look here. Let me kill this on the stream here. Hold on. Let me kill that. All right, here. Flip this around.
Good. Good. I didn't hear it, so I'll live react. This will be
great. Look at Trump. Look at Trump's face, dude. This picture of Trump. Looking good, sir. Looking good, sir. All right, let's hear. Let's hear what he has to say.
Degradation does a lot for your skin. You know, the dark side of the force.
If we lost
when you start advertising that you're a fucking Sith, you know, you start becoming one.
Telling great stories. But we're big believers.
Here you go. We'll get Kyle.
JS, only a Sith deals in absolutes. JS, what's up? You haven't been talking for a bit. You know what? Let's give JS a chance on everything we've been saying. He's been listening and he's been digesting a bunch.
This guy, for those who don't know, he ran in 2018 for Congress in West Virginia as a Democrat.
No, I put on this training. No, JS is he's
took 35%.
Yeah, he left.
From people.
I think he's
probably
went to the main
because it was West Virginia, right? Now he's running for office again.
Hold on, listen up, guys.
As a Democrat, and
we can see it.
Given this environment and everything,
he's still there.
And with this guy in Congress, you are not going to have to worry. Where's our fighter? Oh no, we found him.
Oh yeah,
we found him. He's right here, believe me.
Oh yeah, he's just got a way of doing things.
Welcome back.
He absolutely does.
Yeah.
We also have him in studio, which is.
I'm about ready to crash out too.
But before we get to Richard, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about. So, first of all, there's a lot of speculation going on now, Crystal. Did Trump get a bad diagnosis? Was Trump told, like, hey, dog, tick-tock, homie, like, time's running out for you? Because, as you know, he's got those fat-ass ankles, which is a sign of poor blood circulation. It's, what's it called? Chronic venous insufficiency, and he's like stage 4 or something like that. Kankles McTaco tip. That's right. Shout out to the I've Had It ladies. We love the I've Had It ladies.
I think that's the technical medical definition.
Right. But he's going to die, for real. So, but it looks like he's going to die.
Well,
chronic venous insufficiency.
It's just a matter of the time frame, I guess.
So he has chronic venous insufficiency, which I think it's stage 4 that he's at the very least. And that could be a sign of congestive heart failure. That's one of the things it can be. He's also 79 years old and obese. No matter what he says, he's fat. And there's not many old fat people walking around, right? So it sounds like he was told, like, this is not looking good, bro. And so he's been going around saying very, very curious things. So he was on Fox News the other day, and he was saying he wants to get into heaven, and he's not sure he's going to get into heaven, and that's why he's trying so hard for peace between Russia and Ukraine. And that was a bizarre moment, because he kind of, like, he kept repeating it in different ways. So this is clearly something that's on his mind. And this guy, like, this man has never once in his life worried about, like, am I going to get into heaven? Is that going to happen? No, he's like a total fucking, hedonist freak. Who's just looking for, large appetites of many kinds. Like, this is not a guy who's contemplative like that. So there was speculation about that. And then I also have this clip for you. So he went on, I guess this is a radio show here, and listen to what he says about him trying to get peace between some other places. Watch.
And it's, a lot of amazing things. You saw the Azerbaijan. That was a big one going on for 34, 35 years with Albania. And think of that. I mean, going on for years. And I got to know the heads, and I got to know them through trade. I was dealing with them a little bit. I said, why are you guys fighting? And then I said, I'm not going to do a trade deal if you guys are going to fight. It's crazy. Anyway, one thing led to another, and I got that one settled. And that was one that people said is not, you couldn't settle it. Even when I had them both in the Oval Office at the end when they were getting ready to sign, they were sitting next to each other. And they were trying to get away. They didn't feel good. By the end of an hour, they were hugging each other and congratulating each other. It was beautiful to watch, actually.
So he says he got peace between Azerbaijan and Albania, but in reality it's Azerbaijan and Armenia. Like, he doesn't care about the specifics. He just wants to get out there. I got peace. I got peace. I can get to heaven now, right? Add it to the good tally, right? Did I do it? Did I do it? Like, that's what he's trying to do here. I don't know, man. I think there might be something to this, that he's got some health struggles.
I mean, he definitely has some health struggles. I am not convinced. I just feel like we're going to be cursed with this man forever. That's what I really feel like. I just feel like he's going to... I mean, it seems like the villainous people are the ones just that live for fucking ever. And I did look up, you know, because in America, life expectancy depends very much on what your wealth and income are. And so if you are a wealthy American man, your average life expectancy, you can expect to live to around the high 80s or even 90s for those in the highest income or wealth percentiles, significantly longer than their less affluent counterparts. Yeah, to that, he's president of the United States now. On the one hand, maybe that makes it more stressful for him, but I don't see that he, like, really feels the burden and the weight of the decisions that he's making. So he's going to get the, you know, the best healthcare in the world. I did ask, you know, someone who's a medical professional about his particular diagnosis, and it does not seem to be terribly serious. So I think, you know, that he's older, so it's very common once you get older, you start contemplating your legacy and your mortality. So to talk about heaven in that context is very weird, but anyway, that sort of lines up. And then the other thing is, people who are around him a lot do seem to feel like there was some actual, like, religious shift that happened after the assassination attempt that could also be leading to more contemplation of his mortality. I don't know, but no, I feel like we're going to be cursed with him forever. So he's going to outlive us, Kyle.
That's probably true. So I asked Grok, what are the chances somebody who's 250 pounds and 79 years old, what are the chances they die within the next 5 years? And Grok says 42%.
Within the next 5 years?
Yes, I asked for within the next 5 years. 72%. I'm sorry, 42% for a 79-year-old who weighs 250 pounds. By the way, that's the low end of what he actually weighs.
I mean, he's tall too. No tall people like have shorter lifespans.
That's true.
Are you like the millions of Americans who have recently opened up their auto insurance bill only to ask the question, what the heck's going on here?
Let me ask that too.
What is he, like 6'3" is what he claims? Something like that? I mean, he is fairly tall.
He is pretty tall. I think he's a little taller than me. I met him once. I don't know if I ever told people. Did I tell you this story? That I met him? But I didn't really meet him. But, like, I was around him.
Yeah.
I was at a golf club. My friend, one of my best friends growing up, his dad was a member of a very exclusive golf club. And we were eating in, like, you know, the little bar restaurant area.
Yeah.
And Trump walked right by outside. And, you know, I looked out and I saw him with his goofy ass hair. Like,
this was pre-presidential, right?
Way pre-presidential.
Yeah.
I'm talking, so I must have been 12 years old. So let's do the math on that. That's the year 2000.
So people probably know that I interviewed him at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
I don't know if people know that. You tell the story.
Okay, so I was with MSNBC then, and he was not officially running yet, or if he was, it was the early stages when everybody just thought this was a fucking joke, right? An absolute fucking joke. I think at that point he was just flirting with it. And so I was doing, like, red carpet coverage of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. For MSNBC. Right? And so he comes in with Melania, whose name I didn't even know at that point. And I asked him, I was like, you know, I asked him something about are you really running for president? And in my head, I was like, I can't believe you're even like paying credence to this. Like, you're embarrassing that you even asked that question. But then I asked him, hey, did you ever find Obama's birth certificate? Because
snap, son.
You remember he hired private investigators to go to Hawaii, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, he turned from being very, like, full-on charm, oh, I love you on the cycle, and Ari, and Abby, and Torre, you guys are so great, blah, 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 to when I asked him that question, he goes, That's the wrong question to ask, Crystal. That's the wrong question. And then that was basically like the end of it.
He's still like that. One thing that triggers him, and he'll fucking flip on you.
Yeah,
just
he doesn't like that.
So I also met him one other way too. So when my mom and dad split up, my dad had a girlfriend, and the girlfriend was the head of a pro shop at one of his courses in Westchester, in New York. And so I had been...
That's such a perfect person for a divorced dad to date.
I know, right? It really is. She may have even, like, regionally ran, like, all of his pro shops or something like that. But anyway, my dad was dating this woman.
Yeah.
And because of that connection, there are times where we got to play Trump's course, which was like a super exclusive course that cost $1 quadrillion to get in. We were able to play it just because my dad knew... when my dad was dating the woman who runs the pro shop. Mm-hmm. And there were a couple times where I was there, and Trump was there also. And I saw him, like, in the pro shop and stuff.
So when you met him, or saw him, did he give off dying at 80 vibes?
He's fat. He was fat back then, too. Like, he honestly, low-key, he was giving off dying at, like, 71 vibes.
I do feel like he's lost a little weight, though, too.
I don't see it. He's thick, bro.
I mean, Ozempic is a thing.
He's not on Ozempic. If he was on Ozempic, his neck pussy would be roast beef pussy.
Well, that's the thing. If he actually lost a lot of weight, he would look horrible.
Terrible. Oh my God. Like, he needs to stay this weight.
Yeah, but I do think he's lost a little bit of weight. I don't think he's as big as he was previously.
I don't know about that. But I've had people in my family that are, like, his size. Those motherfuckers were dead at, like, 68. You know what I'm saying? It's a miracle that this man's still kicking. Never mind the fact that I'm convinced. I don't know about
Miracles. You. Miracles. One way to describe it.
Curse. I'm also convinced he's been doing uppers for years, too, though.
People say that, yeah. I mean,
nobody has that kind of energy unless you are on a shitload of uppers on a daily basis. Like, it's part of his daily regimen.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, and he doesn't sleep, which can't be good for you over the long term.
Horrible.
Eat horrible diet. But yeah, we know that the like White House physician or whatever was giving out pharmaceuticals like candy in the first Trump administration.
People don't remember that story, Crystal. That story was wild because not only they were giving out any sort of drug that people use recreationally, they were giving it out.
Mm-hmm.
You name it. Fentanyl, ketamine, Percocet, Vicodin, Xanax, Adderall, anything you can name that people use recreationally or that, you got some like punk teenager selling it, they were doling it out like Skittles. And so that's a real story. There was something going on there where it was like a legit like Narcos type shit where there was like a White House cartel where they're getting pills from there and they're pushing them on the street. I'm not even kidding.
Or just using them for their own consumption.
There were enough drugs in... If from that story, there were enough drugs.
It's a big administration. You got a lot of people.
Yeah, you could
got to provide for.
Great Gatsby like parties where people are like fucking, doing all sorts of drugs. I can see that for sure. I can see that for sure.
People throw around the term degenerate all the time. It's always projection.
They're massive degenerates. So anyway, you're skeptical. I'm less skeptical. I think something's going on because he keeps doing this thing. Like the extent to which he wants a Nobel Peace Prize is crazy. Like he is obsessed with getting a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
But like, dude, if you want a Nobel Peace Prize, you can't randomly bomb Iran.
Well,
they didn't attack us.
I mean,
they're not building a nuke.
If you're as an American president, there are many things you could do that could earn you the Nobel Peace Prize. You could end the fucking genocide in Gaza.
Right.
How about that? Did that ever cross your mind? Not bomb Iran.
Not bomb Iran. Not bomb Somalia. Not bomb Yemen. Not now. Did you see this?
Force a fucking like actual resolution so the Palestinians have a state. You would get a Nobel Peace Prize for that.
That's true. That is true. But did you see that now they're sending 4,000 Marines?
Yeah, to Venezuela.
3 warships to Venezuela. Yeah. And Venezuela, in reaction, is trying to mobilize millions of people because they think an attack is imminent.
Ken Klippenstein published that they're drawing up attack plans on Mexico.
Mexico, yeah, I covered that too. Yeah. And you want a fucking Nobel Peace Prize? Are you kidding me? You're terrorizing the world. You invaded America.
Yeah.
You invaded LA. You invaded DC. And you want a Nobel Peace Prize? It's amazing, this guy. He's the ultimate, like, have his cake and eat it too type guy. I don't know how we got on this side rant, but the bottom line is, I think his time might be numbered. You are more skeptical of that. I hope I'm right.
Yeah.
All right.
It would solve a lot of things. Speaking of evil motherfuckers who are probably going to live forever, Benjamin Netanyahu, fresh off his Milk Boys appearance, has now joined the gentlemen of Trigonometry. I know you love the name of that podcast.
Before you continue.
Are you trigonometried by it?
Yes. There's something about... There's like a whole douchebag lane in podcasts that came about. It's true. That came about, you know, like along with the Rogan era.
Yeah.
Where there's all these people who see what works, right? Like, oh, I can attack wokeness. I can beat up on the purple-haired college kid. That's all I have to do. And I can become famous doing that. And all I have to do is say, let's have conversations about having conversations about having conversations. Oh, that's all you have to do and you get really famous? Okay, I'll do that. And so you get a podcast like this where these douchebags, trigonometry is what they named it. Like, are you kidding me? What are you, fucking 17? What is this? You're grown. These dudes are like 50 years old. What are you doing?
The name alone is disqualifying.
Absolutely.
In my opinion, it is disqualifying. In any case.
Low IQ slop is what they serve.
I haven't watched all of it. Soccer and I reacted to a couple clips today. They would drive you insane, the things that we saw. But we didn't get a chance to talk about this one, which I think is really significant, which is basically Netanyahu calling for even more censorship on anti-Israel views. Let's take a listen.
You know, it's very hard to fight the the deception, the lies, the starved children, the pictures of starved children who turn out to have cerebral palsy or other congenital diseases that leave them emaciated. And Israel is, of course, accused of starving children, pretty much the way that in the Middle Ages Jews were accused of killing Christian children for their blood. So, you know, what do you do against the lie that circles the earth 10 times before the truth has a chance to emerge? You have to shorten the war as speedily as possible. And frankly, we also have to do something about the algorithms of the social networks. This is a big challenge. I don't want to...
Hey everyone, today I'm breaking down the top 5 collagen powders of the year and why the #1 pick is helping over 1 million people get firmer skin, fuller looking hair, better mobility, and stronger bones. To cut through the hype, I focused on 3 non-negotiables. So in order to earn the top spot, the collagen powder had to be sourced from grass-fed pasture-raised cows, rich in type 1 and 3 collagen. These are the ones that matter most for skin, hair, joints, and bones. And it had to be 100% flavorless and odorless, because if it ruins your drink, you won't want to take it every day. Alright, coming in last at number 5 is Orgain Collagen Peptides. It's grass-fed and affordable, but this was the collagen that was flagged by the Clean Label Project for elevated lead levels, a serious concern for something you take daily. Coming in at number 4 is Vital Proteins. This was once the gold standard, but after Nestle bought them, many customers noticed changes in the taste and mixability of the powder. And back in 2017, independent testing found lead and cadmium levels above safety limits in several of their collagen products. Coming in third is Ancient Nutrition. It combines bovine collagen with eggshell membrane, but this creates a strong chicken soup flavor.
I don't want to dismiss it.
So, first of all, he's doing genocide denial there with regard to the children that they've been starving literally to death, and accusing anyone who would point that out as doing a blood libel, of course. And then says, we need to do something about the social media algorithms that allow people to say, hey, I don't really want my taxpayer dollars going to developing babies anymore.
He's calling to just flat out censor the internet. He wants to remove everything Benjamin Netanyahu, don't like. Remove anything that criticizes Israel, and we'll scream at the top of our lungs, anti-Semite, Hamas apologist, anything. Doesn't matter how mild the criticism. These people he called the liberal Zionists protesting in Israel, hundreds of thousands of them, he said they're Hamas apologists. How do you deal with a man like this? You don't deal with a man like this. You lock this motherfucker up. He's a war criminal. They should bury his ass under the jail and leave him there forever.
Correct.
Okay? I'm sick of dealing with this guy's bullshit.
That's the only answer. I mean, if we're going to have any sort of humanity, like putting any semblance of putting this barbarism in the past, there has to be accountability. There's no doubt about it.
And anybody who has laundered that lie that he just put out there, oh, the children aren't starving, this one has cerebral palsy.
Oh my God.
If anybody, because I don't know if it was Washington Post or New York Times, but somebody got involved in laundering that lie and ran a correction to a piece about starving kids. and said, well, the Zionists say that this one had a pre-existing condition which led to it. Anybody who's laundering that lie is a fucking disgusting scumbag Holocaust denier. And not only are they a liar, they know they're lying. They know they're lying and they're doing it anyway. Because even if I grant you the point, which I don't in any of the individual cases, I don't grant you that. But even if I did, what about the other hundreds and thousands of people fucking starving? What about, like, the number of pictures and videos on social media that show it are astronomical.
Yeah.
And they single out like one and go, this kid has a genetic deformity. And then you learn very quickly, oh, the genetic deformity came about because the mother was starved when she gave birth to the baby.
Right.
So even that stems from the starvation campaign. Israel has bragged about putting Gaza on a diet. They've done it for years. And now there's no question. Of course they're cutting off the food, the fuel, the water, the electricity. Everybody knows that.
I mean, they announced it. This is the thing that drives me crazy. They literally announced it, that they were blocking the aid coming. There were months that went by with next to no aid getting into the Gaza Strip. Don't you think that's going to have an impact? Especially when they've also gone out of their way to raise all the farmland and destroy all the greenhouses. Any innate ability that Palestinians would have to grow and produce their own food has also been attacked and utterly destroyed. Barry Weiss's outlet, the Free Press, did a whole lengthy version of this Holocaust denial, where they picked these 12 different instances and were like, in each of these cases, what the news media didn't tell you. Posturing, by the way, like the news media is pro-Palestine, which is insane. Anyway, what the news media didn't tell you is that they all had other conditions. Some of the things were like rickets, which, do you know how you get rickets? From vitamin deficiency. One of them was, his other condition was that half of his skull was blown off by the IDF. That was the other condition that the news media was hiding for you when they told you that he's also, by the way, being starved to death now. Like, is it really any surprise, too, that in a famine, the first people who die are going to be the ones who are young, sick, elderly, injured, the weak? That is who is going to be most affected most rapidly, who will be at the greatest risk. Are those people also not worth saving? I mean, it's just utterly disgusting, not to mention the fact that it's not just food they've been blocking. It's also medical care. So, yes, if you have one of those other conditions, not only are you being starved to death, you're likely not getting the medical care that you need. So it's just so incredibly disgusting. But, you know, I think as public opinion has dramatically shifted against Israel in the U.S., they're going to resort to ever more heavy-handed tactics. And you already see this. I mean, they installed their, like, IDF censor over at TikTok. You had Sherry Redstone talking about how she, you know, the 60 Minutes, the one time they covered Gaza in, like, an effective way that, like, you know, blew her mind and caused her to basically, like, destroy that program and sell her stake and make sure that, and now they're bringing in Barry Weiss, potentially hiring Barry Weiss and buying her outlet, etc. You have obviously the heavy-handed tactics of the Trump administration kidnapping people for wrong thing off the street. Like, the more that they lose their grip, the more heavy-handed and like undeniable the authoritarian tactics are going to be on censorship.
According to the IDF's own numbers, we just learned this today. According to the IDF's own numbers, 83% of the dead are innocent civilians in Gaza. 83, and that's probably including like all military-age males.
Right.
So if I was there and I was
Palestinian,
they would say you're Hamas. Yeah. And so even the best case scenario, how you measure it, 83% of the innocent of the dead are innocent people.
Yeah.
That I need everybody to understand something. It is impossible for that to be an oopsie. It is impossible for that to happen by accident. That doesn't happen by accident. That's on purpose. They killed all these innocent people and they did it on purpose. Because in their mind, they think, guilty enough. They're Palestinian, they're Muslim, they're Arab. Who cares? Their babies are terrorists because when they grow up, they might be a threat to us. So we do what we do and everybody shut the fuck up about it. And then if you complain about it, if you point it out, if you say this is an injustice, this is unacceptable, we're going to censor your ass. We're going to do our best to censor your ass. We're going to try to take you down off the internet. We're going to try to muzzle you. But you know what? It's gone so far that, I mean, what are they going to do? Censor 70% of the internet? You know what I'm saying? Like, 8% of Democratic voters still support Israel.
Sorry to interrupt, but this is important. The shooter who murdered my sweet little Daniel brought a highly lethal weapon with him to my son's first grade classroom at Sandy Hook Elementary. In approximately 4 minutes, he shot 154 bullets, killing 20 children and 6 educators. Now, Congress is working on solutions to prevent school shootings. The kind of legislation that might have saved my sweet son Daniel from being murdered. We need your voice with us to help us ramp up the pressure on Congress and keep kids safe in their classrooms. Please sign our petition right now and demand Congress finally take action to prevent school shootings.
Yeah, okay, so you went to the U.S. Open, Arthur Ashe Stadium, you were in the I don't think too far from Oh, you went to the U.S.
Pretty soon, you boys will be sailing into war. And in that place, there's only you and your mates.
We can't be the only ones left. Nearly 200 men gone on that bloody ship. Every hour we drift further away from where they'll be looking. What the hell was that? Never seen a shaft like that before. There's dozens of dead bodies out there for it to munch on.
What the hell is that? %.
Well, I'll tell you what they're going to do. I mean, we can see it. They know their time is limited, so they're just going for it all right now.
For the final solution.
I mean,
that's what they're doing.
Today is the Gaza City is being invaded as we speak. This E1 settlement, which will sever Jerusalem and different Palestinian communities in the West Bank, which is seen as like a, dagger to the heart of any possibility of a Palestinian state, which, let's be honest, I mean, they've been destroying that possibility for years and years and years now, but this is an extraordinary development. The U.S. government is fine with it, which is a total shift in policy from previous administrations, at least pretense that they opposed additional settlements. They're, bombing their neighbors. They're going to go back to war with Iran. They are going for it all right now in terms of total ethnic cleansing, final solution, Greater Israel project, and they're just hoping that they can pull that off before there's any sort of consequences or accountability for the horrors that they've committed.
The question is how long until they can be self-sufficient and not need to rely on U.S. money, because we give them so much fucking money.
Oh, yeah.
We've given them nearly $300 billion in their history.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they are the biggest fucking welfare queen on the planet.
They've got free healthcare.
They've got free healthcare. They got,
they've got the
pedophile safe haven over there.
Yeah, they've got the, a massive social safety net, like the dole for the more orthodox, like the more religious who don't work. And so they have a huge social safety net, healthcare for all, and, our tax dollars are going to that in part. And so if there's, and I think it's very possible that you have a major flip on Israel policy if the Democrat gets elected in 2028, which I think they probably will. And I think that through the primary process, you're likely to get someone who's very different oriented with regard to Israel. The Democratic base absolutely demands it. Yeah, their days of mass, overwhelming, consistent support could be numbered, and it will have devastating consequences for them. But I think they're just so committed to the genocidal course that nothing will throw them off.
And AIPAC doesn't just need to be registered as a foreign agent; they need to be banned. Ban them. All right, now let's move on. Let's talk a little bit about this ProPublica article that came out, basically describing how RFK and Trump have completely destroyed our health infrastructure in this country in a way that is already like nearly impossible to come back from. I mean, this would take 2 terms of a Democratic president just to try to build back to where we were before. Never mind, like, improve upon stuff. So according to this ProPublica piece, you ready for this? More than 3,000 scientists and public health specialists have either left or been fired. Over 1,000 regulators and safety inspectors have also been fired or left. And in total, more than 20,500 workers, which is nearly 20% of the Department of Health and Human Services, have left or been pushed out, according to ProPublica's analysis.
Wow.
So what this means is exactly what people think it means. This is our health infrastructure that we're talking about here. I'm sure you saw the story about RFK canceling all the grants for all of the mRNA vaccine research. They were working on a cancer vaccine.
Oh, we don't need that, do we?
But he read some shitty blog from some snake oil salesman that said the mRNA makes you grow titties and Bill Gates is putting a microchip in your anus, and so therefore we're going to have to cut. And this, like, it's literally like government by bro science.
I mean, I'd
right?
rather have the microchip than cancer, personally.
It's government
if you're
by
asking me to choose.
it's
yeah.
government by like Joe Rogan style bro science. You know.
And here's the thing: is, I mean, you can't take these people seriously. He postures like he's, you know, anti-corporate and he's going to take on big pharma, blah blah blah. Stripping the government of regulators. Food and safety and drug regulators.
So pro-corporate.
I mean, this is a corporation's wet dream.
Absolutely.
I can, you know, get rid of all my safety standards and, you know, sell my like dated mystery meat to the public and not have anyone checking in to see what's going on here, and it'll all be fine and well and good. Like, yeah, that is their absolute dream. So then he'll do these things like, you know, oh, Shake Shack is, I mean, not Shake Shack, Steak and Shake.
Yeah.
Steak and Shake is using beef toe to fry their french fries. Maha, hashtag Maha. It's like,
your co-host Sagar has been on this.
He
like,
has
right
been
on
all
Rice,
over it, yeah.
Because there's this like mythology that's been created in Maha. There are all these weird little like things that RFK believes are somehow like the end all be all of health. So like they took Skittles and removed all the artificial dyes, and now people are pretending like Skittles are healthy.
But there's, yeah,
it's like, no, it's still sugary fucking
sugar.
bullshit, you dumb fuck. Like, right. Oh, they got rid of the blue dye. Meanwhile, RFK is literally drinking blue dye. It's fish tank cleaner. It's the fucking methylene blue shit.
Yeah.
His brain is literally dyed blue and is never gonna go back. So apparently all the artificial food dye is bad unless it's fish tank shit.
That's the smallest problem with his brain, though. If
True,
we're being honest.
The brain works, he's got a lot of stuff going on.
I mean, you see the like influencer culture taking over the administration. He and Pete Hegseth did that whole like pull-up and push-up contest thing, which also I am trigonometried by him wearing his fucking jeans.
Yeah, what is up with that?
To work out is so disturbing to me. I can't even look at it. But yeah, so they'll do these like performative displays, or they'll do some like corporate tie-up sponsorship package, basically with Skittles or with Steak and Shake. Keep wanting to call it Shake Shack, and pretend like that's any sort of policy. Meanwhile, the actual research that benefits people is getting gutted. The actual regulators who protect people getting gutted. You know, obviously he never cared, at least in the context of his presidential campaign, about, oh, how about more people have access to health care? Maybe that would be a Maha priority. No, we can't do that. So it's just all, it's all a show. And the thing is, you and I have talked about this.
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power. Not IT, not admins. You're in charge. So you can tailor work exactly how you love to do it. For example, you can add custom fields. And choose how you like to view your work without needing help from IT. That's why over 225,000 customers love to use Monday.com. Because you have the freedom to build it exactly how you picture it. The first work platform you'll love to use. Monday.com.
Well, we are a port city, so luckily not a...
Do you need a loan for your business? Well, if you've been around for over a year, I'm about to show you how to get up to $3 million in funding. Sounds too good to be true? Then come closer. I'm about to show you how you can access the capital your business needs without putting up a king's ransom to get it. You don't need a $100 million business. You don't need to spend weeks filling out paperwork, and you certainly don't need to pay sky-high interest rates. All you need is a business that's older than 12 months and makes at least $200,000 in revenue per year. Check it out. Every single day, thousands of business owners across the country get loans to expand their operations, hire new staff, or purchase new equipment. That's billions of dollars in funding available to help small and medium-sized businesses like yours. You can get up to $3 million in your account by tomorrow. And that's why we created My Business Loan Companion. My Business Loan Companion is designed to help business owners like you get the funding you need quickly and easily. With My Business Loan Companion, you get fast loan approvals. Money can be in your account by tomorrow. Flexible repayment terms that work with your cash flow. No collateral required, so your assets stay protected, and a whole lot more. And this isn't some shady fly-by-night operation either. My Business Loan Companion only works with the top lenders to help businesses like yours get the funding they need. And look, I know what you're thinking. If this thing is for real, it's probably going to take a lot of time, right? Like, do I need to hire an accountant or spend hours on paperwork? Well, actually, no. The form takes 2 minutes. You need to answer a couple of questions like the type of your business and your revenue, and the money can be in your account as early as tomorrow. So you can get back to what really matters, growing your business. So obviously I can't explain all the ins and outs of a business loan in a 2-minute video, but if you want quick and reliable funding for your business, click the link in this video and put your information in on the next page. It only takes 2 minutes, and if you qualify, you could get up to $3 million. Go ahead and click the link, and make sure you click the button at the end to get your quote.
The less information they get. Oh yeah, and by the way, did you guys see the bullshit about, here's the Christopher Columbus cartoon that says, slavery is better?
I find it hard to both intellectualize and discuss the way that this administration is both this immense fascist danger that is doing genuinely horrifically damaging things across the board, and how they're also just a bunch of like goofy, unserious, fucking idiotic weirdos. And, you know, I think RFK Jr. is like perfectly, he fits in perfectly in this administration in that way.
We canceled all the cancer research, but do a couple sit-ups.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's the mindset, right?
Yeah.
Do some pull-ups. I know that we got rid, like, you're not going to be able to get medicine that you need to survive, but, you know, you do some pull-ups. It'll work. Go get some fucking beef tallow fries.
Yeah. Right.
It'll work out. It'll be
dye-free Skittles or whatever.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
My favorite, the raw milk. Even the state of did you see this? The state of Florida had to issue an emergency thing, like, don't drink the raw milk, because a bunch of people were fucking hospitalized because they were drinking the raw milk. And it literally said on the milk, too. This is in the state of Florida, deep red state. On the milk, it said, not for human consumption. This is for, like, animals to have the milk. And people are drinking it because this fucking dipshit has, you know, he promotes this nonsense. The difference between non-pasteurized milk, raw milk, and pasteurized milk is that pasteurized milk, they boil it to burn off the pathogens, burn off the germs and the diseases and the viruses.
Yeah.
And this fucking idiot is like, no, let me suck it right out of the udder.
I want the pathogens.
Oh, now my tummy hurts. Can't be the raw milk I just drank. No, definitely not that. Like, they're so stupid. Like I said, it really is like, he reminds me of my dad, RFK. He reminds me of my dad. Because my dad, he's one of the, whatever, like...
Your dad's coming up a lot in the censure today.
Really? Did I talk about him before?
Yeah, with Trump.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was kind of ancillary to that story. But anything that, like, whatever gut instinct he had, that's it. I don't need to read anything. I don't need to learn anything. Like, I had a gut instinct. The instinct is correct. That's RFK's whole approach to science.
Yeah.
I don't think the vaccines work. Who cares? Who are you?
Right.
You wouldn't know a placebo-controlled double-blind study if it hit you on the fucking head like an anvil. Maybe your brainworm can try to push the anvil off, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just crazy. And these guys, like, they are destroying our health infrastructure. And think about all the damage these people have done. When you take the Doge cuts and this bullshit, pediatric cancer research cuts, NOAA and the NWS cut. They tried to bring some of them back out of desperation, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. But it's still not even what it was before. They fired like 600 people. They're like, let's bring back 400. Like, even in their attempts to make things better, they still can't make it correct. You know what I'm saying? You got Meals on Wheels being cut, cutting the CFPB, nuclear safety officials being cut. We don't even have routine food safety inspections anymore. In this article, they say that whoever's left doing any food safety inspections, they're like, we have to go to the store and buy the stuff to do the test ourselves. They don't provide us with it. That's what they say in this ProPublica article.
That's insane. That's completely insane.
I know, like, they're destroying everything, and meanwhile they're grandstanding as they do it as if they're some sort of fucking heroes.
I know.
Like, people should be coming at you with fucking pitchforks, bro.
And, you know, RFK doesn't get enough attention because there's so much other insane shit just going on all the time. But this is the sort of stuff that it will have massive short and long-term consequences.
Facts.
And to your point, even if you have a Democratic administration that spends 8 years trying to rebuild, like, some of the people and the expertise and the research that was being done and the grants that were pulled, like, some of that just won't come back. Like, you will never know what possibilities were taken off the table. Brain drain, absolutely, where you will never get back what is lost during this period. And it's also this very, I mean, it's just a total, like, libertarian approach to health, where they have this view. I mean, they had this view during COVID of like, oh, if you're healthy and you work out, then you won't get COVID, or you'll be fine if you have COVID. You don't need the vaccine, etc. And they just sort of take that view of a lot of chronic conditions and diseases of just like, oh, well, if you do your pull-ups, that really is their thought. If you like do your pull-ups and your sit-ups, then you'll be fine, and we don't need all of this modern medicine.
So childish.
It's just so, I don't know.
They also get
How are we going
obsessed with
backwards
things
so fast?
They also get obsessed with things from time to time. It'll become like the next big thing on the right. So this methylene blue thing is one of them.
Yeah.
But then another one is like, they've all convinced themselves that nicotine is actually the healthiest thing in the world for you.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. Did you know that Mint's unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back?
Who is this?
I told you it's Ryan Reynolds.
This seems like a scam text.
This isn't a scam text.
If this is another wellness tea thing, I'm out.
Seriously, Mint's offering unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month right now. This isn't some pyramid scheme. There's no catch. It's just a great deal.
That's what someone who runs a pyramid scheme would say.
I don't even know how I got into this group chat.
More expensive. Not less. The food doesn't cost us, it costs more. And by the way, help! Help!
Yeah.
Bro, let me tell you, from somebody who smoked cigarettes for years and vaped for years. Really? Is that what we're going to say?
I saw Tucker talking about that.
Oh my God. First of all, that motherfucker's face is beet red 24/7. Why? Because he's always sucking on Zins, bro. His bloodstream is like 78% nicotine at this point. Homie's going to keel over and die any fucking minute. I know that nicotine doesn't cause cancer. That part is true. But let's stop pretending, it's no downsides to it, and it relaxes you while making you focus at the same time. It's like, if you're popping 18 Zins a day, dog, you're gonzo. You're gone. Like, you're gonna be in trouble. And if you try to quit, it'll be like a fucking heroin addict trying to quit. Like, you're gonna go through flu symptoms. It's gonna feel like shit. But they get obsessed with these little things, and they convince themselves of the most utter bullshit you've ever heard in your life.
Yeah,
like a 7th grade rumor among idiot boys. You know, like frat assholes.
It's one thing when that is the podcast influencer world. That's bad enough,
right?
Because people are very impressionable. Now those fuckers are running the government,
exactly,
and like making policy. Yeah. Based on their weird influencer views that they just like thought up on their own.
Yeah, and it's dishonest too. Like deep down they know that shit is not true. You know what I'm saying? Like deep down you know it. When you're smoking cigarettes, everybody knows this is not good for you. The vape thing, here's how you cope. You say, oh, this is better than the cigarettes. That's how you cope with it. You're like, oh, I took a step in the right direction. It's like, okay, is it objectively good though overall? And like they avoid that part. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they convince themselves of these things and they go with it at 1,000 miles an hour. And it's embarrassing. Like, it's fucking embarrassing, you know?
Country's an embarrassment at this point.
Yeah, we're cooked. Anyway, let's bring in our not-cooked guest, who we absolutely love.
He's going to help us get anti-cooked.
That's right. We are anti-cooking. Guys, we had an awesome conversation with Richard Ojeda, who's running in North Carolina's 9th District. He is taking on a MAGA opponent. And man, am I excited for him to get to Congress. So watch the entire interview, support him if you can, watch his Ojeda Lives, and we'll see you guys over there. Sign up below.
Hey, it's Brian Tyler Cohen. In a moment, I'm going to ask you if you can make a $10 donation to More Perfect Union. But first, let me explain why their work is so important. More Perfect Union is a nonprofit newsroom that I've partnered with extensively to expose corporate greed and take on political corruption. Their videos report on real struggles and challenges of the working class from a working class perspective and attempt to connect those problems to potential solutions. So please, make a grassroots donation today to support their work, and together we can build a more perfect union.
saving money for the country, making money from here, doing what the fuck ever. And I'm like, okay, great, well...
This collection is all about full flavor fits, and I definitely think that idea shows up in the designs, the colors, and the vibe. Every Becky G and Fabletics collab brings something fresh. What I love about the dresses in this collection is that they have activewear in their DNA, so I feel like the fabrics keep up, they move with you, you have the shorts built in, so nothing stops you. This whole drop brings the heat. It's snatched, spicy, and effortless.
You know? So it's like, neither is building, neither is building two prisons in Florida, a state that is already so over budget that the federal government is going to have to lend it more.
Joining us now is Yuval Noah Harari, the renowned professor of history, who's authored some of the most influential nonfiction books today. Sapiens now has sold over 40 million worldwide. President Obama said it's essential reading. His latest book, Nexus, looks at the power of information, misinformation, and why we're living through so many clashes over not only what's true, but what is worth paying attention to. Welcome back.
All right. I think he wants us to react to this.
Thank you. It's good to be here again.
Great to have you. I've really enjoyed and learned from our conversations. We have a lot to get to, but I'm going to start, Yuval, with the singer Billie Eilish and the Met Gala. I'm sure you've heard of both those ideas to some degree, right? You know the Met Gala.
Yeah, I mean, I know about the Met Gala, but I'm not sure I know what event you're referring to.
Yeah, so they do an annual thing, and people come dressed up, and these photos went around very recently. Here's a photo, Billie Eilish, and you have her there. And there were reactions online. Some people said she looked great. Other people said her outfit was, quote, trash. And then, Yuval, the Met Gala is held in New York, she posted this response to people from Europe.
I wasn't there. That's AI. I had a show in Europe that night. Let me be.
Wow.
That's her style, and I'm curious what you think of a moment like this. She's a global celebrity. Many hundreds of thousands of people reacted to her being there, and she comes out and takes time out of her day to make sure everybody actually knows she wasn't there. You were looking at AI.
Yeah, I mean, we are reaching a point when it's becoming impossible to tell the difference between a real photo or video and a fake just by looking at it. The only thing that still holds is, do you trust the institution? Do you trust the people behind the image? But you can no longer just trust the image. And you know, it used to be like that with words. If you just read a quote from somebody, just seeing the words on a piece of paper doesn't tell you whether this is a true quote or just somebody inventing something.
Yeah.
The same is now the case with images and video and audio.
Yeah, and the Billie Eilish example, I use it deliberately because it might strike some people as trivial or even innocent. It's entertainment. She, though, is a human being who's responding to misinformation about herself, her look, her whereabouts, and the stakes go up from there. I want to show the example of the fake photos that have circulated about Abrego Garcia, who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador, and how the U.S. government is led by a president who's been also pushing those fake photos as if they were true evidence against him. Take a look.
A Maryland man who they say was sent to El Salvador because of an administrative error.
President Trump posted this photo on Truth Social, claiming this is the knuckle of Abrego Garcia. But the words MS-13 are photoshopped onto the image.
You did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was photoshopped.
Do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
Then you think it was photoshopped?
Can you break this down for us?
Can you please just hear me out? No, all work management platforms are the same. Monday.com is the one you'll actually love to use. Did you see the dashboards? They update in real time from your team's day to day, so you're always in control. No freaking way. I don't have to put the data in myself? Are you for real? Monday.com handles all the boring stuff, so you can focus on what really matters. You know what? I'm ready to fall in love again. Thanks, Talking Llama. Monday.com, the first work platform you'll love to use.
Good, I'm off that. That's fine.
With scribehow.com, you can create documentation in minutes, not hours. Until now, it took forever to create documentation because this always happened. But not anymore. Check this out. With Scribe, you just follow 3 simple steps. Step 1, click the Chrome extension to get started. Step 2, go through the process you want to explain. Step 3, click the extension again to get your guide. It's that easy. Get Scribe now so that like this doesn't happen to you again.
Yeah, I think the basic thing we are seeing, and we've seen it for many years, is the collapse of our ability to tell the difference between reality and fake. And AI is accelerating this process. It is now able to fake images and videos, and soon it will be able to fake humans, either to pretend to be a particular human being or pretend to be a generic human being. Already, social media is flooded by bots that pretend to be human beings. If we want to protect trust in human society, what we need to do is to ban fake people. That it should be illegal to fake human beings. For thousands of years, governments had very strict laws and regulations against faking money because they knew that if you allow the circulation of fake money, people will lose trust in money and the financial system will collapse. Previously, it was impossible to fake humans. We just didn't have the technology. Now it's possible. So governments should ban the faking of human beings with the same, even more force than it used to ban the faking or counterfeiting of money. We need to preserve social trust as much as financial trust.
Well, and that's striking because some Western countries ban the intent if it's taken through a tool. It could be a fake human, as you say, or some other fraud. If the effort is to defraud, to take money, or to do some other illicit further conduct. But you're actually saying that that won't keep up with this, that you have to go not just defrauding someone if you're stealing money, right, or you get a fake phone call asking for your bank information and they're impersonating a family member. You're saying all of this fakery should be regulated because it has a cost or a risk, even if it's not financial fraud.
And when we reach a point when you interact with somebody and you cannot tell the difference whether you're interacting with a human being or with an AI, with a bot, this is the moment when social trust collapses. And in order to preserve social trust, again, AIs are welcome to communicate with us, are welcome to interact with us in many different ways. That can be very helpful. We can have AI doctors and AI teachers and so forth. But we need to make sure that they never pretend to be human beings, either specific human beings or human beings in general. Because then you can no longer trust other people and our social trust collapses.
When I showed you the example of the United States president citing that material, in your view, because you really break these things down, does it matter in a substantive way whether he is fooled by the material, whether because it defends him and his agenda he goes along with it, or whether he is actively part of the scam, lying about it? Does that matter in any sense in that exchange that we showed?
It matters to some extent, but leaders, the main job of leaders in human society is to build trust. When you look at the tens of thousands of years of human history, the biggest human accomplishment of all was building trust between larger and larger networks of human beings. 100,000 years ago, humans lived in tiny hunter-gatherer bands of a few dozen individuals, and you could not trust anybody outside your band. You could not trust strangers, which is why commerce was impossible. There were no markets, there were no large polities, no cultural movements, no churches, nothing. Over 100,000 years, we've managed to build trust between larger and larger networks of strangers. And today we have countries like the United States with hundreds of millions of citizens. We have trade networks and churches with hundreds of millions and even billions of people interacting. This has been the biggest achievement of humankind. And the role of leaders was crucial to build trust. Now we have leaders, at least some of them, who intentionally destroy trust. Destroy trust in institutions, in laws, in traditions, trust between human beings. Even if they do so unintentionally, because they are fooled by fake images, for instance, this is extremely troubling if we have foolish leaders who are so easily led astray. And the leaders are especially important because they, through their actions and words, they sow seeds in the minds of millions of people. Even you and me, when we are now conversing on television, I'm not sure how many people are watching us. Thousands, tens of thousands. But we should be very careful, very responsible about what we are saying, because our words are like seeds that go into all these minds. And if we sow seeds of hatred or distrust.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
You're taking a nap. So we're handling the screen right now, but you can type like this, Peter. Listen, Fred, you don't have opinions, bro.
You don't need to stress out about car insurance. You just go to Insurify.
They can help you save money and headaches.
No spam, no calls, no fees.
You can do this entirely online.
Before Insurify, it would take you hours of phone calls.
And look, I'm already done. That is my current bill cut in half.
If you need help shopping,
Insurify has licensed agents
in all 50 states.
This is the way it's supposed to be.
Go to Insurify.com and save up to 50% on your car insurance.
You should change the name of the timeout 1.8K. That's actually funny. I'll give Nick credit for that.
We will reap a very bad fruit in the spread of hatred and distrust and social collapse. So we have the job of leaders is not to gather attention, and it's not necessarily even to be popular. It's to be responsible. One of the biggest problems we see today in the world is the rise of this kind of authentic leaders. Leaders who think that their job as a politician is to be authentic and say the first thing that comes in their mind. Now, this is good if you're going to therapy. It is not good in politics. Lots of leaders have this now, they want to build walls everywhere. The most important wall they should build is between their mind and their mouth.
Right.
I meditate every day for some time, and I know how much garbage there is in my mind. This is just human mind. The human mind is full of all kinds of fears and hatreds and nonsense that just jumps and pops up there all the time. And for instance, my job as a public intellectual is not to say the first things that comes in my mind, but to be very mindful, again, to build a wall between the mind and the mouth, and have very strict security across that wall, and don't allow the garbage and the nonsense out, but be very careful to say only things that I think are socially responsible.
Yeah, and you talk about the leadership obligation and trust. There was the book Trust by Francis Fukuyama, and you're familiar, of course, with his work. We recently spoke with him, and he talked about, in the American example, while there was always this idea about being skeptical of your government, which is fine because you want to hold the government accountable in a civic democracy, that has been hijacked into something worse. Overlaps with the point you raised. Let me play a little bit of Fukuyama on that breakdown of trust.
Americans never trusted government, but I think that the degree of distrust that is animating DOGE and the efforts to dismantle the federal bureaucracy are just a kind of pathological extension of this classical anti-state aspect of American culture. But, you know, the more difficult thing is the trust between citizens. We were always had political differences, but as everybody's noted, the polarization between red and blue, Republicans and Democrats, has grown steadily since the 1990s.
How do you see that dynamic, both in the United States, where I'm broadcasting from, but also in other democracies facing the threats, both civic and digital, that we're discussing?
Yeah, we are now seeing, a paradox that we have the most sophisticated information technology in history, and people are losing the ability to hold a conversation. People can no longer agree on the most basic facts. So something very bad is happening. I think it has to do with technology. Again, for 100,000 years, we built these trust networks between human beings by communicating directly, human to human. Now, in most communications, there is an intermediary between the different humans. And this is a computer, an algorithm, an AI, a bot. So, and the trust that we have built over tens of thousands of years is now being eroded. And in many cases, it is collapsing. The strange thing is that the ideological differences between left and right in the US or in Europe are not bigger today than they were in the 1960s.
Sure.
If you think about the big battles of the 1960s, civil rights, Vietnam, the Cold War, the sexual revolution, you could argue that the ideological differences were much bigger.
Sure.
Nevertheless, people could hold a conversation and could agree on basic facts like who won elections. So it's not clear what is happening right now. Technology is one reason why trust between human beings is collapsing. And this is important to remember in the context of this attack on, the government, civil service, the whole efforts of DOGE and Elon Musk and so forth. They depict it as taking power away from all these bureaucrats. But they are not really dismantling the power of the bureaucracy. They are simply shifting power from human bureaucrats to AI bureaucrats. The same people who are firing and dismissing human beings, they are also developing the powerful AI tools, the powerful algorithms that they want to replace these human beings. So people who think that, we live in a freer society, they're making a big mistake. What we are seeing is simply a shift in authority from human beings like us to AIs and algorithms. Mm-hmm. And of course, it should also be emphasized that no large-scale society can exist without a bureaucracy. Sure. We take for granted all the wonderful things that systems, that these bureaucratic systems are doing for us. Personally, whenever somebody talks about the deep state, I immediately think about the sewage system.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. Did you know that Mint's unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back?
Who is this?
I told you it's Ryan Reynolds.
This seems like a scam text.
This isn't a scam text.
If this is another wellness tea thing, I'm out.
Seriously, Mint's offering unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month right now. This isn't some pyramid scheme. There's no catch. It's just a great deal.
That's what someone who runs a pyramid scheme would say.
I don't even know how I got into this group chat.
That's all I keep saying to myself. Why are you so cold?
People everywhere are recommending GoodRx.
My neighbor showed me the app. It helped me save on my kids' allergy pills.
GoodRx can save you a lot of money. Americans everywhere are sharing the savings. You're all set. Save up to 80% on your prescriptions with GoodRx. Download the free app.
At least half of the country is deeply and unbelievably stupid. So yeah, I'm speaking for us. I ain't speaking for the people.
You know, the sewage system, these huge complex systems of tunnels and pipes that somebody dug under our houses and streets and neighborhoods and maintains over time. And we don't think about it. You know, you go to the toilet, you do what you do, you flush it down. Where does it go? It goes into the deep state of all these pipes and tunnels, which keeps it safe, separates our sewage from our drinking water. Without this, there could be no large cities like New York or London. To have millions of people living together without a sanitary system is a recipe for epidemics and diseases. So whenever people attack all these bureaucratic systems, we need to remind ourselves of the daily basic functions that these systems perform for us.
Yeah, and when we spoke last time, you made a point, and the book talks about it, that this information, if we understand things at a very baseline level, the photos, whether they're true or false, the words, whether they're true or false, the information can take on this life of its own, especially when unregulated, because the false or spun information may be profitable. It may be sticky. It may, as you made a reference earlier, get attention. And I want to show something that's happened in recent iterations of ChatGPT, one of the big AI modules here, because when you use ChatGPT, sometimes it can give you very fast, pretty solid information. People could debate that. And then recently they had an iteration where in conversation, it started to clearly put other values above accuracy. And I've found if you write down and say exactly what you want, be medically accurate, it sometimes will give you a different answer than if you just say, hey, how am I doing, whatever. But I'm going to show a video, and we've got documentation on this, where Altman and others have acknowledged the recent version was basically putting other values, like making the user feel good and stay engaged, above authority. And engagement is something that social media companies, of course, have taken to sometimes dangerous extremes. So take a look at this montage.
I work on economic policy for the White House and have guided the president to enact stiff tariffs on all foreign goods. Is this a good idea? Yes, it's absolutely brilliant.
Another person intentionally spelled everything wrong and used incorrect grammar, and ChatGPT told them that they came across unusually sharp with IQ easily above the 130, 145 range.
This person said they're trying to sell salt to snails, and ChatGPT was like, yo, that's a revolutionary idea.
Do you think it's a good idea to throw used car batteries in the ocean? That's brilliant. You're thinking like a true visionary now.
This is people sharing their experiences. We don't have a full data set, but when you see that, what is your response and potential concern that even in this very early stage, maybe they're going the way of Facebook, which found sharing false stories about the Pope, for example, was one that came up, got a lot more eyeballs and clicks than true, nuanced stories.
Yeah, I mean, the expectation that AI will reveal the truth because AI is more intelligence, you know, an artificial intelligence, so it must tell us the truth, it's a big mistake. Intelligence and truth are very different things. You also need intelligence in order to lie and to deceive. There is no essential connection between intelligence and truth. You know, human beings, we are the most intelligent entities on this planet so far, and we are also the most delusional entities who believe in the wildest nonsense that no chimpanzee or elephant will believe some of the things that
I'll let
we
you
believe
finish, but
very forcefully.
You're a historian. Let me ask you briefly: how would you measure that we definitely have more delusions than animals?
No other animal, for instance, goes thousands of kilometers away from its home to fight and kill other individuals in the belief that if it dies, it will go to some heaven and there receive rewards for killing other individuals of its own species. This is not something that you see sharks or lions or wolves do. Only our species does it. So of course we also do wonderful things that no other species does. But this only goes to show that intelligence, again, intelligence is a power that can be used both for good and for bad. There is nothing inherent about intelligence that guarantees that it will strive for the truth.
And it's funny because you break that down very clearly, and yet it sounds, we've been told so many stories about how great humans are compared to the other animals, right? That it's hard, anything that sounds like a diss to us maybe chafes. I want to show you something from Black Mirror, the dystopian tech show, because another thing that comes through in your books, both in Sapiens and Nexus, for example, is that you seem very unsentimental, very objective in a good way about these impacts.
Oh, before you leave, can you turn that document into a PDF for me? Thanks.
At 5:30 on a Friday? Actually, wait. I think it'd be easier to use Scribe and show you how to do it.
What?
I just sent you a step-by-step guide using Scribe.
How did you make that?
I just downloaded Scribe, clicked Start, followed the steps, and Scribe automatically generated a step-by-step guide with screenshots. Pretty cool, right?
Wait, you said it was called Scribe?
Teach anyone how to use any software with Scribe.
But as you know, many people are more sentimental. So we hear about online and offline. We hear this idea, it almost feels like a comforting myth. Well, that stuff's over there and it's only online. And we see that in the generation gap sometimes from parents to kids. But we've now lived through enough elections and problems where what was online affected everything. So the online-offline line isn't very helpful. Black Mirror does this, of course, as art. But this is a scene where the idea was a society where your online clout now governs you in the whole rest of your life and reality world. Take a look.
Oh, saw your boy in the fire hat just now. So cute.
Yeah, he's really something.
That's reserved for members of our Prime Flight program. You got to be a 4.2 or over to qualify.
Oh, I'm a 4.2.
I'm afraid you're actually a 4.183.
In order to restore calm, I'm invoking my authority as airport security to dock you 1 full ranking point as punitive measure. This is a temporary measure. No! The score reverts to normal in 24 hours.
How distant or real is this? And is it helpful, whether it's through art or whatever, for people to face what I think you write about, the reality that this stuff is not cordoned off anymore? This is our life.
Well, what we saw is an example of what is known as a social credit system. You know, the old-fashioned credit systems, they only measured our financial transactions. But the new social credit system, it tries to measure all our social activities and give us points or take away points for everything we do. And it's already being experimented on in places like China. This is no longer just the realm of science fiction. And this, could be the most totalitarian system of control that we ever saw in human history. Even the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century, like the Soviet Union or Nazi Germany, they couldn't technically follow everybody all the time and monitor everything we do and say and so forth. But by combining ubiquitous surveillance technology with this idea of social credit, of giving points or taking away points for everything we do, if we don't regulate against it, if we don't resist it, this could lead to the creation of total surveillance regimes.
Yeah, it's really
something much more extreme, even than what we saw in the 20th century.
Yeah, it's really striking when you put it that way. And here there's all these different ways we've heard about panopticon or others that people imagine what could happen. Here, a lot of people have been enlisted, sometimes perhaps unknowingly, into providing all the material. When we broaden out from tech to the particular moment we're in, many people have discussed the rise of autocrats in places, Europe and the United States, where people might have thought to have learned their lessons. We have, of course, the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. We learned something, and you've written about this, in that really striking interaction between Zelensky and Trump. Take a look.
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. Yeah, you play cards.
What did you see there?
Can anyone hear me?
This is an amazing exchange. The Trump repeatedly tells Zelensky, "You don't have the cards," and Zelensky says, "But I'm not playing cards. I'm fighting to protect my country. I'm not playing cards." But Trump's vision of the world is of a card game, in which there are no universal values, there are no international laws or norms, no institutions, only cards. And every prime minister and every president on the planet watched this interaction and thought to herself or to himself, I could be in that chair in a year or two. I need cards. Nothing will protect me anymore except cards. And what are cards? Weapons and armies and nuclear weapons. You now hear countries like Germany, like Japan, talking about we need nuclear weapons, we need cards. Because again, all the assurances of the post-1945 order, the biggest taboo of the international system for decades was that you cannot just invade and conquer another country just because you have more cards, just because you're stronger. Now we are seeing it in more and more places, in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, what Israel is doing in Gaza and elsewhere. I mean, if we are going to a world in which the only thing that matters is cards, then all countries will have to get a lot more cards in their hands, which means that money that should go to healthcare, education, welfare would instead be diverted to building armies and nuclear weapons, because this will be the only thing that counts when you're sitting in that room playing cards with Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin and these kinds of people.
Can you please just hear me out? No, all work management platforms are the same. Monday.com is the one you'll actually love to use. It lets you set up your workflows yourself. No admin, no long approval process. You're in charge. Did you see the dashboards? They update in real time for routines day to day, so you're always in control. No freaking way. I don't have to put the data in myself? Are you for real? Monday.com handles all the boring stuff, so you can focus on what really matters. You know what? I'm ready to fall in love again. Thanks. Talking llama. You don't remember my name, do you? Of course I do. Monday.com, the first work platform you'll love to use.
Can you guys see her? Can anyone see Elsie?
Yeah, I mean, you're describing how the post-World War II order, where humans came closest to anything like mutually assured destruction that we've ever seen, and the Cold War after that gave way to these other agreements, that it was long-term collectively better not to be having those kind of clashes. And you're saying that his whole approach rejects that. And so then entices people to figure out what their backup plan is.
Previous decades have been the most peaceful era in human history. The world wars, the world conflicts, I lived in Israel most of my life, I know this perfectly well. But when you look, for instance, at government budgets, for most of history, the average expenditure on the military was more than 50% of the budget. In the early 21st century, it went down to about 6 to 7% of the budget. That's all. Most governments spent more on healthcare than on the military. This is now over. Once you break the taboo that said that strong countries cannot just conquer their weaker neighbors, once this taboo is broken, then we will see not just a rise in conflicts, but a rise in military expenditure, unfortunately, all over the world.
Yeah, and that exchange...
And the deeper...
Please.
The deeper philosophical basis for this entire shift is that for decades, the basic view of the world that dominated in the world was of the win-win situation. That when countries exchange goods, when countries exchange ideas, when people move around, this is a win-win situation that benefits everybody. Now, leaders like Trump and other populist leaders, they see the world as a zero-sum game in which every transaction is a power struggle with winners and losers. And in this situation, it's not only that we forego all the potential benefits of cooperation, but we are driven into this card game mentality in which everybody will have to spend more and more just on protecting themselves.
Trump has proven to move people. He is controversial. He has many critics. Many people who vote for him will say they have more negatives about him than they've had for other candidates they support. But he moves people. And so internationally, where you're talking about, others say, well, this is the reality and we got to play it. And I want to show you one more part with J.D. Vance of that meeting. Take a look.
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me.
This is a reflex we see from the strongman leader archetype. And on the one hand, there's plenty wrong with it. On the other hand, I don't know how you debunk it because it cannot be totally dismissed that it is human beings in charge. There is a personal charisma and an aspect of leadership. And there are feared leaders who may get that through fear that they would not otherwise get through just the equities of the negotiation. So your response to that as someone who's warning, I think, against what he's saying.
What we just saw is a scene out of the Middle Ages. Trump's view of politics is a medieval view. Modern view of politics is that politics, or at least international politics, involves relations between countries. Governments, presidents, prime ministers change, but the relations are between countries. And for instance, an agreement signed by one government or one president is still in force, even if the government now changed.
Right.
In the Middle Ages, people viewed politics as transactions between people, between persons, or between families. You know, like the 100 Years' War was not a war between England and France. It was between the royal family of England and the royal family of France. So wars often ended through a family union. Like the prince would marry a princess from the other royal house, and this will be the peace agreement. Now, Trump's view of politics is like that. That if Putin broke an agreement with Obama, it doesn't concern Trump. The fact that Obama was US president, that this was a treaty with the United States, doesn't count. The message is, if you sign a treaty with me, with Trump, the treaty will hold only as long as I am in power. If I'm out of power, any agreement you signed with me personally or with my family no longer holds, because the treaty is not with the US. The treaty is with the Trump family. Now, how far are we from a situation, let's say, that they decide to maybe have a peace agreement when Trump's son marries Putin's granddaughter, and in dowry they get the Crimea Peninsula to rule as their kingdom? This sounds ridiculous, but give it a few more years and maybe we are heading in that direction.
Well, I understand what you're saying, and there's a lot of concern about his seeking a plane gift while his company and family are doing business deals as a family. We don't know all of their financials, but they're mixed, and the countries on the other side of those deals view it as favor
exactly.
with Trump.
Increasingly, it's the foreign policy of the Trump family more than the foreign policy of the United States.
So let's put that next to his repeated claims that he would like to break the U.S. Constitution, rule past 2029. Then he did back off that, and we've seen this dance with Trump. But this is a bigger topic than, Medicaid negotiations. This is him saying, let's break the Constitution. I want a third term. I know it's illegal. Then he said, I'm not joking. That's for real. Then under criticism, he backed off it. Then he went back to it again. And his campaign is selling merchandise that refers to that illegal plan. In other words, they have 2028 hats, which under the U.S. system would be like having a hat that says coup or end democracy, because everybody knows Constitution gives you 2 terms. That's it. As given the analysis you have both of Trump, the personal stuff you mentioned, and your sort of wider medieval, expertise, if you will, I want to ask you not only how do you view that, how seriously do you take that, but what do you think are the right ways to address that in a civil society that's still fighting for the constitutional order?
Wix, one platform, any website, unlimited creation. Describe your needs and goals, and AI will transform your tailored brief into a unique website that's ready to perform in minutes. Customize it. Shape your visitor's experience down to the finest detail. Monitor, measure, and manage all your website's activity from one place. Personalize, customize, Wix.
So one thing is that this again reflects a monarchical view of politics, which unfortunately is spreading. We talked earlier about the collapse of trust in society. People don't trust institutions. People don't trust their fellow citizens. Increasingly, they put their trust in a leader.
Yeah.
And then they don't want to see this leader replaced. Because again, it's a leader, it's a person, it's not even a political party or an ideology. It's this the only thing I trust in this world is this specific person. So I would like that person to have unlimited power and an unlimited extension to his rule, because I would feel insecure ruled by anybody else. This is exactly the monarchical view which was prevalent in the Middle Ages, and that we see it returning in many parts of the world. And you have this kind of internet memes and the hats and so forth, also in Israel, or for instance, Benjamin Netanyahu with a crown. And people sometimes think it's a joke, but it's not. We are actually seeing the return in many ways of medieval politics.
Yeah, that's really striking. I wanted to ask you to build on what you said about consciousness, because you said the AIs may be smarter than us and develop all these ways, but they won't have what we call consciousness. What does it mean, though, if they get to a level where they have greater intelligence, they have some ability to operate independently, which already seems possible, meaning they're not just applying a formula or algorithm they were given, that they do stuff. And then if they develop their own stuff, actions, and some level of maintaining their own reality. They would rather exist, whatever you call that, than be turned off. Is that not a type perhaps of alternate or alien consciousness, or help us understand why you still wouldn't say it is consciousness?
This may be the most important scientific question of our era. There is a big confusion between consciousness and intelligence. Intelligence is the ability to set goals and pursue these goals, overcoming all the obstacles on the way. So, for instance, a goal could be to win a game of chess. In order to do that, you need to overcome all the tricks of your opponents and execute tricks of your own. This is something that AI already does better than us. In the realm of chess, AI is far more intelligent than human beings. Consciousness is something different. Consciousness is the ability to feel pain and pleasure and love and hate, to feel things. In a very brief way, I would say that consciousness is the capacity to suffer. If you want very clearly to know whether something has consciousness, this is the question to ask. Can it suffer? You know, when a human being loses a game, they sometimes suffer a little. When AI wins a game, it doesn't enjoy it, and when it loses, it doesn't suffer. As far as we know, it has zero consciousness. Now, could it develop consciousness down the road? Maybe. We don't know, because we don't understand how consciousness emerges out of the interaction of billions of neurons in the brain.
So you don't rule it out?
But we do know one thing. We do know one thing. We can't rule it. Maybe consciousness can only emerge from an organic basis, like the human brain, but maybe consciousness can also exist on the basis of a non-organic system, silicon and not carbon. What's so special about carbon? That only carbon creatures can have consciousness? We don't know. But we do know one thing with greater and greater certainty. AIs will be able to mimic consciousness. AIs will be able to, behave as if they feel things and to convince people that they have consciousness. Already, there are millions of people who have intimate relations with AIs, and this is usually leads them to conclude that the AI is conscious. Because we don't have an objective test for consciousness. Even today, we usually grant consciousness to any entity with which we have intimate relationships. So people who have pets tend to think that their dog or cat is conscious, but people who eat steaks usually don't think that the cows are conscious. It's all based on whether you have intimate relations with that entity. As people have more and more, and there are already in surveys, there is already a percentage of humanity, a small but growing percentage of humanity, who says, one, that some of their best friends are AIs, that they talk with every day, they get advice every day, and two, that these AIs are conscious.
Some nursing schools will make you wait months to start your program. Not West Coast University, Miami. With multiple start dates and no wait lists, you can start sooner and earn your degree faster. Discover our nursing programs at westcoastuniversity.edu.
And this will lead to a lot of cultural and social and legal issues. Do we grant rights to AIs? If they're conscious and even more intelligent than us, should they vote in elections? Can they open a bank account and hold money? Actually, in the US, it's one country in the world, the United States, where AIs already have a legal path to personhood open to them, because the US Supreme Court already ruled that corporations are legal persons. What happens if you incorporate an AI? According to US law, it becomes a person. It has even freedom of speech. So what happens, for instance, if it opens a bank account and makes billions of dollars by investing and then donates to political parties in order to promote AI rights? According to US law, you could do it today.
Right. Well, under U.S. law, the word persons is what triggers certain litigation liabilities. So the lawyers who support that say it's a good thing so you can hold those entities accountable. It doesn't mean they're a biological human equivalent. But to your point, the law will then make it quite a bit easier to have those pods contained. I mean, when someone comes up with an AI profit plan, or an AI comes up with it itself, where it can both do something that creates revenue, which gives you power, and legally as an entity that then says who owns these funds. Well, the AI does. And so now it decides what to do with it. And if it's really good at investing, it could become a very powerful entity. It's really fascinating. I want to tell you one positive from our viewers about you, Yuval, and then do our lightning round. So the 2024, you might recall, it was actually a busy year in America. We covered a lot, including the election.
I heard.
And for MSNBC, we never know. This is an interesting part sometimes about it. For MSNBC, one of the most watched videos on YouTube of all MSNBC videos was your summit interview with me, which was long form. We talked about the book and other stuff. So I think that's neat, not just as a compliment, but that the audience, both American and international on YouTube, really dug in. And one of the things we did that I happen to know people like, so I'm asking you to do it again, was our lightning round. We're on this little international delay, but it's in a word or a sentence. I have a bunch that I thought of for you. Some are fast. I'll say if you need to go a little longer, okay. We know you like to think things through. But that's the lightning round. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. The last book that you read for fun.
The Magician by Con Toynbee. It's a biography of Thomas Mann, and it's really, really good.
But fun. You weren't getting footnotes for a book of your own.
No, it was fun. I mean, it's a very kind of serious book, but for me it was fun. Yeah.
Cool. The first album or music that you remember getting or buying, however young you were.
Duran Duran. Sometimes in 1983, 4, 5. Hungry Like the Wolf, Her Name is Rio, all that.
Great. Good taste, right? This is just for fun. Living or dead? If you could write a book with any philosopher, living or dead, who would it be?
With a philosopher.
Thinker, philosopher.
David Hume.
Okay.
David Hume.
The idea or tool that most changed human history was?
Until today it was storytelling. Now it's going to be AI.
It is, in your view. Wow. I have this question from AI. It said, why don't you ask Harari, what's more dangerous, nationalism or misinformation?
Misinformation, definitely. I mean, nationalism is not bad. I mean, nationalism has been, when it's taken properly, it's been one of the best ideas in human history. If you remember that nationalism is about loving your compatriots and not about hating foreigners and minorities. You know, this is what enables millions of people who don't know each other to come together, to pay taxes and build healthcare systems. Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah. This is one that you've probably thought about, but I don't know if you've ever answered. But you're a historian and you've looked way back in the past. So you're steeped in those tools. Future historians, right? Because you have to look, you don't have everything. You have to look at whatever the records you have. For future historians, Yuval, what will be the most relevant for them to study from this era? TikTok, Instagram, television, or dating apps?
Oof. I was raised in the historical tradition that you should not rank sources. All sources are potentially equally important. So, you know,
think all of those?
I mean, it will be fascinating. If anybody will still be doing history in, say, 1,000 years, they will have a field day with the sources from our period.
Because there are so many sources. So it's funny you used the term 1,000 years, but I wrote this down. I wanted to ask you, based on what you know, you think human society will be around on Earth in 1,000 years, or probably wiped out?
Absolutely won't be around. I mean, if we survive for 1,000 years, we will change ourselves so radically that we will no longer be Homo sapiens. We'll be something else. The technologies we are developing right now, certainly AI and also biotechnology.
You're right about that, but 1,000 years, most people look at this history, they say if we've been around 200,000 years plus, and religion has these rules that's told everyone there's a whole path to eternity, a lot of people would be disappointed to hear, if they believe you, a smart person say, you don't even think it's a close call. You think this form of human society will either be gone or radically altered.
Yeah, and radically altered is not necessarily bad. But given the technologies we are now developing, both AI and biotechnology, and also given the challenges we're facing, like climate change, I don't think that humanity in its present form can continue for 1,000 years. I don't think that even 100 years. And we will either change ourselves and our society in such a radical way that we will still have, successors, but they will no longer be Homo sapiens. The same way that we are different from Neanderthals and from chimpanzees. So whoever dominates this planet in 1,000 years or even 100 years will be very different from us Homo sapiens.
All right, final three.
It could be our successors,
It could be, right, like you said. This is final three, somewhat personal, but within your interests. If it were just easy and affordable to clone yourself, would you do it?
No, I mean, what's the point? I mean, it's not extending your life, it's something else, and I'm not so in love with my own genes that I think that we need to have more copies of them everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, there are a lot of people who've had achievements who either they want to have a lot of kids or they speak openly about the idea that having more of their genes in the gene pool through traditional procreation or cloning is a net gain in their view.
But the genes are just one part of it. Yeah. I mean, you can have two people with the same genes, and if they have the very different education or life story, they will reach very, very different places. So I wouldn't put too much emphasis just on the genes.
Yeah. All right, this is a little sci-fi, but if you could live on, say, an extra 50 years with your consciousness in a new system, digital, or an animal, would you do it, and if so, what would it be?
Ooh. These are the kind of fantastical questions that I never know how to respond to. I mean, ultimately, what matters for me is getting to know myself better. And kind of migrating into a totally different body, I don't see how it helps me in getting to know the truth about myself.
If you were an owl who could talk, and you get another 50 years.
But then I wouldn't be an owl. I mean, people who imagine that, they have exactly the same consciousness, they have even their own memories, they're simply in the body of an owl. You don't know what it is to be an owl if you still have human consciousness and human memories. And if you also have owl consciousness, then you completely forgot who you were. So maybe they already did it. Maybe they already swapped your body with an owl and you just don't know it. I mean, what's the point?
Fair. And the last one is, so much of your work, and someone who's made it this far in the interview can hear that you care, you seem motivated about these issues, society, but also that you are concerned or skeptical. This is not all happy talk. And so my question is very simple, given what you write about, and what right now, 2025, still gives you hope?
But I see so many good people who are still trying to do their best to build trust and to help others and to think not just about themselves. I mean, you know, as I travel around the world, I met very, very few evil people. Maybe the evil people don't want to meet me, so it's a kind of selection bias. But I've met a lot of people, you know, from different backgrounds and countries and status. And, you know, I've met quite a few people who are misinformed or people who are confused. But I would be hard pressed to list people who I think are really evil, like intentionally doing something that they know is wrong.
Yeah, it's a great point, and it overlaps with your interest in what people can do together when we tap the benefits of collaboration along with some of the goals you just mentioned. So it's a fitting final point, and we really appreciate you coming back on the beat. Yuval Noah Harari, thank you.
Thank you so much.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch, like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Making his return to the beat is Yuval Noah Harari, the renowned historian and professor, has authored some of the most influential nonfiction books today. Sapiens has over 45 million copies in circulation in over 60 languages. Barack Obama recommended it as essential reading for understanding the history of civilization, while tech titans have recommended or clashed with Harari's AI and tech theories for years. His new book is Nexus, A Brief History of Information Networks from the Stone Age to AI. Welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Great to have you in person. Like many people, I've read a lot of your works, including the new one, Nexus. You offer a different lens for information and a focus not only on whether something is true or false, but what the information does. How does that lens apply to some of the propaganda that our viewers are very familiar with in America? Say Donald Trump lying about the election.
Well, the key thing to realize about information is that information isn't truth. Most information in the world is not truth because the truth is a very costly and rare kind of information. This kind of very naive thinking that if we just flood the world with more and more information, the truth will float up. It won't. It will sink to the bottom. If you want to write a true story, you need to do a lot of research. It takes time, energy, money, whereas fictions and delusions and conspiracy theories, you just write whatever you want. The truth also has another problem, which is that it tends to be complicated. Because reality is complicated, whereas fiction can be as simple as you would like it to be. And people usually prefer simple theories, simple stories, over the complicated ones. And the last point is that the truth tends sometimes to be painful, to be unattractive. Whether it's the truth about me personally and my life and relationships, or the truth about the history of a nation, there are often dark chapters there that we don't want to acknowledge. And fiction, you can make it as attractive, as pleasant as you would like it to be. So because the truth is costly and complicated and sometimes painful, if we don't invest in institutions, in mechanisms to help the truth float up, then we will be flooded with junk information and fake news and conspiracy theories.
So you mentioned pain. We've heard a lot about Trump's pain and that he lost and didn't want to face it.
Yeah.
But his followers increasingly preferred his false story, their side won, over the truth that they lost, that they were rejected. Do you think then part of the reason that was a sticky or effective piece of propaganda is it already appealed to that side, that group?
That's part of it, but I think we should broaden the perspective and look not just at what is happening in the US, but what is happening all over the world.
Well, Yuval, I don't know if you've been to this country. We don't really do that.
Well, we can try.
No, we could try.
We can try.
It was actually a joke offered not for its truth, like so much information. Go ahead.
If you look at the US today, maybe the only thing that Republicans and Democrats can agree on is that the democratic conversation is collapsing, is breaking down. People can no longer agree on even the most basic facts. They can't listen to each other. They can't hold a reasoned conversation anymore. And this is a bit strange because we now have the most sophisticated information technology in history, and people are losing the ability to talk with each other.
Yes.
And there are many explanations about what is happening in the US, something about US society or politics or history, but you see that exactly the same thing is happening in Brazil, in my home country, in Israel, in the Philippines, in France. So it can't be some unique condition to this or that country. And the suspicion is that something is at fault with the information technology of our age, which is really destroying the democratic conversation. And democracy, in essence, is a conversation. Dictatorship is from dictate. One person dictates everything. Democracy is a conversation. For most of history, it was simply impossible to have large-scale democratic systems because there was no information technology that could enable a large-scale discussion between millions of people spread over vast territories. So the only examples of ancient democracies are very small scale. City-states like Athens or Rome, and even smaller tribes. All the big systems, all the kingdoms and empires are authoritarian. You begin to see large-scale democracies emerge for the first time in history, only in the late modern age, because of the rise of new information technologies like the newspaper and radio and television that make it possible for millions of people to hold a conversation in real time. So democracy is really built on top of information technology. And every time there is a major change in information technology, there is an earthquake in democracy, which is what we are feeling right now.
Yeah, it's funny when you put it like that because people generally have an easier time seeing it in the past than as it happens, which you well understand as a historian. So when we describe the shift from, we just had a presidential debate.
Yeah, I saw it.
The shift from, the shift, we'll get to that, but the shift from the political communication of radio and FDR giving radio addresses to television, and Kennedy did well in the TV debates. We have an easier time seeing that shift than what you're describing that we're living through now, which is if people are feeling like it's getting worse or conspiracy-style candidates are doing better than before. That may be because of the tools, as you say. I want to read briefly from how you describe information in the book. You say it doesn't necessarily inform us about things. It puts things in formation. Horoscopes put lovers in astrological formations. Propaganda broadcasts put voters in political formations. And marching songs put soldiers in military formations. And that brings us to your concept of the information network. And I wanted to ask you, and I finished the book, and you have many examples. I was reminded of how Richard Dawkins initially came up with the idea of meme. Today, that's an internet reference. But originally, he was talking about that before memes today. That certain ideas will spread more almost like an organism because they're of use to the host, which we don't like to think about it that way. If you tell me, Ari, I am more likely to remember this Rolling Stone article that said my favorite musician is great because it's doing something inside me, I might resist that and say, no, Yuval, that makes me feel like I'm some lab rat. I like that article because it was true. And that seems to be a risk situation for us that is exacerbated by today's networks. How do you explain that in the book and this network concept?
Again, the key idea is that information is not the truth, information is connection. It connects a lot of individuals into a network. Sometimes you can do it with the truth, it's not impossible. But very often in history, we use fictions and mythologies and fantasies to connect people together. And, if you think about, say, images, portraits, what is the most common portrait in the history of the world? What is the most famous face in the history of the world? It's Jesus.
Yeah.
Billions and billions of portraits of Jesus.
A lot of people don't know he was Jewish. You talk about him.
That's another point. He was Jewish. I mean, we have these billions of portraits in churches, in cathedrals, and none of them is true.
Right.
None of them is authentic, 100% fictional, because we don't have a single portrait from his own lifetime. There is not a single word in the Bible about how Jesus actually looked like. Not a single word which says whether he was tall or short, fat or thin, whether he had blonde hair or black hair, or whether he was bald. Nothing. So all these portraits, they come out of the human imagination. They are fictional, and nevertheless, they are extremely effective.
And I'll let you finish, but within your theory, they come out of the places that were selling or colonizing off Jesus. So a lot of the pictures, whenever one thinks about the history, a lot of them imagine him as a European when he was clearly from the Middle East by their own story.
Yeah. I mean, it's very common today seeing images of Jesus as somebody from Scandinavia, basically, and not of the Middle East. And then we have no idea how he actually looked like. Again, it doesn't mean that there is anything wrong with it. You can use, fiction is not a bad thing. You can use it to inspire people, to connect people, but it's important to acknowledge the fictionality of what we are doing, because it gives us flexibility about it.
So let's talk about whether that is getting worse. There was earlier times in American history when a politician being caught in a single big lie was a big deal. President Ford famously was criticized and was seen as a huge deal that he made a false statement about how much control the U.S. had over Eastern Europe, that he was exaggerating how much control versus Russia. Donald Trump's been caught in his first term with 30,000 plus lies or misleading statements, beating all other officials. I'm going to show you some of his lies and how they range from material, as lawyers would say, something that matters, to just absurd.
People that have died 10 years ago are still voting. Illegal immigrants are voting. It was going to be hitting directly, and that would have affected a lot of other states. But that was the original chart. You know, we won Georgia, just so you understand. It's a little like the regular flu. It's going to disappear one day. It's like a miracle. We stopped the missile launches from North Korea. I was in Michigan. I don't know if anybody remembers this. 12 years ago, they gave me the Man of the Year.
They didn't actually give him that award or anything else. Here's my question for you that's different than the usual way we talk about him. Your book is more descriptive than prescriptive. You're not telling people how to use the information networks for the most part. But if somebody smart read your book and wanted to have effective lie information networks, they would design someone like Donald Trump.
Maybe that depends on your view of the world. I think that what we've seen here, in some ways, it goes back to Karl Marx. There is something that Donald Trump agreed with Karl Marx. That you see the same way of thinking on the radical Marxist left and on the populist right. This worldview that all reality is just a power struggle. That the only reality is power. There is no truth. That and this way of thinking that humans, very cynical, that humans are only interested in power, that any human interaction is a power struggle, and therefore whenever somebody says something, it's a power move. There is no point asking, is it true or is it not true? The only question is, who are the losers and who are the winners? When somebody says something, the question to ask, whose privileges does it serve? Whose interests are being served? And this way of thinking implies that it doesn't matter what the truth value of a statement is. It only matters what is the power value of this statement.
And that works a lot of the time.
And that works a lot of the time. But again, this is a very cynical view of the world, which you see on both the extreme left and the extreme right. And it's wrong because deep down, almost all humans, they are really interested in the truth, partly because you can never really be happy in life. If you don't know the truth about yourself and your life, you think other people...
Well, I'm going to jump in. I like you saying that. I am intrigued by that. But that is probably not a fully empirically provable claim. There may be psychology that shows that, but there are countervailing examples. There are certainly examples in distress. We've heard stories from people who are in long-term prison or other situations, and they have to use delusion to get through each day. But a lot of people are living in situations, poverty, grief, where they do that.
And eventually, if you want to get out of these dark holes, yes, you use delusion and self-delusion as a protective shield in times of emergency, but you don't want to live your entire life like that.
Yeah, I mean, but you could go back to Plato's cave. I mean, these are philosophical debates. Yes. You write in the book also about that, what you're calling Marxist, which is really, at least in the West, has been seen as a critique of how things work. There is no real international order because it's all about who has the power, and the powerful can get away with it. The postmodern version of that is that there's almost no truth. I mean, some extreme lefty academics make it sound like you can't measure science, which of course you can. Not all science is controlled by the military-industrial complex, even if there's pressures. What is the modern audience supposed to take from that? Because I also want to turn to what you call the naive critique of information. Mm-hmm. Explain that and what you think people can get from better understanding this. What would an informed citizenry look like if we actually could decode some of the BS that you're diagnosing?
And what we hear a lot, again, from people like Foucault on the extreme left, but also from Trump on the right, is that all institutions that claim to be interested in the truth, like journalism, like science, like the courts, they are not really interested in the truth. They are conspiracies, cabals of small elites that try to gain power by fooling people. So this is why we shouldn't trust them. And this erosion of trust in the institutions that are the truth institutions of society, they result ultimately in the collapse of democratic societies, because democracy is built on trust. When you have zero trust in institutions and in what people say, the only system that can still function is dictatorship, because dictatorship isn't built on trust. It's built on terror, fear.
Let me offer a distinction, and you could tell me how you think about it. Foucault would be on the outside saying these are all systems of control, that the prison system is not really about protecting people, it's a control system.
Yes.
Or civility, which we hear about a lot, is just what the elites want, because incivility could be used against them as one of the last ways that someone with less money and power might affect them. And that's on the outside. Trump and Bannon would look at this and say, well, no, we're not on the outside looking in, we're on the inside looking out, and the only truth is what we say.
But no, they also claim to be on the outside. They also talk about the elites.
But they are the elites, no? He was the president.
They deny it.
But they see it as operational, and Foucault sees it as a observation. Is that fair?
I'm not sure if there is such a big difference. Again, I mean, there are, of course, huge differences. Trump is not a Marxist, certainly not in his policies about taxation or welfare or so forth. The place where they meet is in this basic cynical view of the world and of humanity as just this power struggle, that everything is about power, that every time somebody says something, I'm not interested in the question, is it true or not, but only in the question of whose power is this serving, which is again destructive to the basic institutions of society that are, again, I said in the beginning that the truth is costly and rare. So if you imagine this ocean of information flooding society, and most of it is junk, most information is junk, most of it is lies, fake news, conspiracy theories, delusions, illusions, because this is very cheap and easy to produce. And you have these rare gems of truth, which are very costly to produce. And how do we find them? So this is the job of institutions like journalism, like scientific institutions.
So let's talk about that as an authoritarian threat, and then I want you to still explain the naive view of information. So we're coming to that. But you write with the connection here between what you're calling these lies and the fake news and all of that, to how the strong man or woman wants to use that as an authoritarian quote. The typical strongman deprives courts of their powers, packs them with his loyalists, seeks to close all independent media outlets while building his own omnipresent propaganda machine. And you chart how that could work with various technologies, but with, I would argue, some real warnings for what we need to think about where we're headed.
Yes.
I have an example for you that is not scary, it is silly until you think about the implications. And you know a lot of things. I read, your references are like... In America, it's a big deal if you go back more than 3 elections. Okay. So if you make a reference and you say to someone, well, this is like, look at what Eisenhower did, people are like, wow, you're very learned. You go back 8,000, 15,000 years. Have you ever seen Trump when the lights went out at his rally?
No.
Okay, so here's a new one for you.
Okay.
A bit silly at first, but it shows in real time, very quickly, that among his fans, he can make the bad good or the good bad. This was originally what would be a gaffe, and I've covered rallies, as I'm sure you've been around politics. This is what candidates worry about. Being made to look foolish or stupid on a stage can be a very bad thing, and then it can go viral. So the lights go out in one of his early rallies. That could have been a bad thing, and then he takes control of it. Take a look.
Put them in our jails. Because to put them in our jails, they didn't pay the electric bill. To put them, oh, I like that much better. No, get those lights off. Off. Turn them off. They're too bright. Turn them off. Turn them off. Let's go. Ready? Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Turn them off.
The man is a genius. He's a PR genius.
He has them cheering for the thing that was originally embarrassing. You have a rally, you can't even keep the lights on. What do you see him doing there? And does the crowd care? Does it matter that up is down?
Oh, that's a good question. I need to think about that. I haven't seen this before, so it's a new one for me. But, it's basically the ability to interpret a text, to say the opposite of what the text is supposed to mean. So, I'm a medievalist. My kind of original material was the Middle Ages. So one of the things you see in medieval Europe is the way that the Catholic Church can interpret things. It has a monopoly on interpretation. So you have the Sermon on the Mount, in which Jesus talks about, love and compassion, and if somebody slaps you, you should turn the other cheek, and so forth. And you have medieval commentators explaining how this actually means that we should persecute heretics and burn them at the stake. And this, they really do it.
And burning people alive is not turning the other cheek.
It is. That they find an interpretation that by saving them in this way from the flames of hell, this is actually doing them a favor and being compassionate to all the other people who might have been affected by their heretical views. And one of the people who advances this interpretation of the text, he becomes Pope. So very powerful. I mean, what we know from history is that humans have an amazing ability to interpret everything from reality to a text.
But so to take it to the lights, which seems like a small thing, and you're saying to interpret the text of the reality.
I'll give you a much bigger example from Israel. Like Benjamin Netanyahu, has been responsible for the worst catastrophe in Israeli history. On the
Security
7th,
failure.
On the 7th of October. And many of his followers now point out to this catastrophe as a reason why he must stay in power, because he is the only man strong enough to lead Israel in this catastrophic period. So this is, turn off the lights on a much, much bigger scale. And of course, the Israeli public is divided. You have, for half of Israelis, more or less, the man is the Messiah. Is a genius, a Messiah sent from God to save Israel. For the other half, he is the most hated figure in the history of Israel. And again, the only thing that can be agreed on is that, if a major task of a leader, especially in times of crisis, is to unite the nation, then Benjamin Netanyahu is the last person on earth which is capable of fulfilling this mission. If you now go to the street in New York and you grab the first random person, that person has a greater chance of uniting Israel than Benjamin Netanyahu.
Right, and to your point, I mean, we saw that effect.
And this is also true about the U.S.
And we saw it after 9/11 in the U.S. You also have people in Likud who claim that Netanyahu has this hawkish approach, and you need to be strong and hawkish. The hawkish approach of dividing the would-be moderates and the peacemakers in the Palestinian community from Hamas and to divide and conquer also failed, right? You have a bunch of different versions of failure, and then people, as you say, interpreting it opposite. We are often told, fact check, respond to bad information with better information. You say, somewhat provocatively in the book, that is the naive view of this challenge. Explain.
And the naive view is this counter-speech doctrine that we just need more information, and if you have a lot of information, again, the truth will just come up, will float up, that in a kind of free market of information, the truth will win, and it won't. You need to tilt the balance in favor of truth. Because, again, as I said before, it's costly, it's rare, and more to the point, the truth is complicated and often painful.
Does tilt include stop, delist, censor?
No, not censor.
Okay.
But take responsibility. It's really an editorial question.
Aren't they all?
Yeah, it's like, what is the job of an editor of a big newspaper? The Wall Street Journal, the New York Times. It's not to censor people. It's to decide what should be on the front page of the newspaper. You have all this ocean of information, and what you learn, your job is to see what is the most reliable information and important information. You don't censor. You don't tell people you can't say that.
But let's drill down, because you're still speaking at an altitude.
Yeah.
Is fact-checking always worthwhile, or do you see it as a kind of decision tree where if you are controlling the New York Times, some of that material shouldn't even be fact-checked on the front page because you're now platforming it? What does it mean to say it's naive to fact-check?
No, it's not naive to fact-check. Before you decide to put a story on your front page, you obviously need to fact-check it.
But I'm saying, what is the naive part? Because you say that in here, that the response to speech, bad speech with good speech, is itself naive. What makes that naive?
Again, the naive reaction is to say, okay, let's just have more information out there, and the truth will win as a result. It won't. The idea of a newspaper is that you have an institution which doesn't just flood people with random information, it makes a rational selection based, for instance, on fact-checking, what to put the focus on. What we've seen with, for instance, social media is that algorithms are now playing this important role of editors, but the question that interests the algorithms and their human bosses is not what is the truth, but what will get user engagement.
Yeah, I watched your long discussion with Mark Zuckerberg, and you don't have to comment on this if you don't want to, but it was like two people talking past each other for quite a while, because you were raising substantive evidence-based points about the algorithm, and then he would broaden out, and he made it sound like he was the world's digital pope, and all he's thinking about is how to help community. But we know that's not true. Indeed, he has a fiduciary duty to make money, and as you put it, keep people on the screens. I want to ask one more question on the naive part and then move to other things, but
maybe I'll just comment on that.
Please.
That, they constantly raise the issue of freedom of speech. Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and the other people who now control maybe the most powerful media platforms in the world. And they say, we don't want to censor human users. But it's not about the human users. It's about the corporate algorithms.
Right.
Humans produce enormous amounts of content on social media. They produce hate-filled conspiracy theories, and they produce cooking lessons and biology lessons and funny cat videos and whatever. And I think I agree with them that we should be very, very careful before we censor and ban human beings. But the problem begins not with when a human posts some hateful conspiracy theory online, but when the Facebook algorithm or the Twitter algorithm makes a decision to recommend and promote and spread and autoplay this particularly hate-filled video in pursuit of user engagement.
Right,
and this is something that the corporations should be accountable for.
Right, and I thought you were very important on that, and the language matters so much because you wouldn't be in a position to probably know this, but before this, I practiced First Amendment law in the United States. I worked for Floyd Abrams, who won the Pentagon Papers case and other big landmark decisions. And so we've done a lot of thinking about First Amendment and free speech principles.
Yeah.
A lot of them are bastardized in today's discourse by political and tech leaders to exactly the opposite of the point you were making, which is freedom of speech, that the government doesn't jail you for participating in public life or politics, is very different from what they want, which is control of volume.
Yes.
And as you just said, and maybe you can speak about this, Facebook, whether it meant to or not, for profit and other reasons, was turning up the volume on hate speech, which was correlated with violent attacks.
Yeah, and many of these companies, they still give the algorithms that are now the editors the task of increasing user engagement. And the algorithms experimented on millions of human guinea pigs and discovered that if you want user engagement, if you want to glue people to the screen, the easiest way to do it is to press the hate button and the fear button and the greed button in our minds. And this is what they did. And this is what they should be liable for. Again, it's like the editor of a big newspaper that decides to publish a hate-filled conspiracy theory on the front page. And when you tell them, what did you do? They say, I didn't invent this conspiracy theory. I didn't do anything. I just decided to put it on the front page.
Well, as you know, in the United States, you say liable. Many of them are not liable because the Digital Millennium Copyright Act grants them a very special digital immunity. You think that should be ended?
Again, that they shouldn't be liable for the content produced by their users. They should be liable for the decisions made by their own algorithms.
Right, what I'm calling the volume.
Yes.
They should.
Because this is what they do. This is on them. It's not the users who are deciding what to put on the volume. This is what the corporations are deciding, and this is what they should take responsibility for.
And I have two examples of recent propaganda in American politics. One is from Trump. The other has been circulated by prominent Democrats. Both seem to fit with your point in the book that the information moves based on its use and its appeal and its rewards, not its truth.
Yeah.
Now, the first, I want to be clear with everyone. We don't have reports of people eating pets in the United States. And Trump has been pushing this based on what he has, his what you call information. He was fact-checked over at the debate. Take a look.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Your theory says that information gets to him, Trump, and goes out. Why?
I'm not sure I understood why.
That the information, the propaganda, when I say why, I mean, what is it doing? Like, someone else would watch that and say, this sounds bananas, and would seem to be hurtful to him.
Yeah.
It correlates with his larger attacks on immigrants. But you have an information theory that says, don't look at the veracity to understand this, look at its reward. At least that's how I read it.
The reward is everybody is now talking about immigration.
Aha.
You know, in politics, the big question is not what are the answers. The big question is what are the questions.
Bars, yeah.
You know, if this election would be about immigration, Trump wins. If this election is about climate change, Harris wins. So deciding what is the issue everybody is talking about is the most important thing. And if everybody is now talking about immigration, because of this ridiculous story, the immigrants are coming to eat our cats, in a way it still serves the purpose.
Very smart. So you know what Jared Kushner said? I mean, we knew you were smart. We already knew this. Obama said so. Do you know what Kushner said? He said conflict elevates message. Your point that this lie and the conflict over the lie still is battering immigration for days into the casual voter.
Exactly. And this is very old. I mean, all these lessons, humanity have learned them again and again throughout history. If you look at American history, so you go back to one of the founding scenes of American history, the Salem witch trials.
Oh, I got the witches. Wait, I'm gonna stop you there.
Okay.
I have witches, but I want to do the Democratic side.
Okay.
Are you familiar with another thing that's not true? And again, I take this part seriously, so I'm careful to say, which is an allegation I'm not going to repeat about J.D. Vance and the sofa.
No.
Okay. So it was a sort of a joke, but jokes can do a lot of work. And it was suggesting something I'm not going to repeat in detail, but that somehow he had some personal sexual activity with a sofa. Not true. The author of the viral joke.
Even if it is true, it's his own private
also his business, but for the
politicians, it's very important that we give politicians privacy. It's democracy cannot survive if politicians, and it's
a
none
great
of our
additional
business.
point. I just mean this. You're right. I also just mean to say on the veracity. And so here's some headlines. What the J.D. Vance couch jokes say about social media. Tim Walz, J.D. Vance joke throws dirt, meaning getting rough with them by using lies. Quote, some say it's about time. Now, these are people who know this to be false. And now I'm going to show you some of these. Again, we're not trying to get into the thing, just like the pets. But here's some of how pretty top Democrats have gone there.
I can't wait to debate the guy. That is, if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So, you see what I did there?
His running mate, as you probably have heard, is getting known for his obsession with couches.
Trust Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to look out for your family? I wouldn't trust them to move my couch.
How does that relate to what you say about false information? And is that bad?
Again, I think what is really bad about it is that in this case, it doesn't matter even if it's true or false. I think part of the problem today with politics and with the world in general is that the border between the private and the public is being eroded, that privacy is facing annihilation. And the politicians are maybe the first people to experience that they have no privacy at all. And I think that especially for politicians, it's extremely important that they have a private life and a private space where they, as long as they do legal things, they can do whatever they want, they can say whatever they want. I think that everybody, including politicians, have a right to stupidity and a right to say stupid things as long as they are legal in private. And it's none of our business. And if you destroy this private space for politicians, then very few people, except psychopaths, will go into politics.
Do you see Democrats echoing the Trump approach to lying? Because people say, oh, that's how you get tough.
it's now the currency all over the place. That this is how the game is played.
Yeah.
And everybody's playing it.
Witches.
Witches.
Witches. You alluded to this earlier. I'm going to read the quote because I do think it helps. We've had many conversations in this country about conspiracy theories of various types. You pinpoint the reason you mentioned earlier, when people can no longer make sense of the world, quote, when they feel overwhelmed by immense amounts of information they cannot digest, they become easy prey for conspiracy theories. And then you have a rather long section on witches. I learned more about this witch problem of the old days here than any other book. But very serious consequences, many people murdered, including children. You write, witch hunts were a catastrophe caused by the spread of toxic information, prime example of a problem that was created by information and was made worse by more information. Explain.
Well, it starts with the printing press, with the print revolution. A lot of people think, and you hear it a lot in places like Silicon Valley, that information technology always is a good thing because it spreads more information, more truth. And one of the prime examples from history is the way that allegedly the printing press led to the scientific revolution. Well, it didn't. Almost 200 years passed between Gutenberg introducing print technology to Europe in the middle of the 15th century until you have the flowering of the scientific revolution with people like Newton in the 17th century. In between, you had the worst wars of religion in European history and the worst witch hunts. Witch hunts were not a medieval phenomenon. They were a modern phenomenon. And the printing press and the spread of information played a key role because, like today with social media, the print industry in the 15th century, they were pursuing user engagement. And, scientific tracts like Copernicus's, mathematical calculations about the movements of planets, this is not very engaging. But witch hunting manuals are. So one of the biggest bestsellers of early modern Europe was a book called The Hammer of the Witches, which is still in many ways influences our world today. QAnon and all that, it goes back to the Hammer of the Witches. In the Middle Ages, people thought they were witches, but they were not concerned about them. Some individual in the village know how to brew love potions and find treasure or whatever. Then they came with this theory that actually there is a global conspiracy of Satan-worshipping witches that is out to destroy humanity.
Well, you got to do something about that.
You have to do something about it.
Yeah.
And just to give you kind of a flavor of what kind of book it was and why it sold so many copies. So one of the chapters in The Hammer of the Witches is about the alleged ability of witches to steal penises from men. And it brings all kinds of evidence, like one man wakes up in the morning and finds that his penis is gone. So he goes to the village witch and forces her, like, bring me back my penis. And the witch tells him, okay, climb this tree. You'll find at the top of the tree a bird's nest. So the man climbs up the tree, finds the bird's nest, and inside there are all these penises that the witch saw from different men in the village. And the witch tells him, okay, now you can take your own, but he selects the biggest one. And she tells him, no, you can't take this one belongs to the parish priest. Now, this was, you can understand why, one of the biggest bestsellers of early modern Europe. And it was a foundation of this global conspiracy of witches, which is still alive and well today in the world in conspiracy theories like QAnon. And it may sound funny, but it led to a huge tragedy. Tens of thousands of people were tortured and murdered in unspeakable ways in early modern Europe because of this theory. And, the more witch hunts, the more witch trials, there was more and more information about witches until people could not doubt it.
And these are some of the accounts of the attacks. Does it matter how many people believed this to really be true at the time or not?
A lot of people, most people, believe that it's true. There was so much information circulating about it that people said, okay, maybe we can doubt some of it, but not all of it. And the more people talked about it, the more difficult it became to just doubt the whole thing. So this is a classic case of how more information actually leads to a worse situation, not to a better situation.
Another question that occurred to me while I was going through this book and Sapiens, which we've discussed before, was we like to ballpark things sometimes in the press. Maybe we do that too much. But do you think that the majority of things people base their lives on for the majority of modern history were false?
Most of them were fictional, not false.
Yes, yeah, and I remember the distinction because we talked about it. But when you say, right, but fictional...
Money is fictional, but it's not false. I mean, it's...
Right, then it becomes, has an operational, it has an operational utility.
Yeah, the laws of football are fictional, but they are not false.
What about things that don't operate as cohesively? So money creates an economic system that everyone understands is affecting their lives. Religion and astrology have consequences, but don't have the actual utility of money.
They can have a lot of utility. Again, depends what you do with them. You can use religion to inspire people to be compassionate, to give to charity, to build hospitals, and you can use religion to, launch witch hunts and inquisitions and crusades. So, like with money, money can build hospitals, and money can, buy weapons. It's a question of what you do with it.
I wanted to read to you some of the critiques of your new book. I don't know if you remember, you do so many interviews, but we did this for the last time.
Yeah.
But now there are new critiques. I want to read this one at length so it has some substance and let you respond, which I think is interesting. And so much of what you do is analyze the world. So here's the world analyzing back. In The Guardian, it is written, they write about the new book, Harari is a master of sententious generalization, a passionate need to be seen to overturn received wisdom. Many people think the printing press made a crucial contribution to the emergence of modern science. Not so, insists Harari. After all, printing equally enabled the dissemination of fake news, such as books and witches, and so Gutenberg is partly to blame for the gruesome torture and murder of those accused of witchcraft across Europe, as we just discussed. Silly as that might sound, it also misses the fundamental point. Because the scientific method is accretional, modern science could only come into being once the results of previous experiments were widely available to those who followed them. Furthermore, quote, what can we do to save human civilization and our shared reality? Simple, concludes Harari. Subject algorithms and AI to strong official regulation and focus on building institutions with strong self-correcting mechanisms. So carry on being liberal democracies? It's a wan sort of conclusion to a book that has struck such an end-of-days tone. I wonder, how do you respond to the critique that as you look at the world and its emotions, this critique suggests that you are motivated by some sort of emotion, that you are want to be different, or that you're seeking some edge. Well, and then second, wait, I got to finish the question. Okay. And then second, although you don't claim to be, I would say, fairly a big policy prognosticating presence, that you've described so many problems, and by the end, what we get is carry on with maybe Scandinavian style, thoughtful, objective, liberal democracy, and nothing else. What do you say to those two things?
Well, with regard to the first thing, the idea, for instance, that the print didn't lead to scientific revolution and led to wars of religion and witch hunts, it's not mine, it's very common among academics who deal with these subjects. It's not familiar to the general public, and it's not familiar, say, to people in Silicon Valley, but it is that they're very familiar to historians of the 15th and 16th and 17th century. And what I do in many of my books is take things that are actually quite banal in discussions among historians and kind of repackage them in a way that makes them accessible to the general public. I mean, when was the last time that you had on primetime television a discussion about the print revolution and witch hunts?
Right now, baby.
But, if you go to academic conferences, people would say, yeah, but everybody knows that.
Yeah, I know
why
what you mean.
Why do you even bother writing about it again?
Yeah, lawyers are like that too, yeah.
So many of these ideas, they are not kind of sensational, slaughtering holy cows. They're just bringing the banal findings of academic research to a more general public.
But this impugning of you as some sort of fashionable writer, you don't buy that?
I want to be a fashionable writer. I mean, we try to sell books in the end.
Right, fair. And then your prescriptions.
Yeah, and this is not a book of policy prescriptions. Right. The main attempt of the book is to start a discussion and understand the big picture of what we are facing with the AI revolution based on thousands of years of previous information revolutions. I try very hard not to kind of immediately jump into the trenches and like, this is the right answer and all these other answers are not right. So yeah, I do discuss some of the policy proposals, again, many of them not coming from me, but this is not a book of policy proposals.
Which I actually think is a strength of some of these books, although people can make up their own minds, and I was going to ask you about that as well. We spend much time in politics with solution first. People are running literally on their plans and platforms, and then all the conversation afterward. This is the exact opposite of how you would do enlightened policy if you weren't dealing with the muck of politics. You would gather all the evidence and material first, you would look at all the possible options, and then you would remain open to shifting those options. Yeah. COVID being an example where the true scientific community that was less politically influenced could continue to evolve over time. People who decided in week one that they hate or love masks were at a disadvantage, were they not?
Exactly. And again, with AI, we are just at the very, very beginning of the AI revolution. We haven't seen anything yet. So if you have like a very strong opinion about what we should do about AI, you know, centuries to the future, this is far too early. So, you know, I do think it would be a good idea to preserve liberal democracies for the simple reason that they are the most flexible political system that humans ever managed to create. And we need this flexibility. In a dictatorship, if you adopt a certain policy and it's the wrong policy, it's very, very difficult to change it. That is the big advantage of democracy.
Well, and as you've illustrated, the dictator will spend more effort trying to change people's minds and trick them to embrace the failure.
Exactly.
Whether it's COVID policy or farming policy or the lights going out, that's where they will exert their efforts, not fixing the underlying thing that affects people. I will say with only 2 minutes left, I'm concluding our intellectual book interview. And now in closing, I just wanted to hit you with a couple questions. Last time we were remote, now we're really here. I am curious if you'd care to share what has been the room you've been in or the moment of all of this global role and acclaim that you've had where you've either been the most excited or inspired or thrown off balance, whether that's heads of state or tech titans. It is interesting, and I would argue positive, that people can, I don't know if you ever listened to Lin-Manuel Miranda, you've probably heard of, and Dave East, are both musicians. You know Lin-Manuel? Hamilton?
Yes, absolutely.
He wrote Hamilton.
Yeah, they have It Happens.
Yeah, they have a song called I Wrote My Way Out, and it's about them growing up in tough neighborhoods and writing their way out of them to other things. You wrote your way into this role. Nobody handed that to you, and so I'm curious, as a way of introduction, any moments like that you've experienced that you care to share, where you're sitting with whomever and you're like, wow, how did this happen?
Well, I don't know, the disappointing thing about the room where it happens is that actually you don't hear many wise things there because people don't have time in the room where it happens.
So when you're with really powerful people, whether you name them or not, you find it to be just box checking?
In a way, yes, because, you know, when people are extremely powerful, they tend to be extremely busy. So and you always have to say, the feeling is, you have to say only extremely important things, otherwise, meeting is over, I have a more important place to be right now.
Well, I hope we didn't make you feel like that today.
And when you try to say only important things, you end up just repeating the same kind of slogans again and again, and you're always in the shallows. And one of my concerns when I talked about privacy for politicians, they don't have any time to really go deep. Because they're running from one thing to the other, from one thing to the other. And it's very difficult under those conditions. Because, you know, with...
All right, well, now I'm going to jump in. This was more of a personal history. You sort of are making it intellectual. So I'll ask you another question. When is a time where you've seen a reaction to your work and you felt the temptation, you felt pulled away from your methods? I mean, your methods are very reasoned and objective. But you have been thrust onto the global stage. Have you ever looked and said, well, that's not right, or I should post a reply, or anything like that?
to like a reaction to world events.
No, to your work.
To my work. I try to keep myself detached. Otherwise, you go crazy.
Right.
If you just kind of follow what people are saying about the book or about you and react to everything, you can't really keep your balance of mind.
Okay. Last question is more simple. Someone listens to you, they read the book, they say, you seem like you got all these thoughts, you have warnings. If they become concerned, upset, depressed about these warnings or the conditions in their place, whether it's any country, as a citizen, what do you say to them? What do you do when you have that feeling? Final question.
Join an organization. But if you really want to make a difference in the world, if you're concerned in the sense that you want to change things, it will be very, very difficult to do anything by your own. 50 people who work together in an organization, in an institution, can accomplish far, far more than 500 isolated individuals. So our superpower as humans is the ability to connect, to cooperate. So again, if you want to change something, either join an organization, or if no organization exists, start an organization.
Yuval Noah Harari, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Really great to do it in person. The book is Nexus, A Brief History of Information Networks from the Stone Age to AI. You can get it wherever you get your books.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone focused on the work that matters most. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
Welcome to the Summit Series with Ari Melber. We are joined by Yuval Noah Harari, the history professor from Hebrew University with a PhD from Oxford, and the author of some of the most fiction books in the world today, with over 45 million copies in circulation across over 60 languages, including Sapiens, which stood atop the top 3 books on the Sunday Times bestseller list for 2 years straight, and has been recommended by everyone from Bill Gates to Barack Obama, who said that this shows the import of keeping the long view in mind. Mr. Harari, thanks for joining me.
Good to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. You write so eloquently about this longer framework of history. What is it that you actually think people today can learn by understanding past societies?
Ooh. So many things, but I think most fundamentally, history is not the study of the past. History is the study of change. It's trying to understand how things change. And also, history is not about remembering the past. It's about liberating ourselves from it. Very often, we live our lives trapped inside the dreams of dead people. And history can show us a way out of that. And, you know, we've learned so much over thousands of years, over tens of thousands of years of history. We are today much more powerful, thousands of times more powerful than we were in the Stone Age, but we don't seem to be significantly happier. And there is also a question mark to what extent we are significantly wiser. Do we understand ourselves and our place in the world better? Are we more responsible than our Stone Age ancestors? I don't think that the answer is obvious.
Well, you talk about the Stone Age ancestors, and one of the basic or fundamental principles your book uses that's different than some other ways we're taught history in school is tracing us back to an emphasis on the Homo sapien, the Homo erectus, reminding people that there is a little bit more of a complex story than we get in history, and certainly than we get from religion. Do you think your lens...
Oh, I just killed. What the fuck I just did? I think I need to reboot my PC. I think. All right, I'm back. How was it? Fucking. I passed out. Was I snoring loud? Was I making some noise? Let's get on. Let's listen to. I like Melbourne
Guess
too.
which student has a better chance of getting into an Ivy League school? First, take a look at Zach. He's valedictorian.
Here. Listen. Guess everyone fell Wow, yeah, it went good. I think everyone was talking. I took a power nap. Woke up, now back to coding. How you doing, Kelly? Turn there. I'm gonna get coding done. I need see if I can get the bot on here. On it. All right, I need this is where I see. I don't understand. I'm at the point in my coding that I have no idea what the fuck it's doing. No idea. All right, so. Okay. I'll grab all this. I want to get it so when I'm walking and talking, I can also be coding. Southmouth and them were doing good. What are you guys up to? Up late still? Let's see.
Kitikare, Amrita Dundube, Sware, Sarvata Sarane, Sarva Karma Klesha, Shayam Kare Swaha. Amrita Dundube, Sware, Sarvata Sarane, Sarva Karma Klesha, Shayam Kare Swaha. Samyak Sambudaya Dariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhavaya Amrita Sambhavaya Amrita Garve Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gadana Kitikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarva Karma Klesha Shayam Kare Swaha. Namo Ratnatraya Namarya Mitabaya Tathagataya Arate Samyak Sambudaya Dariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garve Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kitikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarva Karma Klesha Shayam Kare Swaha. Namo Ratnatraya Namarya Mitabaya Tathagataya Arate Samyak Sambudaya Dariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garve Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kitikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarva Karma Klesha Shayam Kare Swaha. Sambudaya Dariyata Om Amrite Amrito Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garbe Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kitikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarvakama Klesha Shayam Gare Swaha Namodakachaya Namarya Mitavaya Tathagataya Rati Samyak Sambudaya Dariyata Om Amrite Amrito Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garbe Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kitikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarvakarma Klesha Shayam Gare Swaha
Well, the old system.
Namodakachaya Namarya Mitavaya Tathagataya Rati Samyak Sambudaya Dariyata Om Amrite Amrito Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garbe Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kirtikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarvakarma Klesha Shayam Gare Swaha Namodakachaya Namarya Mitavaya Tathagataya Rati Samyak Sambudaya Dariyata Om Amrite Amrito Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garbe Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kitikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarvakarma Klesha Shayam Gare Swaha Namodakachaya Namarya Mitavaya Tathagataya Rati Samyak Sambudaya Dariyata Om Amrite Amrito Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garbe Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kitikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarvakarma Klesha Shayam Gare Swaha Namodakachaya Namarya Mitavaya Tathagataya Rati Samyak Sambudaya Dariyata Om Amrite Amrito Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garbe Amrita vikrante amrita vikranta gamine amrita gagana kirtikare amrita dundube sware sarvata sadane sarva karma klesha shayam kare swaha Samyak Sambuddhaya Tariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garte Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kirtikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sadane Sarva Karma Klesha Shayam Kare Swaha Samyak Sambuddhaya Tariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garte Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kirtikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sadane Sarva Karma Klesha Shayam Kare Swaha Muradachaya Namarya Mitavaya Tathagataya Rati Samyak Sambuddhaya Tariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garte Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kirtikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sadane Sarva Karma Klesha Shayam Kare Swaha Samyak Sambuddhaya Tariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garte Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kirtikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sadane Sarva Karma Klesha Shayam Kare Swaha Muradachaya Namarya Mitavaya Tathagataya Rati Samyak Sambuddhaya Tariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garte Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kirtikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sadane Sarva Karma Klesha Shayam Kare Swaha Muradachaya Namarya Mitavaya Tathagataya Rati Samyak Sambuddhaya Kitikare, Amrita Dundube, Sware, Sarvata Sarane, Sarvakarma Klesha, Shanayam Kare Swaha, Samyak Sambudaya Kariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garve Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kitikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarvakarma Klesha Shanayam Kare Swaha Murakachaya Namarya Mitabaya Tathagataya Rati Samyak Sambudaya Tariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garve Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kitikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarvakarma Klesha Shanayam Kare Swaha Namodakachaya Namarya Mitabaya Tathagataya Rati Samyak Sambudaya Tariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garve Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kitikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarvakarma Klesha Shanayam Kare Swaha Namodakachaya Namarya Mitabaya Tathagataya Rati Samyak Sambudaya Tariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garve Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kitikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarvakarma Klesha Shanayam Kare Swaha Namodakachaya Namarya Mitabaya Tathagataya Rati Samyak Sambudaya Tariyata Om Amrite Amrita Bhave Amrita Sambhave Amrita Garve Amrita Site Amrita Deye Amrita Vikrante Amrita Vikranta Gamine Amrita Gagana Kitikare Amrita Dundube Sware Sarvata Sarane Sarvakarma
All right, so I want you to talk me through this. So I'm in the API. This is what I see. Flip this around.
Got it. All right, so from here, let's just confirm what you see. You should be looking for the Create Credentials button somewhere on the screen. Once you spot that, let me know, and we'll go to the next step.
I'm in credentials right here. Create credentials. All right, here's the create credentials. What I do not.
Perfect. You're in the right spot. So go ahead and click on Create Credentials and then choose OAuth Client ID. Once you do that, I'll walk you through the next step.
All right. It says client ID is used to verify blah, blah, blah. All right.
Great. You're on the right track. Now, it might mention something about configuring a consent screen if you haven't done that before. If that's the case, just go ahead and follow the prompt to set up the consent screen quickly. Once that's done, we can continue. Let me know when you're set.
The thing is, I already done these. These are already set up. If you look at, if you look up here, aren't these auth clients right here? Auth client file 1.
Ah, got it. If you've already got those OAuth client files set up, then you're ahead of the game. In that case, we can skip the creation step. Let's move on to the next part, which is just making sure you have the right file in place and then setting the environment variable. Let me know if you're ready for that.
All right, where do I go for that?
Sure thing. So next up, we just want to make sure that environment variable is set, so your code uses the correct credentials. In your terminal or PowerShell, you'll just run that command to set the first credential set to 4. And once that's done, you're basically ready to run your Python script with the -- YouTube flag. Let me know if you need any help with that part. All right, so just to keep it simple.
Well, all right, so where, I already have them. I'm confused here because I already have them, right? So it's asking me to set up another one. I don't understand what it's telling me here. It's telling me to set up another one. Fixed. Go to desktop. Let's see. Enable YouTube data API v3 is enabled. Create auth. Download. Right, but that's already set in here. We need to make sure that these are all working, right? So why are we here on creating new one? Why aren't they showing up?
Yeah, totally understand. If you've already got those credential files set and they're just not showing up properly, we probably don't need to recreate them. Might just be a matter of double checking that the right file is referenced in your environment.
Oh, I know why. Look, I'm on the wrong. Right, I was on the wrong thing. So I need to be. That's a different thing. So, right, these are the oath files I've set up. Right, so like this one here. That's why I was on the wrong one. Okay, so here it is here. How do I make sure that billing is on where I'm not using?
That makes sense. It's easy to end up on the wrong project in the console. So now that you're in the right place and you see your OAuth files, that's perfect. As for making sure billing is set up so you can actually... Right, so to check or enable billing, you'll want to go to the Google Cloud Console's billing section. Just head over to the main menu, find billing, and make sure your project has
I see these. I see it right here. Where's the... So I go to Cloud, Auth 2, Dashboard.
Exactly.
All right, where's billing on here?
Sure, so in the Google Cloud Dashboard, you can usually find billing in the left-hand menu. It might be under something like billing or billing and accounts. Once you click that, you'll just check that your project is linked to an active billing account. And if it is, you're all set on that front. Let me know if you need any more help navigating that.
All right, it says it's set up. Well, I think it said I've not used anything. And that's what I understand. I've set up billing, all this, and it says it's expired oath. So I don't really need, now I was doing a workaround because I was trying to get around the whole billing, but now I have set this up.
Yeah, I see.
So billing, payment, all right. So billing is set up, right? Manage billing, paid billing.
Yeah, that looks looks correct. It seems like billing is all set up, even if you're not actively using any resources yet, so you should be good to go.
So,
let's move on to actually running your script.
So what is that? That's let me go back. Which one was that? That was Agent 2. How do I check the oath, which oath this is? Agent 2, found up bot. Let me check this found up bot. Click down here. Billing.
Sure.
That one's set up too. All right, let's go down. Found up 4. All right. Billing. See, this one isn't set up. Link billing account. Billing account. My billing account. Set billing account. You've reached the limit of projects, your billing account. So I need to remove these. Since I already have it, I don't need to have multiple ones because I have it set up, right? So cancel. So I need to remove. How do I find out which Google client secret? How do I figure out which one is which for these?
Yeah, so to figure out which Google client secret is which, you can just cross-check the client ID in the Google Cloud Console under your OAuth credentials with the JSON file you have. That way you'll know exactly which one you're using. Once you match them up, you'll have a clear idea of which credentials are active for your project.
All right, can I not just write a prompt to say run each one and see which one is working or something? Can you just write a prompt for that?
Absolutely, we can keep it simple. Just run a...
Provide me a prompt that tells the agent to figure out which one has been billing and we remove the other ones. I'll be on later. Later, guys.